Hi everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to the fifth round of the World Chess Team Championship. We are live from Antalya, Turkey. If you want, let's check the yesterday's game scores.
Yes, little summary.
Of yesterday, and let's see what were the results of yesterday. On the fourth round, USA has beaten Egypt 3.5 against half points. Gatakamsky has beaten Ezat Mohamed. Onichuk has beaten Abdel Razik. Ray Robson drew his game against Grandmaster Amin Bassem. And Akobyan has beaten International Master Labib Ibrahim Hassan. Armenia yesterday, actually, for me it was a surprise, was beaten by China 2.5 against 1.5. Here we had our guest Aronian. He analyzed his game. He played very.
He analyzed all of his games so far.
He comes here when we ask him to come every day. He won in a brilliant way against Li Chao, but Ding Liren also did the same thing against Movsesian, and so did Buzianze against Akopyan. Sarkisyan and Yu Yangyi was draw. So the score was 2.5 against 1.5 in favor of China.
Yeah.
Then Russia-Azerbaijan match was finished in favor of Russia, 2.5 against 1.5. Kramnik, after suffering for a while, he drew his game against Rauf Mamedov. But Karyakin also, he had a very, he came here and he analyzed his game. He had a difficult game against Altay Safarli. But I think, I don't remember, you analyzed the game. Altay made some mistakes, yes?
Well, he was in time trouble and made some inaccuracies, and in time trouble even blundered. So very complicated struggle in pulse.
Otherwise, what was the outcome of the game? Otherwise,
I think
black was better.
No, black was never better.
Was never
white.
better.
White was playing for a win. Yeah.
So Safarli lost to Karyakin, and it was the only win of Russia against Azerbaijan. Grichuk drew against Nijat Mamedov, and Vityugov drew against Guseinov. Ukraine, the sole leader of the tournament, actually they are doing really well in this tournament.
Yes.
They have now 4 wins out of 4 rounds, and they are clear leader with 3 points difference in match points from the rest of the teams. So they have beaten yesterday Germany with a net score 3-1. Ivanchuk continues to his victories on the first board in exchange love variation, and also with the different kind of moves. Maybe he's doing it on purpose. He also the opponent played an early bishop f4. I don't know why, and Ivanchuk played queen b6. Later on, the game was very equal,
but then finally he outplayed.
Yeah, but then he outplayed Kenkin and he won the game. And on the second board, Anton Korobov drew against Mayer. On the third board, Moisaenko drew against Friedman. And on the fourth board, Krivorushko has beaten Baramitsa David. So the score was 3-1 in favor of Ukraine. When it comes to Turkey, unfortunately, Turkey started not very well in this tournament. They have 1 win against Egypt, and the others we lost. So yesterday also they lost in a bad score against Netherlands. Ipatov was beaten by Anish Giri, who came here yesterday as well to analyze his game. And Dragan Solak was beaten by Van Veli, who also came here.
Yeah, we had a lot of guests yesterday.
And Mustafa Yilmaz was beaten by Tivyakov. Emre Can drew against Erwin Lamy. So the score was half points for Turkey and 3.5 for Netherlands.
Yeah,
so Mihail, today's games,
Today's
pairings,
games,
and also
okay.
can we also check the standings of
Yes,
for the
we
moment?
can. Yes, we can.
Tournament?
So we can check the standings first. Ukraine is clear leader, won all the 4 matches, 8 match points. Second place is shared between Armenia and Russia. They have only 5 points at their disposal.
Mhm.
But on the other hand, they didn't play Ukraine, neither of them.
Yeah.
So if suppose Armenia and Russia beat Ukraine, that would be bad. I'm just kidding, of course. So, and from place number 4 to 8, there are 5 teams sharing the 50% result with 2 wins and 2 losses.
Mhm.
That would be USA, Azerbaijan, Netherlands, China, and Germany. 9th place is Turkey, 1 win, 3 losses, 2 points, and Egypt so far lost all of his games. And actually the prospects for Turkey are not also that good, because I think they didn't play neither Ukraine nor Armenia nor Russia, didn't play against China. They would have a tough finish.
Yes.
So this is the standing so far. And today's matches are Netherlands versus Egypt. Clear favorite is Netherlands. So we would be following Anish's Giri game against Abdelrazik. And maybe board number 2, Shoker Semi versus Tivekov Sergei. That could be a very interesting game. Semi Shoker is known to be able to beat anybody. And Tivekov Sergei is quite a creative player also. So we would be following those 2 games. Ukraine plays versus Turkey. So also Ukraine is clear favorite, but so was Russia and Germany on last European Team Chess Championship. So we can expect some surprises from Turkey. But elo-wise, it's much more than 100 elo points difference on each board. So Russia plays Germany. And in Ukraine-Turkey, we will be following Ivanchuk Ipatov. And actually, that is quite an interesting derby, because myself, Ivanchuk, and Ipatov, and many other chess players live in the same city, Lviv. So that would be like city mates playing each other. And second board, we have Solak Dragan playing white against Moiseyenko Alexander. So Anton Korobov is resting today. So the third match is Russia-Germany. We will be following Karyakin-Henkin and Mayer Grishchuk, board number 2. Another interesting match, Armenia versus Azerbaijan, with, I don't know, slight political maybe background. You know, they are always quite competitive, these Armenia-Azerbaijan teams. They try to beat each other. So we would be following Aronian Mamedov Rauf, even though there is more than 150 elo point difference. But as we've seen yesterday, Rauf Mamedov seems to be in a good shape. He almost beat Kramnik yesterday, drew against Ivanchuk. He's doing quite a good job on board number 1. So, but Aronian is doing splendid job in this tournament too. So 2 guys was in a very good shape playing each other. And second board, Safarli versus Movsisan, also interesting game. And the last but not the least, USA versus China. Probably that would be the most interesting match, because at least elo-wise, approximately equal teams are playing. Nakamura, Li Chao, we would be following that game, and Dingler and Gatakamsky. So
if you want, let's start from USA versus China.
Yeah, let's start China-USA. So Nakamura, Hikaru, 2786, number 5 in the world right now, is playing Li Chao, young Chinese player. He's not doing very well in this tournament, but that's because his opponents are extremely strong. So his rating is 2679. So knight f3, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3. This line is known to avoid Grunfeld defense, or at least well, you can really avoid Grunfeld. You know, black can always play knight f6, g6, and d5. But this way, the pawn is left on d2. And in some cases, it may go to d3, or some details here are, for example, I was very surprised when in one of the games, Topalov came up with a novelty, queen c2 here.
Yes, interesting.
And then e4 was next move, if I remember correctly. So the idea is if white plays e4 now, black usually takes, and white would like to recapture with d-pawn to close the diagonal for the bishop on g7. But then the queens exchange and the king is in trouble. So that is the idea of playing queen c2 first, and then e4. I was very surprised, very creative. I'm pretty sure it was a novelty back then, move number 5 in Grunfeld. So, but in this game, queen b3 was played, knight b6 and d4. Strangely enough, Nakamura transposes to... Oh, maybe it's not exactly transpose. I'm not an expert in Grunfeld, you know. Maybe this way he avoids... Black cannot take on f3, on c3, obviously, here, right? Because queen takes c3, and black's in trouble.
Yeah.
So maybe this way he avoided these variations where black takes on c3, and now he's ready to go to Grunfeld defense with this d4 move.
You mean when you say you are not expert about the classical line, you know, the Russian system, queen b3, e4, d4, queen b3 system.
Yeah.
But if he plays e4, it can be transposed, but maybe
he will not play. Yeah.
He will play some other bishop f4 or maybe bishop g5. Then maybe e3 or e4.
Yeah, we'll see.
But
we'll
this
see.
is,
And
I think Kramnik also played such kind of system. At some moment, when the bishop comes to e6, queen goes to b4 and a3. Yes, depending on the situation. Queen b4, queen c5 sometimes, and then queen a3. It's
strange maneuvers with the queen.
But then it can block the queen side of the
and c5.
of black. Yes. So it's very really strategical opening. This.
Yeah, and as we can see from the video broadcast, Li Chao is, if not surprised, then he's trying to remember the analysis, what are the ideas here. He is thinking on move number 6, so psychologically Nakamura won the opening battle. What do you say? Take a look.
Well, maybe it's too early to say that. I don't know. It's
maybe he's just trying.
Maybe he's trying to remember. The
yes, but it means that he was not preparing this for the game.
Yes,
so it means
he didn't expect this opening.
Yeah. So that's why I say some psychological edge in white's favor. So we can leave this board and go to board number 2. Ding Liren versus Gata Kamsky. Wow, Gata plays his favorite line again.
Yes.
So this, as they call it, accelerated Chebanenko, you know, because usually when black plays a6...
It's called accelerated Chebanenko. It's
well, more
good name, actually.
yes.
Right.
The idea, usually black plays a6 with the idea, well, to play b5.
Yeah.
Isn't that the idea, right?
Yes.
Or maybe to take on c4 and then but b5 is the main idea. And Kamsky comes up, he's constantly playing this line very often. Actually, computers do not like what's going on here for black, but he keeps winning and winning with black in this line. So,
but this is interesting. G3 variation.
G3, yeah.
Yeah, this is really interesting. It looks like some kind of Grunfeld, you know.
Oh, that black would get a Grunfeld with a6 move, which
A6
is not
move.
necessarily good.
Well, yeah,
usually black takes on c4 maybe,
exactly.
And a6 might become useful, but it's not clear if it would.
Interesting, actually, this approach from Ding Liren's side, because I didn't see it before this kind of setup with white pieces. Probably they played, but I didn't see it very often.
I agree. No, in this position, no. And it makes sense, you know, in the recent match, Carlsen Anand. Anand equalized very easily with black in this line, but there was no pawn on a6. And he used that tempo to go knight d7 and then take on c4, and so he didn't play a6. They had very similar position, but with the pawn on a7, with extra move from black. So interesting approach, and now queen b3. I don't understand, to be honest, the move order. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Why g3? It seems that he's not afraid of d takes c4, right? After d takes, suppose d takes c4, white cannot win this pawn back, right? This is just, well, white can try to do like this, but black has, I don't know, knight d5 or some other move.
Yeah.
So, and after g6, suddenly he's afraid of this d takes c4. Queen b3, so bishop g2 would be a normal move, don't you think? And now queen b3, I don't know, maybe these are some tricks of move order, but let's leave them for them to think. All right.
Yeah. You're right.
What do we have? Playable position with slight advantage for white so far.
Yeah.
There is a variation with queen b3, but the pawn is on a7, and black always has an option of playing queen b6. And now black does not have that option, you know.
Yeah.
So probably black would have to do something like d takes c4, but then a6 might not become a useful move.
You're right. So if you want, let's move to another match.
Okay.
And
unfortunately, the board frozen. We will go to match Turkey-Ukraine.
our board is frozen.
Yeah. I don't know why.
Okay, let's move to Ukraine's match. The sole leader of the tournament
Yeah.
is playing against
Ivanchuk is playing Ipatov.
Turkey.
Yeah, so we have
Ivanchuk Ipatov.
and unfortunately the board is frozen. So maybe we
Yes.
maybe we take a technical break for a few minutes to fix it, because you know people cannot see our analysis.
Well, it was.
I
We can speak about the opening. It was also
okay.
Slav
It was also Slav
with
defense,
G6 variation.
but Ivanchuk played e3 on move number 3.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it's actually it's played before.
Yeah, I know, but maybe this way he wants to avoid some lines. But so knight f6 was played, knight c3, g6, and knight f3. Transposing to this variation, I actually have experience playing this line for black, and it's quite solid, but it's also passive.
Yeah.
I got one very bad loss with black in this line, but also won some games. So not that easy to play for black.
Also, black played e6, you know, after taking on f3.
Yeah, yeah, but bishop d3 is the main move is bishop e2 in this position. Bishop e2, and with the idea if to play the same, then after bishop g4, there is, I believe, queen b3 move. And with the bishop on d3, black can just, so the bishop on e2 is where it belongs. Or maybe not queen b3, I think c takes d, oh yes, that's the difference. C takes d5 first. And with the bishop on d3, black has time to recapture. But in this case, if black recaptures, c takes d5, queen b3, white wins the pawn.
Yes.
So that is the idea of bishop e2, and bishop d3, as far as I'm concerned, was not considered the strongest move, though very natural, don't you think?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Castle, castle, and bishop g4, and that
well,
is the reason.
This is actually an old variation. Normally, after white plays h3, bishop takes f3, queen takes f3. Black continues with d takes c4, bishop takes c4, and knight b d7. You know, with e5 variation, pushing e5. Also, it was played by a friend of mine many times, Suat Soylu, this variation. And so at that time, I prepared this variation, and later on, it was considered to be better for white. So black stopped playing this variation.
So Ipatov chooses e6. I would say very solid approach. Get rid of a bad bishop, put all the pawns on white squares.
By the way, for the people who are watching us, we had a problem with the board, which
Yeah,
was
but now
frozen, but now
it resolved.
it's resolved. So we are back with the board. Now we are analyzing the game of
Ivanchuk
Ivanchuk versus
Ipatov.
Ipatov, Ukraine versus Turkey match.
Remember, we had a similar position. Meyer was playing with Van Velde, I think. He was playing white, had two bishops, and then the C and D pawns got exchanged, and black equalized quite easily.
Yes.
So I would say this game would be a long one. White would play, let's say white would play, let's say rook d1, knight bd7, then maybe b3, something like rook e8, bishop b2, queen e7, c1, just very approximate moves. And then slow maneuvers, because white doesn't want to go e4 very quickly, because then the bishop on g7 would become powerful.
Exactly.
White will maneuver for a long time, maybe try some other setups. Also a4 is possible here, so I suppose it would be quite a long game, but I believe that black has to just keep it solid.
Yeah.
No, if black tries to get some counterplay, he may get in trouble.
Yeah.
So I think we would leave Ivanchuk thinking.
Let's move to
yes,
the
we can
second
see
board
Ivanchuk is thinking.
Turkey.
Let's go to second board. We have Dragan Solak, Moiseyenko. No, 3 moves only made?
Oh.
Is that correct?
And black is thinking.
Yes, only we can see only 3
Queen
moves.
c2, and what is he thinking?
Queen c2.
Yes. Why is he thinking Queen c3?
Well, knight
is
d5.
It normal knight d5. Yes.
Knight d5 or knight
maybe Queen
f3
b3.
or Queen b3 with a tempo.
Queen
And
c2,
I think Moiseyenko is trying to figure out the details, what's the difference. Queen b3 is the move, and black can answer it with a5 or knight c6 or taking on c3, and he's trying to... I guess white's idea is to go a3 sooner or later and take on c3 with the queen without doubling the pawns, right?
Yeah.
So on these 3 moves
just,
made, we can just not much to comment here.
Yeah.
So we go to Armenia, Azerbaijan.
Okay.
We have Levon Aronyan, 2801, his rating is.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, he is increasing it in this tournament.
Yeah.
He had 2 wins and 1 draw. He's increasing
really
now
well.
about 7, I would say 8 even points. So he's increasing his rating significantly. Number 2 in the world, one of the upcoming challengers candidates matches favorite. And Rauf Mamedov, 2647, Azerbaijan Grandmaster, doing very well in this tournament, I think. He's known to play only King's Indian.
Normally he's the 3rd board of Azerbaijan after Shahryar, Mamedyarov and Timur Rajabov. But because they are not here, he is playing on the 1st board of Azerbaijan.
Yeah, so it's like the B team of Azerbaijan, I would say.
Probably,
or between A and B.
They played many matches. They didn't want to come here, and they became European champion.
Yeah.
And 1 week later, this tournament, probably they
they focused on European. They won it.
Actually, they didn't come here, but I'm thinking that it must be tiredness and getting
maybe
this really a factor. When you play chess. Too many tournaments in a row, then you start to play very bad chess, because you cannot think anymore. Yeah. This happens to everybody in this chess world. Yeah.
So Mamedov Rauf is known for his love to King's Indian and accelerated dragon. So if you play e4, most likely he would play c5, knight c6 and g6.
Yeah.
And if you play d4, most likely he would play King's Indian. So it was rather easy, I would say, for Aronyan to prepare for him. So let's see if g3, bishop g2, c6.
He chose a very solid system.
Sounds familiar?
Yeah. Mamedov, of course, this is getting popular.
This is very solid line.
Rajabov also plays this system with black pieces.
Yeah, Anand played versus Carlsen recently.
It became lately very popular. This system.
It's very solid. It's actually now a Grunfeld, not a King's Indian.
You remember in Karpov-Kasparov match. It was
You mean
played
recent match when they played again?
in
Or a
recent
few
match?
years?
No,
They played
in
few
the
years
World
back.
Championship match.
Ah, you mean 20 years
Against,
ago?
yes.
Okay.
Kasparov also played this system against Karpov.
All right, and now c takes d5.
But c takes d5 is the classical
Classical, yeah.
line.
So white gets only one extra tempo.
Mhm.
Knight e5, very common move. Castle, castle, and knight bishop f5. Isn't knight d7 one of them? Oh no, knight. No, I think knight d7 is one of the main moves here.
Now, maybe.
Isn't it?
Is it now, or maybe playing first?
I'm in no way an
E6?
expert here. No, e6. I know they play knight.
I don't actually remember.
Or maybe instead of knight. Oh, here knight. Oh no, knight f7 here loses a pawn, I guess. Or maybe not. Okay, I don't know. I suppose that's a theory.
Mm-hmm.
Very natural moves for both sides. And knight c6, b takes c6. Finally, white got some kind of asymmetry
Yeah.
in the position, because it's really hard to win these symmetrical positions. You have to make it a little bit unbalanced. So takes, and now there is a potential weakness. Not a potential, already a weakness on c6. And Mamedov plays knight d7, and Aronian is thinking.
Actually, Aronian is thinking is something strange for me. Usually, Aronian is really good at the openings. He prepares, especially with the white pieces.
I think bishop f5 is not the main move, and maybe actually he did not consider it seriously, maybe because it's not a good move. And maybe
But
that
it's
is
considered like a not good move.
maybe he just considered that's it, weak pawn, I go bishop, and so knight d7, for example. What would I do if I prepare? I just go bishop e3, double rooks on c file.
Also, with this bishop on f5, some problem to play e6, you know.
Yeah, e6 is almost never an option.
The bishop can be in trouble after f3, e4, or maybe, I don't know. So he has to be careful with this bishop.
Yeah.
But of course, he doesn't need to play e6 because now the c6 pawn protects the e5 pawn.
Yeah.
So he doesn't need to push.
Yeah, he doesn't.
E7
The
pawn.
main problem is c6 pawn. So maybe now that I look, I'm not very fond of bishop e3. Maybe that's what Aronian is considering now. Knight b6, and if knight c5, this could be unpleasant.
But b3 is always possible.
But I take on
But
a4.
you can take it, of course.
That's the problem. You know,
So
knight coming to c4, that is unpleasant.
Bishop, instead of bishop b3,
Actually, bishop would be well placed on a3 here, just
why not
controlling.
b3 immediately c5? Is it possible?
I
No,
don't know,
because
maybe.
d5 is hanging.
Still not the end of the variation. I don't
You are
know.
going to take on d4.
I'm considering.
Very dangerous.
I'm considering. Okay, maybe let me do a quiet move. Let's say rook c8. How are you gonna protect this pawn? And my next move is jumping away with the knight.
Good question.
For example, bishop b2,
Yeah, let's say bishop.
and
B2.
I go knight b6.
Okay, take knight
You
takes.
take, and I take with. Oh, I cannot
You
take.
can
with-
take with
I
the
take with the pawn, and
But
with back
now
the
there
pawn.
is e4. About e4, bishop h3.
But my bishop is not hanging. Maybe.
Also
maybe
bishop h3, and then e6 is
Yeah,
possible.
this is not good for white.
Yeah, so it's
So
interesting.
these are the things Aronian must be considering. He would like to go b3, but c5 is an option, and
Yes,
he has to
c5
calculate
is an
it.
option.
Maybe white can just go bishop b2 here, you know.
Without, yes, taking it. It's also possible. But
And now the
then
taking is threatening, and if you take, I take, and we have good Grunfeld for white, don't you think? The bishop on f5 is misplaced. How do you
Yeah.
protect the pawn on e5, d5? I think white
also,
has.
if you take, maybe you can take now on d5. It's also interesting.
Oh yeah, maybe.
This is also
Maybe.
some kind of
So maybe
changing the
c5.
move order.
So I think that is what he is considering. Maybe he's considering b3. It makes very good sense, you know. Now knight b6 is just
Knight c5,
they're
yes.
not working.
Well, actually, maybe possible because you can play
And go
e5.
back maybe.
No, e5 is possible.
But it doesn't
Is it
really
something-
solve the
is it
problems,
something-
don't you think?
Yeah, bishop b2. Yeah,
You can go e4 maybe,
Yeah,
but it's really hard
maybe.
to create attack over here. and white
But
as a pawn
white
is
will
quite
be
weak. on
better in
C,
this
so
case,
white
you
would
know,
be better, I
with the
think.
C6 pawn.
So we predict b3 coming, or maybe if he comes up with some idea after knight b6, maybe just ignoring, maybe rook c1, and if knight c6, maybe bishop goes, somewhere here. That could also be an option. And then b3 is coming.
Yeah, it's also possible.
So now white has to develop the bishop from c1 in order to get the c file for the rook. And now so far as I can see, 2, maybe 3 options. The bishop also can go to f4 to control the b8 square. Bishop can go to e3 to protect the pawn on d4, and then b3, bishop a3 also. So that's why Aronian is thinking, but I believe white should be better here, just because of that weak pawn on c6. What do you think?
I'm not sure if better or not, but slight advantage.
Slight edge, yeah.
Always in these systems, is in white's favor.
So the problem is, even if black pushes c5, it doesn't really solve all of his problems, because it would be a good Grunfeld for white with strong bishop on g2. And if black doesn't solve the c6 pawn, it's always a weakness.
Yeah.
So I would say slight edge for white.
Okay.
We can go to board number 2. I recently analyzed this position.
Really?
Yeah.
So you are lucky.
Yeah.
Let's hear from you.
I will not tell you.
You will not tell your
No.
secret analysis to us.
Or at least very
to
similar.
reveal all the mysteries of this variation.
Yeah, I'm an active player myself, so bishop e7, f3, b5. Nowadays, very popular variation.
You are playing with which pieces?
And I haven't played yet,
What
but
you are thinking
I've seen games like just on top level was played by Topalov, by Dominguez, by Svidler, I think, against Sutovsky. So
also
quite
yesterday, Karyakin.
Yeah.
Against
Safarli played
Safarli.
similar lines. So, but Karyakin played king b1 here.
Ah, here king b1.
Yeah, just trying
Slight
to
change.
And now takes bishop b7. Yeah, and the first thing actually you should be considering for white here when you turn on the computer, it strongly suggests to go g5.
Yes.
Knight h5, only move, and now this trick, bishop e5. The king is not castled, the d7 is hanging. And the problem is, if queen moves somewhere, that bishop on e5 is very strong, but black has to take, check, king f8, and take that. At first, computer is very happy about this position.
Really?
But, well, I'm pawn up.
Looks like, yes, there is no chance for black to castle anymore.
Yeah, but that pawn on g5 would fall eventually. And actually, I don't remember what I looked at here, but this is like this is very popular position right now. This is very popular. And this is completely forced line, which for sure should have been analyzed by both players.
But
Mosisan is thinking.
Mosisan is thinking, so
he's trying to remember, because, I considered even variations like just to go rook b8 maybe, if I'm not mistaken. Queen takes, and then b4. Knight e2, and then let's say takes this pawn, king. No, how does it work?
Suddenly black wins.
No, rook b8 maybe black doesn't take. White doesn't take. What can white do? The thing is, at some point black can even give away that another pawn on a6, push b4, and that pawn on b4 completely stops white's advancing pawns, and then black goes g6, king g7, and with these different colored bishops, for example, if I don't even, assuming I didn't take, I don't remember the reason, let's assume this is the position.
Yeah.
What do you do for white next?
Yeah,
it's really hard to do anything.
Yes.
And black has planned rook goes from h8, king's hiding, and bishop comes to big diagonal.
And all these open lines.
And the computer likes white,
king.
but not white has 2 extra pawns, but it's like 0.4, 0.5, I believe.
Yeah, also it's not so
but
easy
I
to
didn't
defend.
analyze this deeply, but I just rejected it for white because, well, I don't like this position.
Like this position.
And also, I think black is able to take on g5 and be only 1 pawn down. So, maybe Movsisan is surprised with this choice. There's also might be not a bad endgame after queen b8, but it looks rather artificial. So this is like a fourth line of one of the most common variations right now, very popular variations. And I believe black should be okay here, despite what computer says, you know.
Okay.
So
let's move.
But Movsesyan did not pay attention because I believe there were no games played like this. This is
the first time? You think
I'm
so?
not sure. I'm not able to check it right now.
Computer shows all the time, but of course nobody
Yeah,
played.
yeah. So
It's easy to miss this move actually, bishop e4.
so I believe Safarli prepared this line so much deeper than I did because I don't play it myself. I just was wondering.
Did you play queen b8?
No, that is just
yeah.
one of the possible moves here. And but he definitely surprised him, and he's equipped with computer analysis. So I do believe black should be fine here. And you know why? Because on top level, this position been played many times.
But nobody
Of
played
course,
bishop
they
e4.
considered g5. This is like the first line of the computer, but nobody played it. Probably because black is fine here. But maybe you need to know how.
Yeah.
And Safarli decided to check whether Movsesyan knows it, and it would appear not.
Or maybe he has some kind of novelty somewhere.
Safarli, you mean?
Yes.
But
I
this
don't
position
think-
was almost never played, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, because you say it's not considered as a good variation for white. So
Yeah, so I suppose because this position was on top level many times played, and actually queen takes d4 was played more often.
maybe this is not the case.
Oh yes, queen takes d4 was played much more often. Yes, I'm a little bit confusing. Yes, so this was not played on top level. So yeah, Safarli is checking Movsesyan. This is the position on the board now.
Okay, let's move
We can
to
leave
another
Movsesyan thinking.
match. So we have checked so far 2 matches.
What do you say, Germany, Russia?
Armenia, Azerbaijan, and China, USA. We checked. Let's go. Which match you want?
Germany, Russia, and we got an
Germany,
Egypt.
Russia
Yeah.
versus Russia. Okay.
Uh, I guess Russia versus
Kramnik today is not playing.
Kramnik is not playing.
Yeah, first board is Grichuk.
First board is Grishchuk?
Yeah.
No, I think Karyakin is first board.
Karyakin.
They are not.
Sorry,
You're not allowed to.
Karyakin?
Yeah, Karyakin is first board.
Karyakin is first.
So Russia is playing white
Karyakin can.
against Germany. Karyakin Sergei 2756, one of top grandmasters in the world. For those who are first time listening to us, we already speak about Karyakin. He's gonna be a challenger, not a challenger, candidate
He will
matches.
play in the candidate.
Candidate matches this coming March, I think.
Mhm.
One of the favorites, actually.
Yes.
If he's in a good shape, he can beat anyone, including Carlsen. So, and Henkin Igor, 26-12, solid German grandmaster. So, clear favorite, Sergei Karyakin. So, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, and d3. Yeah, Karyakin does not want to play boring Berlin endgame. Bishop c5 and c3. Yeah, we've seen already moves like that. White just plays normal, like I play Rui Lopez. What are you playing, you know? C3, D3, H3, and I don't care what you do, you know? I bring my knight to D2, to F1.
Yeah.
This is a way to, if you want to outplay your opponent and
You
you don't
avoid
want to,
all the.
you avoid all, there are no forced lines here, just
Yes.
maneuvers, and you can really outplay if you are stronger. So, but Black's knight is quicker to
This
G6.
maneuver actually became popular after
Yeah.
Aronian started to play.
Yeah, really? Yeah.
Yes, knight e7. Maybe other players played it, but Aronian plays it very often.
Yeah, and it
in
makes
this
a lot
shape.
of sense because White does the same, but losing a few tempos for rook e1 and other moves, and Black can very quickly come to G6. But there is a downside of this. White goes D4 and
Yeah.
grabs the center, and now can just solidly finish the development behind the strong center. Rook e1, bishop d7, offering an exchange, and bishop c2. We already have seen moves like that
Yes,
this tournament.
but if you look
Can
at
you
the
explain
position,
for our viewers why bishop c2? The pawn on e4 is fixed. That bishop is a bad one. Can you explain for those who doesn't know why do white need to keep that bishop?
This is called, Spanish bishop.
Yeah.
Always making pressure on the f7 pawn. Usually, normally, white wants to go to b3. Here, he didn't want to go. I don't know why. He chose to go to c2. Maybe because of he wants to protect on the e4
because
pawn.
For example, bishop b3, I suppose. Let's say h6, knight bd2, rook e8.
Yeah.
And you cannot play knight f1.
Exactly.
So he
now
needs
protecting the e4 pawn.
So just for the viewers, takes, and black wins a pawn.
The e4 pawn.
So white needs temporarily. White needs the bishop on c2 to protect the pawn, and this is a position on the board.
Exactly.
And that knight maybe not on f1. I think it's coming to c4. Remember, Anish Giri won against Henkin Igor. Very similar position. He played knight c4, and then played a4, forcing a6, and took on b6, got two bishop advantage, and converted it.
Yeah. The only thing that bothers me here, black didn't want to play c6. Normally they play c6 and then rook e8. He played bishop d7. Did you notice?
Oh, you mean
with a move order?
Bishop
d7. Then after the bishop goes to c2, rook e8. Because without bishop d7, rook e8 is not possible.
Yeah.
But he avoids playing c6. I wonder why. Because
against Giri, he also avoided c6 for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's actually interesting because the bishop on d7 is not doing much,
Yeah.
And normally in these variations, black always wants to go his bishop on e6.
Yeah.
In order to exchange the Spanish bishop. But now the Spanish bishop is not on b3.
Yeah.
So the bishop, if we put the bishop on e6 square, we don't challenge the bishop. So maybe it's still possible.
So maybe he just, for example, if c6 here, maybe he's afraid of this d6 square to become weak.
Yeah.
For example, knight bd2, and next move is knight c4.
Or maybe after bishop c2, b3, bishop a3, a4, something like this.
Maybe he's afraid
but this
of this d6
it's played many times, this variation.
All right, so we have this position on board.
Black can also play d5. There are variations like this.
Yeah. White will always have to face it. So I think for now we are going for a short break.
Okay.
And for about 5-10 minutes, and we'll get back soon.
Yeah, okay. Hi everybody, we are back. If you want, let's start with Turkey against Ukraine match.
Yeah, let's take a look what has changed in the game Ivanchuk-Ipatov. So Vasily Ivanchuk 27-31.
Yes.
He lost a lot of rating lately, but he is ready, as we can see in this tournament, he is ready to go back into top 10. And Alexander Ipatov, ex-world champion under 20, current vice champion under 20. So 26-30, strong young player. So we left off after a solid e6. And as we predicted, rook d1 was played, knight bd7, bishop d2, so Ivanchuk does not want to weaken the big diagonal. This potentially, if after b3, if I place b3, that c3 square might become weak when the centers opens. The c3 square might become weak, so bishop d2, a6, rook c1, queen e7, bishop f1, rook c8, rook d8. Black finished his development, and queen e2, and now we would have a phase of long maneuvering, unless black plays c5. If not right now, maybe later. But as far as I'm concerned, in this sort of positions, black has to be patient. For example, I can propose a maneuver here, like this.
But now I think this queen e2 is has the purpose of playing b4. Did you notice? Because without queen e2, if you play b4, d takes c4, bishop takes c4, then queen takes maybe, or maybe not. You cannot take. Can you take it? No, you cannot take it.
Why not?
Yes, you can take it. Yes, why not?
I don't see any tricks. Knight
So
d5.
queen after queen e2.
Do you
takes
think
c4? b4 I can play now b4 because if you take queen b4, then knight takes d5. And b4
Actually,
b5,
this
you know,
b4
classical. You know, b4 b5 is the classical.
But this is not a minority attack, you know.
Yeah,
That's
not
the problem.
minority, but
if
still.
you take c takes d, I probably will take with the c pawn.
Yeah, but still with this bishop on f1, you know, b4
So
b5.
actually, very common maneuver is this move. Knight comes to d6, forcing white to decide what to do with
Okay,
c4 pawn.
let's check b4. What do you think?
b4.
Maybe you don't like, but still, I want to check it.
Okay, I'm gonna go knight d6. I'm gonna want the c4 square if you take on d5.
You know, I will play c5
If
now
you play
because with the
c5,
tempo.
Now I go here, and my next move is e5, putting pressure on
Yeah.
d4 pawn.
Yes. Wait.
And actually, this knight on e5, f5. Oh, in this case, maybe you can consider g4.
Well, I was thinking of g4 actually, but
Okay, I can maybe even go back if I don't like something.
You still want to play, but
My next
now
move
I
is
can play
e5.
e4.
Play
And what are you
e4.
going to do?
I'm gonna take,
Knight takes.
but now your pawn on d4 is weak.
Yes, but.
No, this is fine for black.
Yeah, this is fine.
Outpost
This
on
looks
d5.
fine. Yeah.
So that is actually that's why white does not has to have an option to play b3 to keep that pawn on c4. I propose queen knight e8 in this position. Well,
He played knight e8.
yeah. So
He knows this variation.
yeah, and it's quite common because well, what else can you do?
Yeah.
You need to open the bishop. Knight d6 forces something, and knight can always go to f5, which is not a very bad square for the knight at the moment. So, and that knight from d7 can go to f6 and maybe to e4 later. I think black is fine.
So
I think black is fine.
You say that white has. What is the plan of white? I'm wondering in this position. If not b4.
Well, that's the problem.
Show me a good plan.
Generally, e4 is a plan.
e4. Okay. So
one of the plans. So maybe to play b3, g3.
But e4 he could have
bishop-
played it any time. You know, he didn't choose to play
Not yet.
because of the pressure.
Not yet.
of
He's
d4.
not.
Maybe
He's waiting for black.
He's
to
waiting for black
Yeah.
to make
He's-
some inaccurate moves.
Yeah. Bishop
Maybe.
can come to g2. The pawn can stand on b3, and with the bishop on g2, maybe e4, d5 could be an option at some point to open up
yes.
the position. So, but on the other hand, black can push f5
So
himself.
maybe in this position, can he play e4 immediately?
I don't think white
You
is
don't
ready.
like e4?
No. Bishops are not where they belong after e4.
Let's check it.
Let's check.
Okay.
e4 takes.
Knight takes,
Knight takes. Knight
f6.
f6. Well, your bishops are shooting in the wrong direction.
But I
in
can
this
go
case.
to bishop c3 anytime I like.
Well, yeah, but the pawn. Well, how do you protect the pawn on d4 now?
Bishop c3.
Bishop c3. Well, now I exchange one pair of knights.
And there is no problem, huh?
I don't see a problem here. I can
Maybe knight
I can
d6,
triple
knight
knight d6.
f5.
Now black is even better.
Knight f5 is coming, but knight f5, maybe there is d5 still.
Well, that
But
would
there
be
is
at least.
nothing at
yeah.
least equal.
So white is not ready for anything. With these bishops, white wants to play only on the queen
Yeah.
side. If white wants to open the center, white has to go g3, bishop g2, and maybe do something about this bishop on e1 to transfer it somewhere. So I expect long maneuvers, unless...
Maybe g3, bishop g2 might be the...
Yeah, but there is a problem with g3, knight d6, and you have to play b3 now.
Yeah,
with this pawn.
okay, b3.
b3. But now the big diagonal is kind of weakened. I go to f5, and you will always have to be
But you protect
careful.
this knight.
So maybe
bishop
that
g2.
maybe that is okay, and then I go, I don't know, h5, knight f6, very solid position.
But
maybe
still,
not knight f5. I want to go to e4 now, maybe like that. Bishop g2, knight f4, I don't know, and then f5, my next move. Very solid position, very
for
hard,
black, for
very
black.
very
hard
hard
to break. Yes.
And even black can think about pushing c5 at some point, but now white is ready to it. So black is very solid. Black is fine here.
Yeah, if he...
It's very hard for white to
Yes.
find an improvement, to improve your position.
What is the time now?
1:05 for white and 1:11 for
so
black.
as you say, Ivanchuk also is trying to find a good plan for white, which is, as far as we are checking on this board, we couldn't find it, you know.
Well, still b4 could be an option. Knight d6,
you
c5.
came back to my plan.
Yeah, actually, maybe now
You like it now?
I'm considering it, but
Thank you.
but now you shouldn't let e5. Maybe that could
f4.
be the way. But I can maybe prepare it with f6.
f6.
And maybe
but
now
maybe
e4.
now e4.
Yeah.
After f6.
Or maybe f5 and g4, or maybe g5 right away, and then
but
f5.
g5, I have the bishop on e1.
No, I mean my next move is f5, knight f6, knight e4, stuff like that.
Yes.
I don't know. So these are the things Vasily is
G5,
considering
yes.
now. But also white has to be careful about this move, and b5 is coming maybe.
This is also interesting.
But maybe white can leave that knight there and play e4.
e4.
And if b5, e5, I don't know what's going on.
Also
here.
b5 is not possible probably. C takes d5, and then c takes d5, knight takes d5.
No, I
no,
take.
No. C takes d5.
Oh, the queen is not
The
protected.
queen is on.
Oh, yes, you're right. So knight c4 a little bit artificial. So probably Vasily is. Oh, he already played a move.
What did he play?
I don't know. We can. No, sorry. My mistake. Black is very solid, and we can go to the next game. I think. Board number 2, Solak Moiseyenko. Surprise from Solak.
Queen c2.
Knight
Still not many moves.
Knight f6, takes, and e4. Knight d4 and castle.
Only 7 moves has been made.
Yeah, very rare position. I wonder why didn't he... I guess he considered to play c5. Play c5. Normally black would like to play c5, knight c6, b6, bishop
but
b7.
knight f5 and
f5, castle, maybe...
knight d6. Maybe he doesn't
d6,
like this.
Queen e7.
And then 2 bishops.
Yeah, but you're not developed, and I'm coming very quickly with d5.
But I mean g3, and then I will be developed soon. This way.
And then knight c6,
some
knight
problems.
d4.
Yes, knight c6.
White could be in trouble here.
You're right.
So, but maybe there is another reason why knight f5 seems logical. Maybe queen g3 is the reason.
Queen g3, interesting, yes.
And then b3, bishop b2. Maybe he didn't like
but
it.
Still looks like, without developing, we play so many moves,
Yeah. So c5 was deserved attention. I'm sure Moiseyenko considered it, but maybe he rejected it for some. So, and now b4. I like this move. b4. Now knight on d4 is secure. And white is going to play bishop b2, and then g3, bishop g2, and then maybe even choose where to castle.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm considering bishop b2 and g4.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit risky.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Of course. But black also has to be very careful here. Very interesting position.
Well, as he played b4, maybe he's intending to play this tactical.
Well, he's definitely
play,
aiming for bishop b2. That's clear.
b2, and also he still didn't castle,
And maybe h3, g4.
H3,
and maybe
G4,
keeps the
or rook g1, g4.
Yeah.
These are all possible.
Or he can always go
moves.
g3, bishop g2, short castle if he doesn't like.
Yes, if he wants to play a positional game.
But now black can go a5, for example. What do you do?
b5, I'm thinking.
I guess
of.
b5, and now I get a nice outpost.
d6.
Knight d7.
Knight d7.
And knight coming maybe
But
to c5.
knight d7, now you can play g4 maybe.
g4, knight e5.
g5.
My knights are very nice.
Maybe rook g1.
No, that's not good. The knight on e5 controls everything.
You don't like this
No,
position?
I don't like. So I suppose he would play something like a5, and I would consider for white even taking as an option. So it's not that easy to win back. I can even go back knight b3. So maybe, and also I would consider playing a3, but a3 I'm maybe taking on a5. That's why a5 is a very natural move. But Moiseyenko is thinking, because this is not clear, what you're gonna do about that pawn.
You're right.
It's not easy to win it back, so maybe he would do d6 first, and then maybe some knight d7, knight e5, and then he would consider other moves. And white can even play stuff like that. So very interesting position. I have no idea what's going on here. Who is better, who is worse, have no idea. White has two bishops, but white is not developed at all. So very double-edged, very interesting game, I suppose, could happen here. Okay, the last match that we haven't considered yet is Egypt-Netherlands. Giri playing on board number 1, Anish Giri, 27-32. Young star against Abdel Razik. I don't know what's his rating. He's international master, probably less than 2,500.
Yes, 24 something.
Yeah.
24.
So very rare. Okay, d6. Solid but passive. Very solid but passive. Bishop e7. And now black gets like a bad King's Indian, don't you think?
Yeah, exactly.
The bishop belongs on g7.
On g7, exactly.
And black will have to do many tempos to get him. So white has, especially here, this is clear edge for white. I don't like how the way black is playing. The bishop still going on g7. How many tempos do black lose? Can you calculate? I can't even calculate.
3, minimum 4 tempo.
So, but rook e8 is a useful move, so g6 is a useful move. At least 2 tempos black is losing. And white is playing very, very nice. It looks very logical. But still, it's not that easy to prove black wrong.
Yeah.
The only weakness on d6 is controlled.
Yeah.
And white has to push some pawns. I would consider pushing f4, preparing f4.
He pushed g4.
He pushed g4, and what is this?
And he sacrificed the piece.
Is it a desperation or why?
But he gets 3
okay,
points.
I guess he didn't like this. Oh, I thought f4. f4 is not
maybe
possible.
bishop g2 now. And then
maybe
f4.
bishop g2 and f4 is coming.
And it looks like
for example,
black is getting really
just
strangled by his opponent.
That's why he decided to sacrifice, but this just can't be right. Even with 3 pawns, this is not enough.
He also had some air, you know, with 3 pawns. And we
so you propose to take here, yeah?
Yeah, maybe, why not?
No, but take a look. White's king is completely safe, and 3 pieces are stronger than 3 pawns in the middle game. And there are no passed pawns at all.
Yeah.
Even the endgame would be in white's favor.
And d6 pawn still weak. Maybe bishop
no,
f4,
this is completely winning for white. White just 1-0 soon.
Yeah.
Just you cannot even feel those pawns. Here or d3, I don't know. This is winning for white. I'm sure Anish will win this game in about 10 moves section.
Really?
Just 3 pawns are technically, yes, 3 pawns, but in an open position in the middle game, the piece is much stronger than 3 pawns, especially when the d6 is weak and there are no good connected pawns, like advanced pawns. This is horrible. Black is completely lost here. So board number 2, Sami Shoker against Sergei Tivyakov. Sami Shoker, international master from Egypt, exactly 2,500. He beat Najdic with black in this tournament.
On the
Najdic,
first
2,700 player. And now he's playing white against Sergei Tivyakov, 26-63. Also very strong grandmaster. And Sami Shoker is known for his, let's say, unorthodox openings. He always tries to get away from main lines and plays even suspicious lines, but just to get away from the theory. And now take a look, g3 first move. Bishop g2. Black is playing solidly. c4, b3, and we have some kind of reti. c5 takes with the knight. All right. Knight, d4, rook c8, and a3. What do you think about this position, John?
Well, I think it's totally equal. If he takes on c5, they have symmetrical pawn formation. You know, the bishops probably will be exchanged on f6.
And that those bishops
also. It looks very symmetrical. Probably that's why
I
he played
think
D4.
I think white is maybe aiming for e4 maybe. But
Well,
what's
it will
next?
be-
You don't
it will
get
be-
d5.
yes.
If I could d5, then.
Risky.
But what to do? What's your next move? a3, your move.
Maybe exchange
Bishop
on
F6.
c5.
No, I mean for black to move now. What do you do?
Or black to move. Bishop f6 maybe.
Bishop f6.
Looks like a natural, but knight e4 is
No,
possible.
e4. Or
Knight
knight.
e4 also is possible.
But e4
knight
forces you to
e4?
go to c7. It doesn't look that well.
If you play e4, you're right.
Knight on c7 a little
Maybe
bit.
bishop f6 is not a good.
Or and knight e4 maybe is just
c takes
stronger.
d4,
C takes d4. All
Okay.
right, I take with the knight.
and then I
Bishop
don't know,
f6 or
bishop f6 or knight c3, bishop takes c3, bishop takes b.
oh, that is
g2.
good.
What do you think?
That works.
Bishop takes g2, king takes g2, rook takes c3, and then
And
then this bishop on e7 attacks the a3 pawn, which looks like. But this rook
should be equal.
Yes,
oh,
but
maybe
this
maybe I
rook
can
knight
trap that.
c4.
rook.
That's what I was worried actually. And now you also threaten.
Knight b5, knight c6 is coming. Black's lost here.
but
Black's in big
but
trouble.
there is knight c5 now.
Knight c5.
And what are you going to do?
I was planning knight c6, but now I'm having doubts.
Yeah. Queen d2, is it possible?
Queen d2.
But
Well, you
I-
have knight d4 in worst
But
case.
I think rook takes c4.
No, but you have this just if you
knight
want
e4,
to.
okay.
So maybe knight c6, queen c7,
Takes.
stinks, and no good way to protect that pawn. All right. So, but if not this, black could be even slightly better here
Yes.
with the bishop in an
It looks
open
like
position.
a very concrete variation actually.
So c takes d, maybe, yeah, that's what's gonna happen, I believe. Well, black is
maybe
okay for
if
sure.
Black what doesn't want draw or any simplifications, maybe he will try something else because in this case, knight
Yeah.
c4 after knight c4 is not so easy to decide, you know, to find.
Yeah, I
knight
think if
c4
white wants a draw, white can do this. Rook goes back, knight jumps here,
Yeah,
pawn
Maybe
hanging,
knight
a6, and white is even better.
yeah,
White is better.
yeah,
Some initiative unpleasant.
yes. So maybe it's not.
Still maybe not, and f5 is threatening. It should be equal with the correct play.
Yeah,
So, but not a very interesting
Yeah, not
position
very
unless a blunder
you're right.
comes around. So far, no advantage for. Giri is winning on board number one. Yes,
Giri
yes,
is
you're right.
winning. Yeah.
All right, let's go maybe to the game of the leaders.
Okay. Ukraine.
Ukraine versus Turkey. So 98, Vasily is still thinking.
Did we check America, USA?
Oh no, we didn't.
Let's check USA.
Okay,
China,
something's going
USA.
on. Some things are going on. So Queen b3, we left off at this position, Bishop d4 and e4. No surprises. Bishop
Yeah,
g4.
E4. Bishop b5 check, interesting.
Bishop b5, c6, knight g5, and e6. I think castle and bishop e2 is this theory, isn't it? Like many top grandmasters played like that.
Oh,
If I'm not
Probably,
mistaken,
yeah,
any
yeah.
variations. And then there was some novelty by Navarra. He came up with queen h3 and some sacrifice, and he beat quite badly. I think it was in Reykjavik Open this year. So, but e6, I don't know this move, and it actually doesn't look that good. The bishop on g4 is in trouble, don't you think?
Yeah.
Oh, but bishop e2 was played. Oh, no, okay.
He
h6
also
is
attacks-
coming.
He also attacks the b5.
Yeah, because I thought just maybe if I go back like that, but black always has h6 and the bishop is escaped and d4 is hanging. So a forced line, bishop e2 takes, and bishop d4 takes. Very unhuman move.
This must
bishop
be,
takes
yes,
d4.
probably this is a computer analysis and
Should be.
must be the novelty of Lee. Otherwise, this giving up this bishop,
Yeah.
this G7 bishop
Doesn't look good.
doesn't look good unless there is a computer analysis.
But even if there is, it's still very hard to protect these sort of positions.
But if we
What do you
repair
do?
this line, I'm pretty
I don't
sure.
think so. Lee already
He's
spent
thinking.
about 20 minutes. So,
Oh, then. it's not
but
good.
he was surprised in the opening. Remember,
Yeah,
he was
maybe.
thinking after in the opening after d4. He was already thinking.
You're right.
So, I don't think that this is analysis of black, and I don't like this choice
What
of
do you
black.
suggest now to play?
I don't
for-
like against Nakamura to go in this sort of position with such strong initiative.
Actually, there are many
Maybe
holes
maybe
in the-
exchanging queens.
Look at the black squares on the. For the black side, the black squares are very weak.
Yeah, but if black exchanges queens, he might be
but
fine.
it's not so easy.
Well, I go queen C4, yeah,
Then
what
I
do you
go
do?
queen F3,
Oh,
attacking F7, and
Okay.
here's a big attack.
let's say castle.
Castle. Maybe
H4.
H4. That's what I was
Oh.
thinking. It looks like very dangerous.
Yes.
Still, maybe F6. Not so easy.
No, F6, B3, or rook C. So E6 pawn would be under attack, I suppose. No, we can go maybe B3 here
B3.
first.
Okay.
Just the queen has
But
to
B3,
guard,
queen D4.
and now I can castle.
Long.
Or bishop C3. No, this is just wrong.
Bishop C3, queen D6.
No, without H4. Without H4. to
You
play
want
B3.
to play bishop
B3.
without H4.
This looks very dangerous for black.
Yeah, it looks very dangerous.
So queen c4 doesn't look good, but what else? I don't know. I would never play this against Nakamura. He's such a strong attacking player.
Yeah. Actually, now Kamsky is looking at this position, standing next to him. Probably he also got surprised with this
Yeah.
opening choice of Lee. Yeah.
I really don't
White
like this
has-
position.
White has a great composition. What do you think?
Yes. So the problem is black doesn't have time to go h6, push that knight away, or castle long.
The only thing I'm thinking is to play for Lee is to play to castle long.
But now bishop c3.
If
How
he
do
can.
you? How do
If he
you?
can,
What do you
yes.
do about it?
I don't know. I have to move my queen somewhere.
Or maybe
Let's say queen.
let me try knight d7 right away, just
D7?
for fun. Bishop c3,
Yeah.
queen c5. Oh, you get knight e6. No, this is just.
Ah,
oh,
you
sorry,
want to
no,
give
your
up-
move.
You want to give up the exchange?
the exchange and get some, but you go
Okay.
knight e6 first. You go. So-
Knight e6, then I take on c3.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I thought if you take here, I take the g2 pawn is hanging and maybe e5 blocking the bishop.
Yeah.
But this isn't. You can just recapture here first. And the trick is you don't have time for queen e6 because queen e7.
Yeah.
Suddenly black is winning. But you just take here. But this is also not that clear yet. e5 should be winning. I don't know. I want to castle long. What do you do? Queen e6. Yeah, probably. Probably this is winning for white.
Well, this is, I think.
It's just
Definitely-
the bishop escapes. No, this is
definitely
just wrong.
winning.
So what? Just is it time to give up or what? There should be.
I think it will be a
decent-
short game.
No, but when he took on d4, he definitely bishop d2 is a very logical move.
But I don't know why he took it.
Queen c5 was
He
played.
played what?
Queen c5. Oh, queen c5 right away makes sense. Attack the knight
Right
without
away.
waiting for bishop c3. All right. I would consider h4 for white.
You don't
and-
want to
and
play
bishop
c3,
C3,
and
bishop-
then queen takes g5.
Queen takes g5.
Bishop takes h8.
And now I
you
expect this move. If you take on g2,
But
I
now
long
F-
castle.
f6 is no f6 is not possible.
Alone castle,
E6,
and I
yeah.
don't like it.
Knight d7.
I go knight d7.
Bishop. Let's say d4. I don't think it's enough for black.
Why not?
a4 is coming. a4, a5.
So what do you
I
do?
don't like this knight's position either. And look at the knights. I mean, the b6 knight has no
So you
place to go.
No, but this is very
Bishop
precise
d4.
position.
I play bishop d4.
Bishop d4. All right, takes.
Ah, you threatened to take on g2?
course.
I forgot this. Wait. Then you are right. So I
And
castle.
if you
First I
castle-
castle.
If you castle, then I
So what do you
go
play?
e5.
e5?
Yeah.
But I have f4 maybe. No?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you always have f4.
f4,
Yeah,
e takes
yeah,
f4.
just f4 right away.
But
yeah.
then what? E takes f4?
I don't know, e5 or
e5.
or
yes,
a4.
Yes.
Many options. Now the
Many
bishop
options.
escaped.
Yeah.
This is not good. So bishop c3 is definitely an option.
And probably he's analyzing
Maybe
now
black can-
Nakamura, bishop c3.
Can black castle? I don't see
This
any
is what we were
tactics.
thinking of. If he castles h4 probably.
But the queen is too far away, don't you think? h4. I propose the exchange with
Or
queen
maybe-
c4 and now f6 next move.
But what
If-
else he wants? You are if he castles, you don't want to knight f3.
Maybe bishop c3 is premature because first to go with the queen on the king side, and then go
yes,
bishop c3.
possible.
But
yeah.
now the knight is hanging, so I
maybe
would consider.
queen f3 first.
But the knight is the knight's not hanging. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yes, queen f or queen h3.
yeah, or queen h3.
Queen h3.
But queen h3 doesn't threaten anything.
Now I want to go bishop c3,
Yeah.
or maybe even knight
Queen
h7.
Yes, maybe queen h3 is a better option.
For example, you go knight d7.
Knight d7, then
It's not
not so easy.
not over. Not over. Black's queen can always go back to e7 and be
Yeah.
very solid, and black would keep options of castling both sides. So queen c5. But and Nakamura has 40 minutes on the left. He is thinking, but I'm pretty sure he would come up with.
Yeah, he's thinking a lot actually. Interesting.
Yeah. So the position, given the time, it's only move number. Which move is it number? It's like 15. Less than 15 moves are made. So
He played very fast actually. 1 hour 11 minutes. They have 30 minutes difference.
So 13 moves made, and Nakamura
So
spent more than half of his time
We were
already.
thinking it's not a novelty, but it might be a novelty. A computer analysis.
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe briefly he considered stuff like that, but
But you don't believe it.
I don't believe it. And I think white has to have decent compensation. I don't know. Yeah, now I start to like queen f3 more than queen h3, forcing you to castle, and then I would have an attack. For example, if you castle, I can always force you to do h5, and that's I
even
can
maybe
maybe
G4.
even g4 right away. Yeah. So if you don't castle, it seems that queen e7 is the only option.
And now you can.
But now this one, and if you go e5, maybe I can take.
Oh, yes.
Seems like
Winning,
winning.
of course.
I don't
Knight
see it.
e6.
Not
And
over
this
yet. 1
is
second.
protected, yeah. Knight e6, but it's
Maybe castle.
castle. King c8
8.
should be winning for.
Looks very winning, but maybe in fact it's not.
No, wait a minute. We have a better option.
Here?
You take on e5, queen
Okay.
takes, check, king d8, queen takes b7.
Oh yes.
Easy. And
No,
you
but
trade-
wait, the rook's protected.
Okay.
That's the problem. Maybe there is bishop. Oh no, bishop. The knight is hanging on g5. Maybe it's not. Maybe that is what Nakamura is considering right now.
Yeah, actually.
Because after queen f3,
looks like winning,
if-
but we couldn't
if
find.
black castles, white has strong attack, very
Yeah.
strong. Queen h3, g4 looks like winning actually. So queen e7 seems like an option, and after bishop c3 the only move is e5, because otherwise just I don't know, maybe still castling is an option, but e5, and this is a key position to find. I'm pretty sure he is considering this. The problem is on knight e7 there is queen a5 check.
Yeah, I don't
And
think
unexpected check.
Let's
and
go back again to queen takes f7.
Queen takes f7, castle long.
Yeah, castle long. And knight d7 is coming.
Maybe it's not win.
f4 is not possible here.
I have check on a5.
Okay. So what? Check.
Check.
King somewhere. King.
No.
Let's say
to g3 maybe run away.
Yeah.
But what are you threatening?
G. Why you go there?
I give maybe one more check. You go here. I give you one more. Force your knight to go back. Then do this.
No. You can go to h4. Interesting. No more checks. Oh, one more check. One more check. Yes.
Oh, rook c1 was already played.
Ah.
Probably Nakamura did not like that
Didn't like
variation.
that,
It's very easy to lose for white there.
Rook
So he played
c1.
rook c1.
Yes.
So he does not have an option of castling anymore, long. So what about queen e7? The most natural move.
e7.
Maybe just a4. What do you say?
Yeah.
Just
A4.
maybe he's not aiming for getting right away winning position.
Yes.
White has constant compensation with the dark squares. a4, castle short, f4 maybe, stuff like that. I think this position is unpleasant even if white doesn't do anything direct. So I would say Lee is in trouble.
Also, after rook c1, queen e7. If knight is protected, you cannot castle short because of bishop b4. You know.
No, but then queen takes g5.
No, I mean
if you protect it one more
Uh-huh.
time. Yeah. And if black goes h6 now, there is no castle after knight f3.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm considering a4 here.
A4 is a good move.
Or castling just.
Yeah, castle and f4, f5.
Or a4, a5. Very easy play for white. Don't you
You
think?
can play on
This knight on b6.
Actually, good move. You can play on both sides of the board.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah,
I like this.
Very
rook c1.
unpleasant position
Yeah.
for black. Very unpleasant.
I like this rook c1.
All right, so we can go to the game Dink Kamsky. We left off in this position, and remember I proposed to take on c4
Yeah.
because there is no queen b6. The bishop from c8 cannot move. Black has to do something here. Takes. Bishop g4.
Bishop g4.
Takes,
Interesting.
and bishop g4. Bishop g4 was played.
Queen b3.
Queen b3. Why not h3? Maybe he didn't want to give that he wants to keep that option. Queen b3, queen c8 makes sense. Bishop f4, knight b d7, rook c1. White is better. White is clearly better.
White looks clearly better. I agree.
All pieces active,
Yeah.
more space. Black is so crumbled over there.
I think he
Bishop.
didn't play well, Kamsky.
Yeah. But he always plays this sort of positions. He seems to be worse, much worse, and then suddenly he equalizes, and then he wins it. He feels these positions very well. So let's see what happened.
You're
Exchanging one pair of pieces. Takes. E4, bishop goes back, and h3. Still white is clearly better.
You're right.
It's very bad Grunfeld. Black cannot play c5.
Knight d3, knight c5.
Knight f6, king h2, h6, bishop e5, knight e1.
Knight d3 is he's intending.
He
to
wants
play.
f4 and
Also f4 and knight
because
d3.
normally you would go rook fd1, right?
Exactly.
What's the most natural move?
Yeah.
But he intends very creative. And the fact that white can play like that with the rook on f1 to go knight e1, which looks ugly.
Yes.
The fact that white can do it and black cannot do anything about it already speaks of black's position.
And after f4, f5, look at the position.
The pawn on g6
Yes.
extremely weak. So the fact that white can do stuff like that, knight e1, means black is in trouble if white can play such awkward moves.
Yeah, exactly.
91, and he is thinking.
Maybe something like knight somewhere. Maybe.
No, I would go queen b6 here.
Queen
Just
B6.
attacks the a2 pawn now. So just for the record, bishop a2 loses to b3.
Yes.
But if I go queen b6 first, maybe bishop a2 is a threat now. What do you do?
I don't know.
Maybe you just go b3, cut off but maybe, so I just want to take that pawn and put maybe the bishop on d3.
Can you play just sacrificing with, continue with knight d3, knight c5?
Maybe.
Bishop takes a2, knight c5.
Takes.
And now the threat is again b3.
And bishop f6 also, knight
Yes.
d7.
Many threats.
No, this is horrible for black.
Yeah.
The bishop cannot, the only move is this, but it just can't be right.
Yeah, you're
It's
right.
just,
Look at this.
I don't know, somehow.
You just take it
I just
back,
win it
queen
right away.
c4.
I just win it back right away.
Yeah.
So yeah, 91, I really like this move. And what black can do? Let's say I exchange bishops. I suppose you take, right?
Yes.
What do you do, knight d3 or f4?
d5, not possible now. It takes
Then
on
bishop f5, and
yeah.
I'm still
no-
worse, but
it's both of the moves is possible.
knight d3. I go queen b6. You go queen c3. I go king g8. And now maybe f4. Very unpleasant position for
Yeah.
black. Very passive. The only breakthrough that is possible here is c5, but it's impossible here,
And also after
That's the
exchanging
problem.
the bishops, the king,
king
side
is
even
weaker.
more weakened. Yes.
Black is in big trouble. What about the time? 1 hour versus 50 minutes.
Yeah.
And how many moves made? 23. Oh no, sorry. 19 moves is being made. Black is in big trouble.
Looks like big trouble. I agree with you.
Very unpleasant position.
Probably one of the worst positions Kamsky ever had with this variation.
No, he constantly gets this sort of.
But not,
as far
not
as I'm con-
such a kind of, I mean...
it looks very bad.
It looks really hopeless, this position.
Maybe it's time
He
for,
has
for
to-
moves like c5. What do you
No
think?
counterplay at all.
But even d5. Even d5.
d5, yes, you can play knight takes d5, e takes d5. Losing a piece.
And if I go back.
And then even c5 is...
No, but then
takes
knight e4. But even this
But
is bad.
Yes, f4.
Just to open the center
Yeah.
didn't open. Also d takes c5 of course is an option, but at least I
Yeah.
thought I get some I don't know, something. But even this is bad. This position looks very bad for Kamsky. He's used to defending these passive bad positions, but in this case I think he's in big trouble. So on board number 1, Nakamura has strong compensation, and on board number 2, Kamsky is in trouble. All right. Armenia, Azerbaijan.
Okay. Let's check on it.
So on board number 1, Aronian is playing Mamedov. We left off in this position, and Aronian chose a fourth move, which we didn't. We considered bishop e3, bishop f4,
right.
and b3, and he always finds another way. He's a very creative player. Bishop g5. He wants to force black to go h6. So if black goes if black goes h6, maybe he can use that tempo for a useful move. Like now, for example, queen c1 is, or maybe bishop e3. I don't know what was his plan. And now he can always win a tempo with queen d2 or queen c1.
Yeah.
And h6 is generally weakening potentially the g6 square
Yeah.
in the future. So, but rook e8 was played. Rook c1, very natural. Rook c8, b3. I think white has a decent advantage. Black has a weakness on c6, and white's play is quite easy. Queen a5, bishop d2, queen goes back, as if offering a draw, but of course no draw. But I was right. Bishop goes to that diagonal on a3.
Yeah.
To control the c5 square for sure. So that weakness never goes away. But now black gets e5.
e5.
I don't think there was a way for white to prevent e5. But now black has hanging pawns, which cannot move. You know, c5 or d4 are okay. Maybe now d4 was an option, or maybe not. Maybe just bishop takes d4, and there's no tricks.
And also a7 pawn is
a7. Yes. So
is
these
threatened.
pawns are fixed, and white's gonna play bishop d4. I guess next move. What do you say after rook e1? Bishop h6 was played already. All right. So Mamedov is trying to get some initiative, because if he just does nothing, white has many ways to improve his position. So he goes bishop h6. What do white do? e3 is not possible. Knight d3 fork. So just I think rook a1 is the only move. Unless he wants to sacrifice an exchange, which would really suit his style. Don't you think, John?
f4 is not
Oh,
option. You don't like f4?
No, just for weakening the position for what?
Like
That is what he's expecting, I guess. f4,
but
knight
then
d7,
maybe he
knight
will
f6.
sacrifice this.
Yeah, I think he's considering sacrificing it. For example,
h3, I don't know, maybe
for
h3.
example, what
Maybe
to do?
bishop d4.
Bishop d4, but I'm a little worried about bishop takes c1 and maybe c5 at
yes,
some
that's
point.
what I was.
White loses control over c5 square for a bit.
You're
Okay,
right.
b4 is the move now, but now the c4 square is weakened.
c4 square, yes, that's why
So
it's
it's-
not a good idea.
It's not that easy, actually. There's nothing wrong with rook a1, but psychologically it's quite hard to make a move like that.
You're right.
Bishop maybe would go back, or maybe he would continue playing aggressively, stuff like that. So positionally white is better because of that the c5 square, but black has some dynamic possibilities. His pieces are quite active. So
Exactly, that's what I was thinking.
Because, you know,
Black
before,
pieces are so
and this
active.
position looks very bad, but suddenly after e5, three black pieces start to work.
Yeah.
The knight on d7 gets work, the rook on e8 gets work, and bishop gets opened. So very good e5 move. But and now what's, I don't know.
Maybe, do you think Aronian missed this bishop h6?
No, I don't think he missed, but maybe he's already actually made a move, but we cannot see it
He made
for
a
now.
move?
Yes, he just written down a move. I cannot see. I think he played f4.
f4.
You're right. You are right. Oh, you know what might have been wrong with rook a1? There is unexpected option of bishop d2. It's quite easy to miss a move like that. Bishop d2. Forcing rook f1. It's not over
And
yet,
then-
but
and
I don't know, maybe attacks at bishop. Where do you go?
Difficult.
Suddenly you cannot get rid of this bishop on d2 and queen on a5. I think black has strong initiative here.
You're right.
If you go here, maybe I exchange that bishop, but okay, what's your next move? Do you take a look?
Even
I've never seen
bishop
this.
g4 also is possible.
Bishop g4, yeah, forcing some, yeah. Black is better here.
Yes.
Wow, bishop d2. And that's funny, you cannot get rid of queen and bishop.
Probably that's why he played f4.
Yeah, but yeah, indeed he didn't have any other options. f4. Maybe it doesn't mean that it is bad. Maybe it's the only but a
But
good
does-
option.
But now,
But I
knight
think black
G4,
achieved a
knight
lot.
G4. So
Knight
how do you
G4.
proceed now?
Now maybe I can go b4. Now the c4 square is no longer a problem. Oh, you're going to e3. So I think two options, knight g4 and knight d7. No, I don't think, I'm
definitely
sure.
go knight g4.
You would definitely go there. Okay.
Yeah. I want to see how you play. E3 maybe?
e3, yeah. Knight
But
f6.
then knight f6.
Knight f6. And now let's say b4.
maybe bishop d4, h3, many possibilities. h3 maybe now. The threat is g4.
h3, bishop g7.
Bishop g7. Now maybe bishop d4.
Now maybe I exchange this bishop.
Bishop e4.
Why not?
Maybe I can play bishop f1.
Yeah, but you know, black succeeded in weakening white's
but
position.
I have knight c5, and then
So very double-edged.
I
I'm
will
not.
little by little make some progress in my situation.
So what is the time? They have about both 50 minutes each. So now the position starts. Before that, it was completely safe for white, but now
Yeah,
white
a
is
little
in
bit dangerous, yes.
dangerous for
But
both.
not so much.
I think anyone could win here. Actually, Mamedov is doing a good job. I think. Now both knight d7 and knight g4 look very good. e4 square is weakened.
Yes, knight d7 also is a possibility. Maybe instead of knight g4.
No, but wait, knight d7, bishop d4. Maybe you can go c5.
Yeah. Bishop c3.
But
then
I'm
bishop c3, d5 is.
Maybe I'm gonna go b4 first.
And no, also maybe after d5, c5, bishop c3, and d5 is.
Oh, bishop c3.
Hanging, yes.
I missed this move. Yes, you're right. Yes, it's not right. Yeah. So knight d7 I don't like now. The bishop on d4 is
Yeah.
dominating. So knight g4 makes more sense. And now e3.
I don't
Looks
see
like
any other move.
there's also b4 move and then maybe queen d2.
e4, I don't know. I don't like this b4.
Yeah, but
Queen,
e3.
because the queen on a5 already is not good, you know. You can
Maybe
play
you're right.
queen a6 maybe after b4, you know. Then the d3, you know, after e3 you can go to d3 with the bishop.
Yeah, maybe e3 makes more sense.
Yeah.
And now let's say knight f6. Yeah. Well, black gets counterplay with this e4 square and everything. I think the position should be dynamically equal.
Yeah,
But now actually white has to be careful too,
you're right.
because the king is
You're right.
exposed.
It's double-edged position.
It becomes
now.
double-edged.
Yes.
Even though it's in the style of Aronian, but it's also in the style
Yes.
of Rauf Mamedov. So I thought white would keep it safe all the game, but suddenly black
Yeah. Well,
knight g4 was played. Knight g4
knight
was played.
g4 was played. e3
Yeah.
we are expecting.
We were expecting e3, and it's really hard to give a rook evaluation.
Yeah.
So let's take a look. Board number 2. Safarli Movsisyan. All right.
Oh, interesting position.
So rook b8 was played, and indeed queen a6. Yes, I remember that queen a6 is not good, just because.
Queen a7 he played. Huh?
And this b2 pawn is so queen on a7, very strong move, and now rook d7 is a threat, and it's really hard to get rid of that queen. Oh, I think I considered move even maybe like this. I think was possible. Bishop c5, forcing you to take, then go b4, go knight e2, and then go g6, stuff like that, and. Maybe I'm mixing up some lines, but the bottom idea is we get this different colored bishop position, but it's not clear what to do for white. And black's going king g7, rook c8, knight f4, you know, and this pawn on b4 is restricting white's pawns, and it's far from being clear. Even though white is, let's say, h4, that pawn is important. And now king g7. And even though a computer gives, like, I remember, like maybe half of a pawn in white's favor, or maybe even more, but it's 2 extra pawns.
Mm-hmm.
And here, I think white cannot do much here. If I remember this idea correctly. Because I remember considering something similar.
Yeah.
But he played g6, king b1, and h6. Rook d7, rook e8. Takes, b4. We get something similar, but black is much more passive compared to the previous variation. Knight e2, knight f6. You know, the problem with this position, even analyzing it with the computer, even though it's, well, completely precise and tactical position. The computer is supposed to be very good in these sort of positions, but the computer is really bad evaluating different colored bishops. So he just doesn't get the concept of fortress. So he can see I have 2 extra pawns, yay, but it's just a draw.
Yeah.
So you always have to turn on your human eye just to check. He can give more than +1, but it's just
but
a
there
just
is no
a draw.
progress.
There is
just
no
repeating the moves, and
so
the last one is still there.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
just
you're
going
right.
back and forth and says I
Yeah, this
have
is
extra
actually
pawns.
weakness-
So
weakness of the
It's quite easy
computers.
to well just to get nothing with white in this position because of possibility of fortress. So b4, knight e2, knight f6, rook comes back, and rook takes h2. I like black's position.
But he got 1 pawn back,
I really like black's position.
Black's
now.
position.
Yeah.
He can play now queen e5 and then knight h5, bishop f6.
No, but the bottom line is the king. Black's king is completely safe now.
Yeah.
And
How to
white's
make
king,
progress.
for now it's safe, but if we imagine a bishop on big diagonal and the queen, it becomes scary. And
Yeah.
this pawn on b4 restricts white's, if white's pawn was on a4, here, yeah, white would be winning.
Yeah.
But,
He
that's,
will take.
of
en
course,
passant.
en passant, of course. So, yeah, I suspected this, I fully prepared this line with the computer, but the computer
So far.
doesn't really understand some sort of positions. It's not easy to do. What to do? What's maybe e5 push? No, but e5 I just take. You cannot go f4. I take. What to do?
You're right.
Maybe c3. Maybe c3 to get the a
C3.
pawn.
Okay.
Maybe that's the only reasonable idea. But then the king might be in trouble. Takes, rook b8. What's this?
Yeah.
Looks very scary.
What's this? You're right.
And then the bishop's coming to big diagonal, queen on
Yeah.
e5. No, white could be even in trouble here. So, but if not c3, a3 not an option, right? Doesn't look good. What can you do?
Well, I don't see actually a good
move.
way of playing for white.
Maybe
because
maybe white has to go something like c3.
I totally agree with you. Whatever you say, it's.
Well, but
I agree
maybe
with
it's
you.
still the option, and then a4, blocking the b file.
Bishop.
So,
e5.
but now f3 pawn is weak. Maybe I can try to win it, or maybe I can improve my knight somehow. Okay, maybe now I don't like rook b8 actually. Maybe here, I think c3 is definitely an option to continue to consider. But maybe we can wait. Maybe we can wait for white to
You
take.
can play rook b8. No, you don't like it.
Oh, yeah.
c4 is maybe if you play rook b8, c4.
Well, then white would play c4.
c4
right away.
maybe better option. Yeah.
But what did you achieve anything?
I
The
don't
c
know.
pawn maybe you will push.
C pawn is a first pawn.
Maybe.
And then knight d4, knight c6, maybe some point.
Yeah, but I'm gonna play this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna win another pawn and then another one. And that c pawn is not moving anywhere.
Yeah.
Right now.
Also, maybe c4 pawn is cut my way to go back with my queen.
And we
so I
can.
cannot protect this f3.
Honestly, I prefer black.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
Let's do
And
some-
actually, I don't care what
maybe you
computer
can do
says. It's
some-
easier to play for white, for black. Sorry, it is just easier
You
to
can
play
do
for
some
white.
maybe not knight f1, some waiting moves to
Knight
attack
C1,
the
yeah?
b1, c1. Sorry, maybe to attack the b4 pawn.
All right, I need to do something about this knight on f6.
h5.
Or-
I don't.
Or
see.
maybe I win the pawn on f3 and then knight would be active.
But I will protect this.
You will go
with
queen
bishop
e2
e2
or
or
queen
b-
e2.
or queen e2. I
Okay,
don't
knight
want.
c1 also makes sense.
Knight h5 looks.
But on
logical.
f4, what is he doing on f4?
No, but you want to play bishop f6 and queen e5.
Oh,
But
and then
I
knight
have
f4.
knight e3,
Mhm.
and that's why knight f4 is good.
Knight h5.
Let's go on some moves.
But what can you do? I don't see.
Knight d3, or maybe
But then
maybe
f3.
first queen somewhere.
So you want to attack my
Yeah,
b4
I want to
pawn.
attack that one.
But I will always
Queen
have rook
b5.
b8.
Let's say queen b5.
I always have rook b8.
Queen b5. You have rook b8.
I always have rook b8, and I keep that pawn on b4 and improve my position on the king side.
You're right.
I think black is better. At
Well,
least it's much easier to
looks
play.
like not better because he's
Maybe
pawn
yes.
down. You
Yes,
know.
pawn down, so it should be
So
equal, but
it
maybe
should be
easier
equal,
to play
yeah.
for black. And the reason is the king is safe.
Well,
White's
for
king is
for
not that
black
safe.
also not so easy. You know, look at the position. The king's not so. I mean, well, you have to find some good moves.
Oh yeah, maybe knight h5 is coming. Maybe rook b8 would be always a useful move
looks
here.
actually equal. Compensation for black.
Full compensation, I would say. Maybe that's dark squared bishop talking in me.
Yeah.
I really like to have dark squared bishop
Yeah.
in this position. So maybe it's
But in
objectively
this position,
unclear.
I like
but
knight c1 for white.
yeah, knight
I
c1.
definitely like it. Because this knight has a good outpost on d3, protecting b2.
Maybe you should
b2
jump to
square.
c6 with the knight, like b3, a5, c6.
Yes, b3 or d3. You know, it's
But
both
I
of
do
them.
see what do you do next, or maybe e5 you go next. Maybe
And
go
also
e5.
maybe you can play rook queen a7, and then e5 or queen d4 next move.
Maybe you're right. Maybe that's the way to try. Okay, maybe liking black is too much, but I think black should be fine for sure. Should be fine.
Yeah.
Only one pawn, black's pieces are active, and you cannot really feel that one pawn because you cannot get the passed pawn on the queen
Okay,
side.
if you want to, let's move on because we spent too much time on this
Yeah.
game. And which one you recommend? You want to
Turkey, Ukraine, I want to check.
Turkey, Ukraine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ivanchuk, Ipatov, just briefly because not much is going on here. 98 was played, rook c2, another waiting move. Knight d6 and now c5, b5.
Turkey, Ukraine.
Ukraine, Turkey, Ivanchuk, Vasily playing Ipatov, Alexander. Knight b5, I'm surprised with this move.
Knight b5. That's what I was looking at. This. What is this on b5 doing this knight?
Well, he wants to exchange one pair of knights. That would be in. But if you take on c3, white takes with the b pawn. I don't like this knight
But
b5.
this, you know what I don't like in black's position? After playing f4, f5, black has no option to play e5 now.
No, but black has an option playing g5,
G5,
transferring
that's the
knight. No,
yeah.
transfer the knight to e4, play g5, and use the g file.
Yeah,
That's
but
not as
when
easy.
you transfer the knight, I will always take it with my knight on d2, for example, or my bishop.
But then I get the d5 square for my another knight. D takes e4.
Oh
and
yes, maybe.
So it's not two bishops in this completely closed position. The two bishop advantage
So
has
you
vanished.
say that it's normal.
Very
for-
normal, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Black has a play with
Because
g5.
now I was thinking to play a4, b4, b5.
Yeah, but the knight on
so fast.
c7 is.
So fast is coming, and also this bishop e1 is coming to a5.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
This is another.
So
option.
I really don't like this knight b5 move. I don't know why Alexander chose to go there. Why not to f5 or to just? I would even consider going to e8. So e5 is threatening. And if white goes f4, well, black can go f5 and it's the same, but this knight goes to e4 on b5. I'm not sure what. I'm not convinced really. White, you cannot take on c3 because b takes c, and if you push b6, you open up the position for the bishop, and a6 pawn
You
becomes
didn't
weak.
like it. I didn't like it either.
And white just goes knight b1, or actually, why didn't he play a4 now? I wonder. Why do we need to move the knight?
He doesn't want to exchange the knights, but
No, but black could have
as you say,
taken.
b takes c3, and then attacking on the b file.
So this way, white could have.
Oh, maybe, but no, a6 pawn is hanging. Maybe he didn't like that he can play b5 or something like this.
b5.
Knight takes c3, b5.
C takes.
Knight
Knight
takes,
takes.
queen takes a6.
Queen takes.
Maybe now there is some kind of trick. I don't know what. The
I
trick
don't
is.
see any. The knight is hanging.
Rook a8,
Takes.
queen takes, rook b8.
Queen c5.
Queen
always.
c5, of course. It's nothing.
So it's strange that Vasily did not choose a4, and that's maybe he's going to e5 with his knight, but I'm not sure that's a good idea. Why not a4? I suppose white's plan is to b5. That's like the only plan for white. So it makes sense to go knight b1, then a4, b4, but it loses time. Why not to start with this one? What didn't Vasily like? Maybe he didn't like this move? What do you think? Yeah.
I don't know.
But I want to go b5 and blocks this position, but I think white goes like this. And, you know, if you do a waiting move...
I know Ivanchuk, he will definitely play with this.
Because this is... I'm not sure, that might be just a draw. It could be a fortress, you know. Really? This bishop cannot do anything here. If I succeed in getting this position, I just exchange all the pieces and just stay.
Yeah, but
we
cannot do it.
But c4
is
immediately
yeah.
c4, and not just losing
on the spot.
So why didn't he go a4? Maybe if he wins and he comes here, we would ask him what was the reason. So at this point, he is not afraid of white taking, black taking, but so I don't know, we would have to ask him. Knight b1 was played, and Alexander is thinking. White's plan is very obvious, a4, b4, knight goes back to c3, or maybe a3. Oh, now I know what he wants. He wants bishop a5, you were right. He wants bishop on a5 first.
He wants to exchange this bishop with this knight. Maybe. Because the bishop is not doing anything on e1. So he wants to exchange with
He
this
definitely
knight.
wants to go bishop.
Yeah.
Oh yes, maybe he rejected a4 just because knight goes to c7.
Yeah.
And in this position he wants the bishop on a5.
Yeah.
Maybe
After
actually this is
b4.
a reason, I don't know. But he really wants the bishop on a5 to help push b5. Maybe that's his idea. Knight b1, bishop comes to a5, and then a4, b4.
Definitely.
Preventing b6.
Definitely this one.
Yeah. Okay. So
it's good or not, but this is his idea.
I think I think black has to go something like g5 now very quickly.
Yeah.
Or knight f6. Let's say knight f6 is a decent option. Vasily is gonna play this, right?
Yeah, right.
Then maybe it makes sense to go king h8 first. And if you go here, I do this. The rook is where it belongs. a4, knight c7, b4, and now g5, or knight f6. Next move is knight e4, and then g5.
Yeah.
So it's not, white's play is quicker on the queen side, but black has his counter chances on the king side. So though I still don't like this knight b5. This knight still not, still very interesting game ahead. So and on board number 2, we have Solak Moiseyenko. We left off after b4. d6 was played. Moiseyenko didn't like a5 probably because takes. d6, bishop b2, knight d7, knight e5. Didn't I tell you that he would bring the knight on e5 and then he will see what to do? Rook e8 also makes sense, castle, and now c5. Yes, in this sort of position, black cannot not play c5. I think actually now black is better.
You like black?
Yes, I do. But I wonder why didn't he develop the bishop somewhere to g4 followed by, because of f3. Yeah, okay. So c5, knight c2, b6, bishop b7, and a4. I do like black's position. Because what to do for white? For example, I go a5 here, and maybe transfer the knight to b4. What do you do? If you go f3, I take on f3, and you are forced to take with pawn, which is not that good.
Which is not that good, you're right.
But that's it, that's all you got.
And also the d3 square is weakened.
Yeah.
Knight can come.
But that's all you got. So you can
I
just
cannot open the position, open up the position.
And black can improve the position with queen d7, h6, rook d8, knight c6,
there is
knight
one
b4.
more, d4.
Oh wow.
Which is not good probably.
All right.
I don't know if it's good or not. Rook fd1 maybe afterward, but then you have.
So, but wait,
can
didn't
protect
he
this bishop.
didn't he have this move right here?
Yeah, he did, but he didn't play.
Why not? Let's see.
Probably the c4 pawn is weak.
So
He didn't like it.
Takes, yes?
Yeah, he takes.
Takes, and now
everything.
queen.
c4 pawn is weak.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
queen
is. Maybe
somewhere.
even exchanging queens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or maybe not.
Oh yes, so that's why he wants to provoke a5,
And then
and
b6
now
also
d4 would be
yeah.
excellent. So a5 is in inaccuracy, and now I would really like to go knight c6 to d4 or
Exactly.
to b4.
Yes. That's what actually I was thinking of. Knight c6, and then what to do with white. This is very dangerous. Is knight f5 is an option? Knight f5.
Knight f5. Yes, it is. But maybe I can
Bishop
e5.
c8.
Maybe? Can I do that?
What do you play?
Rook e5. Want to get rid of
Rook
your
e5.
knight. Looks a little bit artificial, but
What is possible?
it's just might be possible, yeah. So knight c6 is definitely an option to consider. Maybe white goes some prophylactic move, rook e1, and if knight d4, knight c2, offering the exchange. But even this is okay for black. Well, yeah, but I wouldn't exchange that knight. Maybe I would play queen d7 first, then rook d8. So maybe knight c. So yeah,
Knight c6 looks like a good move.
looks like a good move, but I blocked the bishop for a moment. What to do? Maybe knight c2 now. Maybe now knight
Knight
c2.
c6, knight c2.
Just preventing that, and maybe aiming for d4 myself, or rook d1. I think black is for sure fine.
Yeah.
The question is, can black be better? Probably no, because two bishops are two bishops for a
Yeah.
reason, you know.
There are also some chances for white, to attack on g7,
Yeah.
and also it's not
Maybe
so
maybe
easy.
this position is dynamically equal.
Yeah, it's not
Knight
so easy
c6, by the way,
to
was
play
played.
the queen, without protecting this knight on f6,
Yeah.
and
Knight c6 was played.
as we predicted.
Yeah.
So we are expecting knight c2 in this
Or
position.
rook e1 maybe, but it little
But
bit.
knight c2 looks like a better option.
But now I can move my queen.
Yes, I wanted to say if you play queen d7, for example, or queen d6, where do you play your queen?
Maybe queen d6. Yeah, maybe queen,
Queen
d6.
d6, and but now I have rook d1, rook a d1,
A d1.
and it's dangerous,
Rook a d8.
and d3 maybe.
d3. I was planning knight d4.
Ah,
That's my idea. That's why
if you can play, then it's okay. Then I have to play d4 right away.
d4 here.
Yeah, d3 is not a good option.
Yeah, maybe that. Yeah, d4
Yeah,
takes, and we can just maybe even enter this endgame, which is should be
maybe
equal.
little bit better for white. I don't know.
No, I just go 97. This is equal.
Equal.
This,
okay.
yeah, this would just be equal. So maybe the position is dynamically equal. Yeah, that's our prediction. So
Okay.
maybe white has to go knight c2, rook d1, and d4, or maybe actually d4 right away. Why didn't we play d4 here? Also an option.
Yeah.
Right. So unclear position on board number 2,
Exactly.
Ukraine,
Let's
Turkey.
Check.
So actually Turkey is doing quite well, at least on
Yeah.
both first boards.
Germany, Russia. What do you
Germany,
think?
Russia, yeah.
Germany, Russia.
Karakin, Henkin. We left off in this position, rook e8, knight bd2, h6, knight c4, bishop b5, knight d2, c takes d, knight b6, a takes c takes d, and now c5. Interesting. White has the center, white has two bishops, but white is not coordinated. So it's not that clear. d5, closing the center, knight d7, knight f3, queen f6, bishop d2.
He gives up the pawn.
No, rook b1, rook
b1.
b5.
Rook b1, sorry. You're right.
Now I think white is strategically winning. Actually, maybe I'm
After bishop c3.
well. There's still f4 square, but
Yeah, but not so easy. Knight d e5.
usually in these structures, black plays on the queen side with b5. But I will always have a3, b4 now. Knight d e5.
Yeah, what do you play?
Let's say I take just the first.
Take.
What do you do?
Yeah, how to take?
If you take with a pawn, that's I'm gonna prepare b4, and I would be much
Very
better.
Yeah.
So you have to take with a piece.
Knight. But knight takes f4, I don't like.
f4,
Oh,
knight
maybe
d3.
d3.
Knight d3. Oh no, knight d3 loses.
Bishop to bishop c3.
Oh no, queen d4 intermediate check. It is not losing right away. Yeah, okay. So maybe f4. I would wait with f4. I would. What would I would?
Bishop c3 immediately.
Knight f4 was
You
played.
played knight f4.
That is probably black's only chance. Try to control e5 and f4, maybe even with g5.
Yeah.
Because if white pushes f4 himself, black would have no place for his knights. There is no counterattack on the queen side, because even if bishop moves, even if black plays b5, I will always have a3.
You're right.
And maybe b4, just blocking fixing the weaknesses. So black's only chance is on the king side now.
King side, exactly.
But I'm pretty sure that with that bishop if that bishop from b5 was somewhere on c8, attacking the h3 from
but
the
he can come to d7 anyway.
maybe if black plays knight e5, bishop d7, g5, maybe he would be fine. But I think Karyakin would find a way to push black's pieces back. Knight f4, it's coming to d3. What to do, what to do, what to do. Bishop c3, queen g6. Knight coming to d3. So maybe in dynamics, black is fine here.
Yeah, it
Maybe
looks like, yeah, you're right. Black is holding with this
With
active
precise,
pieces on
very.
the king side.
So if white, but I'm pretty sure
The
white
two
should be.
bishops, this also b5 bishop is
But
really
wait a minute, knight d3 is not coming now. I take and bishop c3 and I win a
No,
piece.
it's not coming, you're right.
So if I was able to push g3 now, that would be good. Maybe I should go king h2. Is that an option? How do you think?
Yes, it's an option. Knight e5, is it possible now? Knight e5?
Oh wait. I thought this is possible because there is a check on f4, but it's not. It's still losing. Even loses a queen.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So knight e5. Knight e5. Knight e5. Takes. What do you do?
Queen takes.
Takes. No g3. And I think I pushed you back.
Maybe even you don't need to play this, but even we can play bishop c3, you know, without g3.
Queen g5 and then
g3.
Yeah, yeah. It
So
seems
it looks like good for.
so. To sum up, the only chance for black is in dynamics here, just to try to jump in with the knights on d3, some sacrifices. Maybe some cases even c4 could be an option in knight d3. So, but if white consolidates and pushes black's pieces back, black would be in huge strategical
Maybe
trouble.
g5. What do you think?
King g2, king h2, yeah, that seems like actually the only reasonable option to block.
To
But
control this f4 square.
but now I have this, you don't have queen g6 anymore.
Yeah.
It's just not good without that bishop.
Mm.
What do you do?
I don't know. I have no option but to play knight e5.
No, but this is
Takes.
bad.
Very bad.
I can always prepare b4. You have no attack weaknesses. This is not good.
Yeah. In the long run.
Yeah, in the long run. I think white would just prepare b4 somehow to get to those weaknesses.
Yeah. Of course, not so easy.
Or actually f4 is also a plan here. To try to, I don't know, a4, push you to d7. Okay, maybe first. Also white could prepare f4 even here.
Yes.
But that would be
It's not
harder.
so
Not so
easy.
easy. Yeah, so maybe just leave it like that and play on the queen side. But clearly white is much better here. So
But I don't see any other plan for white. For black, sorry.
yeah. King H2 was played actually.
Yeah.
I think black is in trouble.
Black, I mean, he has no other
I
option
think
but
black
to
is
play
in
this. I mean, he
Yeah.
has to, I mean, settle
Or
with
come
this.
up with some idea. Maybe bishop d3 is an option now. Could that be right?
Now bishop d3.
I don't know, just to check. Doesn't look natural, but maybe just loses, takes, and bishop c3. Maybe it just loses.
But check, there is check.
g3.
g3.
Maybe it just
Knight
loses.
takes f2, is it possible now? Again check, yes.
No check,
And
even
before,
no
yeah.
check. So maybe it just doesn't
Queen,
work.
yeah.
So the only chance is in dynamics, knight e5, g5, stuff like that, but white should be able to push black back, and then black would be passive with no counterplay.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at board number 2 and
then-
probably go for a break.
Okay.
So board number 2, Meyer Krischuk. Oh, we didn't consider this game at all yet. So-
yeah, you're right.
So Meyer, 26-23, one of top German grandmasters, a very solid guy, expert in French defense. Alexander Grischuk, 27-85. He played in all recent candidate matches. Very strong player, even though he likes to get in time trouble. But he's
But
playing
he is
very well
ac-
in that time
accurate,
trouble.
Yes,
Very
well,
well.
in time trouble.
So knight
He
f3.
is
d5.
also World Blitz champion.
Current? No, I think not.
He
current.
was
Used to be.
He
Yeah.
was
yeah.
ex-World Blitz champion.
Yeah.
Rapid champion also.
Yeah. So knight f3, d5, d4, bishop f5. Black wants to solve the problem of that bishop right away, but the problem is that queen b3 could follow. My guess is queen b3 would be met here with knight c6. I guess that is a preparation with a very common idea, knight b4. And at least we'll have a continuous attack on the queen, but also knight c2. Very dangerous threat. But Meyer decides to keep it solid. Bishop g5, c6, and e3, h6, and takes. Takes and queen b3 now. Queen e7. All right. Now I don't like h6 move. I think knight bd7 was definitely a decent option. Knight bd7. Oh.
But maybe he wanted to get this
He
bishop.
wants to get the bishop right,
Yeah.
but take a look. Ugly move, queen e7. Maybe he would play g6, bishop g7, but I think white can get rid of two bishop advantage of black, and I think this is slightly better for white.
Yes, I agree with you.
White has a slight edge. Queen
Slight
a4.
and also
Better advantage.
better
So
advantage, you know, it's a
yeah, could be dangerous. So queen
Yeah.
a4, c takes d5 now is a threat. Why didn't black play knight d7?
this kind of position is not in Grischuk style.
Yeah, it's actually quite kind of passive.
Yeah,
And I
he
think it's
doesn't
in-
like to play like this.
So he decides to do this because white's queen already moved a few times. And now knight d7. Oh, now I guess I know the reason. If knight d7 here, then c takes d. Now c takes d not good, probably. E takes d. And now just minority attack.
Yeah,
You know, knight comes to c5.
exactly. This is what happened in the game. Approximately the same thing.
Takes. And now castle,
Yeah.
bishop e7, b4.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, white is better.
Knight c5 is
Not much, but steady advantage.
Well, actually, it's between much and not much.
No, but black has no weaknesses, and he exchanged some pieces, so black is worse for sure,
Mhm.
but I don't think black's gonna lose this.
Knight c5 is a good move. Now, what do you think?
Rook b1 was played now.
Rook b1,
Rook
now
b1.
threatening knight c5 or something like that. b5, is it possible? b5, c5, but knight a4. b5 also is an option. Now,
Yeah. Maybe queen c7 should be played.
queen c7, but then b5,
b5,
about
c5.
c5. But knight a4 and knight b6. D5 also is an option.
D5,
Many
knight
moves
B6.
actually.
So rook A. I think nobody would make aggressive moves, and it would end up in
rook A8,
C1.
C1 has been
Then
played.
white's gonna play G3. Then white's gonna
he's
play
preparing.
A3.
Yeah, slowly by little,
The only idea
increasing the pressure.
The only idea that comes to mind for black is to go E5 at some point, but for now
Yeah.
it's not possible. And
Because of D5,
and for example, even if black plays, let's say Queen C7, G3 seems to be a 5 working, but now black has to calculate stuff like that. That is the problem.
Also, there is an option
And now
to
maybe
play
D5.
E5 for black.
Sorry?
At some point, maybe black can play E5, no?
Well, yes, it seems like the only viable idea, but I'm pretty sure white can deal with it. Even F4 could be an option. Now take a look. I'm even considering playing F4.
Yeah.
Just no counterplay whatsoever, and then slowly improve the position with A3 and knight to E5, maybe doubling the rooks on C file.
You're right.
Slight and lasting advantage for white, but I think black is able to hold it. Transfer the knight to D5, rook to D8, no weaknesses. That's the point. White is slightly better, but black has no weaknesses and is very solid.
Okay.
So I think we go for a break, and we'll
be back soon.
Yeah. We are back with our live broadcast from Antalya, Turkey, World Team Chess Championship. A few games has already finished. Anish Giri won quite convincingly, just as we suspected, after a desperate sacrifice from Abdel Razik. Yes, 3 pawns is not nearly enough, and Anish Giri just, oh wow, he even got, oh no, the rook was not taken. Takes now he's a rook up for 3 pawns, and just the rest was not very interesting. And white won, so quite a convincing win by Anish Giri. So another result was Wang Yu with black, played a draw against Onishchuk. Wang Yu is a very solid player. He's known to be able to make a lot of draws with black at his time. So after actually Kramnik breathed a new life into this variation, it started to become popular. It was considered, we are talking about, slight different move order, but knight takes d5, this position, I don't remember what's the name of this variation, but for a long time, maybe it doesn't have a name, I don't know. Bishop c4, knight d7, b6, very solid position for black, slightly worse, but not so many pieces, not so many pawns on board, and very common idea to play e5. Forcing d5 and yes, d5, knight c5, and black has a good blockade on dark squares, and always f5 is a way to go, because if white pushes a5, wins the pawn on b6, black would be in trouble. Sorry, but with f5, usually there's enough counterplay, and as we can see, all of the pieces exchanged, just a draw, so quite a convincing draw, but by Wang Yu. So these are the 2 games that finished, and
if you want, they start with Nakamura Lee.
Oh yes, China USA. I think Nakamura is winning. Let's see where we left off. We left off in this position, evaluating that white's play is very easy. White can play on both sides. Black is in trouble. Queen e7 and a4, just as we suspected actually. Instead of castling, a4, very precise approach. Knight d7, and white just took all black's pawns, and now white is 1 pawn up. I wonder why Lee did it. So a5 is not an option, and now a5 is coming, and the only response would be knight c8, which just looks ugly.
Actually, it looks like a very desperate position.
Very bad position for black. That's why he just sacrificed a pawn to get some time to castle, but just white has a healthy pawn up. Black still has.
And also the position is much better.
just the bishop is very strong, the pawn up, not much to comment. You know, b4 next move, or bishop's just any reasonable move, and white has a healthy pawn and a better position actually.
C3 also.
So many options. I know. Healthy extra pawn, and black still has some weak dark squares.
Exactly.
Nakamura is winning.
And A7 pawn also is weak.
White has a decisive advantage, and I think it's just a matter of time for Nakamura to win. On board number 2, Kamsky is suffering.
Yeah.
We left
before.
Very unpleasant position. Knight e1, queen a5 was played. Knight went to d3, just as you predicted. Rook d8, and knight finally got to c5 and bishop c8. Very passive position. b4.
At least he found this option to play rook d8 and bishop c8.
Yeah, at least he got the rook in the game, but now b4, take a look if queen takes. If queen takes, rook b1.
I think it happened.
No, he played queen b6, no. And now I think this is just very bad.
Yeah,
c6 weak is very bad. That's why queen b6 and now queen c3. White is dominating in all parts of the board. Black is very solid, but too passive. I don't know, very bad position. d5. Actually, I'm not sure about this move. White hasn't moved the rook from f1 yet. I don't think white was ready for it. But the position is so good that white can play like that. I would consider playing maybe a5 even here, maybe f4, maybe rook d1.
So many options.
Oh, but d5, very precise approach. I take my words back. Black cannot take c takes d5 because of the knight e6. Yeah, and white's next move is d takes c6, creating another weakness.
Yeah.
d5, excellent move. Forget what I said.
Okay.
It just works precisely because the queen was on c7. Otherwise, d5, I'm not sure about that. And now white created actually two weaknesses in black's camp. Queen c3, h5, h4, f6. What a bad position. King g1, queen d6. Bishop f3. So this is the position on the board right now. Kamsky has 15 minutes for 9 moves. And Ding has more. Bishop e2 is coming to get the a6 pawn.
Also, he can play.
And rook d1. He prepares rook d1. Very good move, I think.
Combining both.
The only reasonable idea I see for black is to play e5 and knight e6 and to get to d4. But then the pawns.
And the a6 pawn is going to fall.
Black's in big trouble. Black is. I think only black Kamsky needs a miracle to save this game. Strategically, very bad position. I don't see any defense against bishop e2 and just taking the pawn on a6.
Yeah.
Very bad position. So on board number 1, Nakamura seems to be winning. On board number 2, Ding seems to be winning. Yeah. Let's take a look at the other boards. What do you say?
Okay. It's interesting.
Board number 3, Onishuk Van Howell already a draw.
This will be probably this match.
Bu against Ray Robson.
Will be decisive for
so Bu Zhenji, 2683. He has been for many years in top China team. And Ray Robson, young star from USA, 2613 for now. So a3, interesting line here. Knight f3, queen c7, b6. So we get into this sort of Maroczy type position, but with the knight on f3. Yeah. So it's not very good for white, because usually the pawn should be on f3 or on f4, but this setup is not very good. But if white gets regular Maroczy, it is considered to be advantageous for white now. So usually black is avoiding, regular Maroczy with pawn on f3, pawn on b4, stuff like that. That is considered to be bad for black nowadays. Why black is avoiding that. But this one is not that bad. The pieces, white lost some tempos, and black should be fine. And what happened here?
Can you tell
maneuvering.
Us why it's considered to be bad?
There are so many plans for white in that position. A4, A5 is one plan. C5 breaks through another plan. Just The only plan that comes, usually white is careful with not letting black play b5 or d5. So it's quite easy to anticipate. So the only other plan that is left is this king h8, rook g8, and g5. But it's considered not that good. Usually white is in time to open up the position with that. So
you mean they don't play anymore Maroc CB?
Normally no. Unless you want to play for a win against a weaker player and you have no choice, then you go for it. But normally those positions, well, as far as I'm concerned, are not considered that well for black. But this is not that bad. The pawn on e4 needs protection. And take a look. Black managed to win white's dark squared bishop.
Yeah.
And so black should be and exchange one pair of pieces, which is always in black's favor. Black doesn't have that much space. And now maneuvering, but still, even with dark squared bishop, there's nothing black can do here. You cannot push d5, at least for now. You cannot push b5. Maneuvering. I don't think that white can be better without dark squared bishop in this position.
I agree. And also
But I don't think black could be better.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Looks so ugly.
Yeah. It's just, I think white is not better, but white is not worse. It's equal position, but black has no problems. Without dark squared bishop, black is fine. So, so for now it seems that equal match. Nakamura's winning, Ding has a decisive advantage, and well, my guess is they are maneuvering to see what's going on, what would end up on first two boards, and then the one who needs to win will try to push.
Yeah.
And for now, they are both try to keep the tension, you know, maneuvering, waiting, both, because you know anything could happen on first two boards. So equal match, China USA. Let's take a look, Ukraine Turkey.
Okay.
I was just in the playing hall, and even though Ukraine is
you
a
didn't
definite,
like the positions.
nope, I didn't. Even though Ukraine is a clear favorite, you know, won all the matches. Turkey only won one match against Egypt, lost the other. So clear favorite. White is clear favorite, but I couldn't find a board where white is where Ukraine is better.
I
So
think Ivanchuk is not better.
maybe let's see what happened. F5, knight b1, g5, g3, knight f6, just as we predicted. Knight is coming to e4, and I think Ivanchuk came up with a very interesting idea to give away the bishop on e4. It's because assume this knight on e4, you cannot keep him there. He's too annoying.
Too strong. Yeah.
And if white takes, black takes here, and knight is transferred to d5, and only black could be better, I think, here. But if white takes with the bishop, and that is exactly what happened, d takes e4. By the way, f takes e4 was also an option, but black wants to get the d5 square. Now this knight on c4 is very strong.
He gives the c4 square for this knight.
For this knight, yeah.
Which is also a problem. I think maybe he will...
I don't like this, the idea of letting white take the knight.
Yeah.
I strongly believe that this knight is stronger than this bishop if he gets to d5. I wonder why Ipatov didn't play knight c7. What didn't he like about it?
Maybe knight d6.
Knight d6, rook b8.
Rook b8. And then...
Maybe it's like this.
Yeah.
Just with a little trick.
Knight
Checkmate
yeah,
suddenly.
Yeah, so he will lose this pawn.
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe he did not like this one coming. I don't know. But then I would say then d takes e4 was an inaccuracy. Then this was necessary, I think.
Yeah.
Now none of the knights have good outposts. And white cannot do at any point, white cannot do this because e5 would follow.
But
So
also your knight, where to go? This knight c7, e8, f6.
to
and
f5
then
maybe
F5.
in the future.
Two
But
options.
of course, no. But I think this was better, don't you think?
Well, I don't know.
Or
because
maybe
this is
queen
very
h5 is coming. Maybe that's the problem.
difficult to assess this kind of positions, you know. You have to be in the game, you know,
Yeah.
in order to calculate the variations, the positions which are arising afterwards.
Hmm.
And
But the problem is, you know, in this, I think white should just take on c7, and knight is clearly stronger than a bishop. Black's bishop, what can it do? Only
Yeah.
maybe to
He
come
took
to. He took it. I don't like now. Now I think Ivanchuk could be winning. Okay, winning is too strong, but he can be the one to fight because knight is clearly better than the bishop right now.
On d6, maybe he will sacrifice on d6. This exchange sacrifice. What do you think? Rook.
No, I think he would keep the rooks because there are many files that can get opened on the queen side.
So it's not a good idea to make.
So I think queen rook c7 followed.
c7.
Rook's coming to g7. All right. And queen f1 was played.
And probably
maybe
rook d2 is
maybe black is still doing well, but black has to move this bishop to c7, I think, to control the squares where knight can get in.
Not so many. He will not let.
So, for example, queen d8. What do you do? Just queen f1 was just played, right? This is the idea to transfer the rook to g2. I don't see any other idea.
G2,
let's say rook g2, rook g7. Maybe black
e5.
Knight e5, but how do you meet this move? Are you going to take with e pawn?
With that one,
Mm-hmm.
Because this knight, if you take it, I have a strong
queen g7.
On d6.
Queen g7 was just played. Queen goes to h6. I like it. No, Ivanchuk is not winning. Ivanchuk is not better here. I take my words back again.
Ivanchuk not better.
Not better. Black has very clear play with queen h6, rook doubling rooks, and then maybe takes and bishop h4, bishop g3. What do you do? I take my words back. Black is fine here for sure.
I'm not sure.
But what do you do?
Rook g2.
But what's your plan?
Knight e5.
Knight e5, doubling.
Okay, what do you trade now?
Knight rook g2 was actually played. We predict queen coming. So you take knight e5. You expect me to take and get the d file,
yes,
right?
This is what I'm expecting. Yes.
All right.
You will never do.
So I double the rooks.
Yeah. Now push b4.
b4. All right.
What is your threat?
I guess I take. You take
Okay,
with this pawn.
Maybe bishop h4.
Yeah, bishop h4.
Maybe instead of b4, if I can play something like
Rook d2.
rook d2.
Rook d2. Queen h5.
What are you up to? Where are you going?
Just to control the f7 square just in case. So for example, you go b4. Actually, I got another idea. I can move my queen away and h5, h4, but that might be too optimistic. So, for example, I take, and now you take. Even like that, this is just a draw. We can exchange everything. That would be just a draw. So, all right. I think that's dynamically equal.
Yeah.
I would say so.
The more you look, the more
Yeah.
you are convinced.
All right. On board number 2, Solak Moiseyenko. We left off in this position. Hang on. White just had the knight on c2.
Yeah.
And went to e3. That's why our idea to go back to c2 probably... Oh, no, he went back to c2. Takes, a5 and d3. It looks like completely equal position.
Yeah, I agree.
Technically, white has 2 weaknesses and black has 1.
Yeah.
Right? White has weakness on d3 and on a4.
Actually, I didn't like the way Solak played. We were discussing this.
Actually, I was thinking...
E1 and I c2.
Yeah. No, but I think this was also not very good, but I'm not sure why didn't he want to exchange queens in this position. Why did he reject this queen d3? I think black has to take that queen, don't you think? This queen, because otherwise I'll get strong center. So takes, but with queens off.
Yeah, it's easier to defend, yeah?
Bishop f6 is threatening, so knight d7 seems like an option. And now just d4 equalizing.
Maybe this will be enough for him to equalize, I don't know.
So, but he's definitely not playing for a win, right? This is
of course. It's,
yeah, so. But
his
but this was a way to force a draw, wasn't it? Queen
I don't
d3.
see how we can. Also, his queen is tied to the protection of a4.
Yeah.
Always he has to protect.
No, but this should be a draw, I guess. But black is clearly better, right? But in this position, let's take a look. I was surprised. Queen takes d3. If black avoids exchanging, for example, if you do this, I take. I don't know. You can just get strategically bad position with my e and f pawn pushing.
Yeah.
So it seems he has to take. And now what? Bishop f6 is threatening.
Yes.
Knight has to go. And now even d4 right away.
Yeah. Very
You
simple,
take,
simply.
take.
Yeah.
That's it. That's just a
Yeah.
draw.
Exactly.
That's with c,
Exactly.
just equalizing on the spot. I don't think that he was playing for a win here. How can you win this?
Yeah.
So I think queen
Also,
d3
if he
was
was
better.
playing for a win, I would say
Rook
that
d1 earlier.
instead of this rook d1, knight c2 before,
Mhm.
not allowing him to go
Yeah.
to d4.
Yeah.
I don't like.
So,
I don't like what he
mm.
played actually.
Maybe it's still holdable. No, it's not. So now black is better because white has two
Black-
weaknesses, black has
yeah,
one.
it's
But
like
this is slight advantage. Very hard to
may not
convert.
be enough, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely not enough. White would have to make more mistakes to get in
Also,
trouble
why
here.
e4? I don't know. Why e4?
But he would attack the d3 pawn, and he doesn't want to go rook d1 now. I think that would be too passive.
Yeah, but what is the meaning of e4?
To have rook f3 and just go back and forth. I don't think black can
But
improve.
He had the option to play d4, no? d4, d5 with rook e1.
But queen f3.
Queen f3. Rook f2. Queen f2.
No, but if you play rook d1,
It's
the
not
rook is
possible, you're
hanging.
right.
So I think this should be a draw, but black would try to put a little more pressure on white.
Yeah.
But should be a draw. That's not enough. The pawn on a4 is just, you can hardly call it a weak pawn. So this is very close to equal. Krivoruchko SN Boris. So this is the position on the board right now. Yuri Krivoruchko, 2700 player, current Ukrainian champion, where, by the way, all the Ukrainian chess elite played except Ivanchuk, Ponomaryov, Elyanov,
They all
Moisenko, and Krivoruchko won it. He shared the first
Very
prize.
good result.
Shared the first prize with Ponomaryov, but he was better according to additional,
There was no tiebreak.
no tiebreak, yeah. He was just champion. So, and Esen Barish, 2565, Turkish, I don't know if star, but definitely a good grandmaster. And we have a kind of fortress.
Yeah. Totally equal position. I mean, this knight on e5 so strong.
Yeah. Maybe white can try to do something if white puts the bishop on e6. That would be very good. So, for example, b3, then move the king maybe to the queen side, bishop f1, bishop. But I think black can always meet it with f5.
And also there is always just g5, forcing you to exchange the bishops and then.
By the way, you mean here g5?
Yes, it's not possible.
Just forcing to
Yes,
take and
of
queen
course,
e5.
This is totally wrong.
So I suppose black is better here.
Black equal, why better? Equal, no?
I want to go f5, I want to go h5, then maybe knight g. Yeah, but no, this
Knight
should.
advantage, you mean?
I don't know, it's very hard for white to find a way to for improvement. By the way, it's kind of strange. I think g5 was just forcing.
Yeah, he didn't want to.
I don't see any tricks here. I don't see any tricks. This should be just a fortress. So it's maybe Esen Boris wants to keep his chances alive.
Yeah,
Maybe
maybe.
if something goes wrong in the match, maybe he could try to play for a win.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the idea. Because if white, for example, if white wants to force a draw and goes like this is not a draw yet.
Yeah, bishop d4 is the threat.
Queen d6, f5, h5. Black has no risks
The king's
whatsoever.
position maybe, or, I mean,
Should be a draw still, but only black is playing for a win. So maybe queen f7 and b3 was played, yes. No, but it should be just a draw. I'm pretty sure computer evaluates it in white's favor.
Yeah.
And by the way, I would say 0.3, 0.4, or maybe even more. He really likes these sort of positions.
Yes.
But it's obvious that it's for white. It's unless white pushes something like g4 and then h4, h5 and creates a weakness on g6. That's like the only
But
thing.
But
Like
yeah,
black should be playing very badly too.
Yeah.
So it should be just a draw this game.
I agree with you.
And board number 4, we have Can Emre against Tereshchenko Alexander. Obviously, black is playing for a win.
Yeah, this is actually the board that I'm afraid of.
Yeah, and actually there was a position like this.
The bishop
I
and
wonder
white,
how did black manage to exchange the knight for that
Yeah.
bishop? I think it was the help from white. What happened? Oh yes, white
Knight
helped.
c4.
That exchange is definitely in black's favor.
Knight c4, but he doesn't have any option after knight c4.
Well, maybe earlier he could have played better, but clearly now black is pushing for a win, right?
Yeah,
With
yeah,
the
this
b
is
pawn,
actually-
the e pawn could be strong. I think black has decent chances to win.
You're right, I agree.
Yes, so all right. So not as bad as I thought for Ukrainian team.
Yeah.
All right, another result we have Germany, Russia. Karyakin won.
Karyakin won?
Karyakin won, actually
Maybe we
quite
can-
convincingly.
we can call him,
Maybe we can invite him
invite
to
Karyakin.
come, but maybe he won
my-
long time ago, I guess.
Friend is telling me that he just left the playing area.
Yeah,
We couldn't
yeah.
find it.
So king h2, just as we predicted, and actually we were talking that black's chances are only in complications and in dynamics, because statically white is clearly better.
Yeah.
Two bishops, strong centra, etc., doubled pawns, etc., etc. And I'm pretty sure Henkin realized it quite clearly. That's why he went for desperate bishop e2. I think it's a desperate
Actually,
move,
what is it? You're right.
because he really didn't want to be strangled on.
Yeah, but it's like I don't know, suicidal stuff.
Well, he gets two pawns.
There was some game, going on with knight e5. Still not, the position is not good, but
Maybe he blundered something.
g5, knight e5 and everything.
Maybe he was expecting to go knight e5 here.
I don't like this at all.
Maybe he was I think he miscalculated, because generally those two pawns would be very strong. p5, b4,
What
c4
did he
coming.
miscalculate?
Maybe he played knight. Maybe he wanted to go knight e5, and maybe missed a trick. Maybe he missed this one. What do you think?
Oh,
And
yes, it's possible.
well, rook a8 seems like the only option. And now,
Maybe d6.
d6, queen takes a4. It doesn't work for now.
D6,
And now maybe some intermediate move, or
bishop e3.
but maybe this is just winning also. This should be winning.
Yeah.
If so, threatening d7, knight e5. If queen is 6, we have d7, bishop a4, game over.
Yeah.
So, but I think he didn't like this position very, very much. For after
Well, I don't know.
knight
This
e5
knight e5, I mean,
takes, and what to take with the pawn.
yes. I think it
This
was,
is highly
it was,
unpleasant.
yes,
He just knew
not-
he would lose it.
I don't like it neither, but it was necessary for him to play this.
Yeah, but he wanted just to
Because
lose the game
The
with
other one
pride,
is
you know.
losing on
With
the spot, that one is he has some resistance.
I don't think he's seen that he loses on the spot. He thought maybe I get some chances in
Of course, he thought
complications.
so.
He wanted to die in a full fight, not tied to the edge of the boxing ring, you know. So
Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
so Karyakin won.
So
On
actually,
board
I can
num-
call this game like a bad game for.
Yeah, very
Germany,
unpleasant.
Very bad game
Yeah.
at this level.
Well, he got too bad, but you know, what can you do about
And this
27,
from the
50,
opening,
you know?
From the opening, you know, this is bishop d7. It's like a strange, you know, what he
Yeah.
was doing, this bishop d7.
And he was spending a lot of time,
Yeah,
actually.
with this line, I mean. Okay.
Yeah. So second board, Mayer Grishchuk. We left off in this position. A4 was played, rook d8, h3. A little surprised. Normally you're supposed to play g3 in this position,
Yeah.
because black has dark squared bishop. And in case of some check on back
right.
rank, you want to go to g2, not to get checked again.
Mm-hmm.
So I would prefer g3 myself. So knight e4, and black prepared e5. Takes, takes, takes. Knight
Black is
c5.
doing everything but white. I don't know what
Yeah.
white is doing. Look at this position. Few moves ago, he had a much better position. Now look at the position.
Now black is
Black
fine.
has the d file, and is a good. Position with the pawn structure is not bad at all because he can play c5.
Yeah, I
anytime.
think he would play
And
c5
look at
now.
the
White
knight
has
on
to do this.
e1. I don't understand this position at all.
Yeah, something went wrong for Georg Mayer. The position was far from
Take
being
b5. Also, this is probably good.
fixing the weakness on b5.
Yeah.
And now black is playing for a win.
I
Only
think-
black.
I think black is playing for a win.
That is
This
strange because
really strange.
because this position only white is playing for a win.
Exactly.
And at any point white could have played f4 right now. Just
Exactly.
play f4. And what can black do?
I don't know how to explain this h3 move instead of g3 and f4.
Yeah.
You know,
Now f4 was an
black is
option.
Black is just like waiting.
I think he miscalculated something. Maybe he thought after knight c5 black has to take, you know, and then b takes c5, still advantage. But suddenly b6, and pieces are discoordinated, and Grishchuk is now playing for a win.
But b6 move is such a simple move. I really don't understand. Today probably not the Germany's day.
Yeah.
Kenkin also played very bad. You know this now.
Now the position is
Mayer
open.
Yes.
The weak pawn on b4. Rooks and bishop is very good combination. White's knight on. Okay.
Grishchuk has 5 minutes and Mayer 11 minutes.
So for 15
So
moves.
for 15 moves.
Yeah.
Probably that's why they are starting to play fast.
Black is playing for a win,
Yeah,
but
will
white
be-
should be able to hold with the correct play.
Yeah.
But
Another game finished. I am just seeing from here.
in that match, let's
Naidic,
take a
is
look.
that Naidic?
knight h3 to go. What happened?
No,
Has
not Naidic. Nepomniachtchi game finished. Let's check.
Nepomniachtchi
Nepomniachtchi.
Friedman. I think it's just a draw.
Is it
Nepomniachtchi tried to do
draw? Yeah, it looks like a draw. Yeah.
just very solid line for black.
Yeah, yeah. This is probably draw.
Yeah, this
Let's
is just
check
a draw,
also this
definitely.
Naidic Vitigo because it looks like an interesting game.
Yes, Naidic pushing for a win because there is a loss on
Yeah.
board number 1. So even though it looked very solid,
Yeah.
this looks very solid for
Suddenly
black.
Naidic,
Okay, knight is
Yeah.
coming to e7. Take a look what a maneuver.
yeah.
Knight b6, why queen c7, why queen c7, maybe some, to have queen d8, knight g5. And black is one tempo short.
F5.
If black puts the knight on f5, black would be better.
Yeah. But
Maybe
now
not
he
better.
has, you see, this
F5.
E6
And e6, what is going?
because of this queen d8.
So what is the time? White has 9 minutes, black has 13 minutes for 9 moves, for 8-9 moves.
And it's very dangerous position. What to play now? Knight d6,
So f6 loses to knight f7.
but knight d6 is
F takes e6 also loses, so knight d6 makes most
knight
sense.
d6, e takes f7. It doesn't work. E takes f7, then
E takes f7, wait a minute, queen f6,
queen f6.
rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1. But
Still,
you can
king h6, I'm not giving up.
interesting.
Rook e6 maybe.
Ah,
Rook
you
e6,
give checking there.
takes. Maybe.
Or maybe first.
No,
check.
but black is fine here. different here. Oh, and the perpetual. What a nice perpetual.
Yeah.
I don't. If
But wait a minute. Check and knight f4. Wait a minute. Here I can take maybe on d6. Why
D6.
perpetual?
the d pawn is quite strong, don't you think? Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
that's why probably.
I don't know, rook d8. And push the d pawn.
You're right. This is strong.
And if we exchange one pair of rooks, black would be winning with
Oh,
this
wait a
king.
minute. Can I take rook takes g6? The other one.
The other one takes.
Takes rook g8. Not possible.
No, rook
Yeah,
d8.
yeah.
So you take, and now
Rook-
I'm winning.
Yeah, you are winning now.
Oh no, here I'm losing. Sorry.
Ah, yeah.
So I go first rook effect,
Yeah.
and only black can be winning here with this
Yeah, yeah.
pawn and
So
king.
it looks like black
So,
can
but
hold the position.
Wait a minute. Let's. But it looks very dangerous for black. So knight d6. E takes f. What about king h6 on the spot?
Maybe e takes f is not. You don't need to play e takes f. Maybe e6, knight d6, and rook e1.
Rook e1
let's play
makes
like
sense.
this.
Makes sense. And then what? Okay, let me try the natural move. Rook a7.
Rook
A7.
a7.
Well, maybe it works.
What about e takes f7? King h6. What do you play?
Well, how do you play?
King h6 now.
Instead of rook a7?
Yeah.
No, but
I
wait, it's
play- I
white to
take
move.
e takes f7.
Oh, you take e takes f7 now?
Yeah.
King h6?
King h6. I thought maybe
Maybe rook
queen
g3?
f4. Interesting. If you take on g5, I take on d6, and now you cannot take.
I take f7
And then you queen g3.
Oh.
Then queen f6.
and rook e6.
Rook e6, and then it's
Mhm.
probably losing for black.
Okay, so rook e1.
Rook e1.
What about king h6 now?
He played king e takes f7.
Instead of rook
Yeah,
e1?
yes.
Yes, he take. Okay, so too late.
I liked rook e1 actually.
Yeah. So
E takes f7.
king h6. Let's the first.
King
the
h6,
first
your
try.
first thought. Probably queen f4 now.
Oh yes, queen f4. Excellent move.
Uh-huh.
Yes. So king h6, not good.
Well, still maybe playable. Queen takes g5. Queen takes d6.
But white is. Oh, white is not pawn up. Oh.
no.
But c5 is hanging. What do you do about it?
No, f4 is not possible.
Maybe rook d8.
Rook d8, queen
Queen
takes
c5
c5.
and
You lose
d3.
all the pawns.
No, but I push the pawn to d2.
Yeah, I can take also d3. I don't know. First queen rook d8, 2 takes d3. Yes,
D3.
this is dangerous.
But on the other hand, rook takes d3.
f8 check.
Or it's not actually dangerous. Rook d1, d2, and you have no e8 square for your rook. I can just go h3. I think this is actually winning for white. You
Yeah.
cannot enter with the rook
So
on h5.
king h6.
King h6 we reject because of queen f4.
Yeah.
What else? Queen f6.
Queen f6. Let's check. Queen f6.
We considered rook e1.
Rook e1. Yeah,
Makes
rook
no
e1.
sense.
But knight takes f7.
Wait a minute. Knight takes f7, knight e6 winning. But what
Ah,
about
yes,
what
was
about
winning.
knight e4?
Knight e4. Knight?
Queen f6, rook e1,
Yeah.
queen f6.
He played queen e7.
He already played queen e7. Why not queen f6? Why did he reject queen f6?
What about queen e1 now? What is this move? Rook e1, sorry.
Knight e4.
Knight e4.
That's his idea.
Uh-huh.
Why did he reject queen f6?
Because
yes,
of this
sorry,
knight e4
sorry.
idea.
If rook e1, knight e4, rook takes e4. Sorry,
yes.
that's why he chosen queen e7.
Which is a
Makes
better
sense.
option, yeah. Knight e4.
So queen e7 was played, and the idea is rook e1, knight e4. Extremely complicated position.
Yeah.
I have no idea
but
what's
now
going on.
I don't understand this. What to play? Rook e1 maybe not good move.
But otherwise, what to do? Maybe knight is pushed
Queen
too
somewhere.
hard.
Queen
d4. Yes, sorry, f4.
g3 for example. But knight e4 is
Knight
again.
e4. Knight e4 is just coming.
Actually, with this move, maybe black is winning.
I think black is winning.
He found
I
a very
think
good idea.
I think knight is pushed
Queen
too hard.
e7, yes, queen e7 is a very good move. Seems like a very good move.
I don't see anything. Just knight e4 next move.
Yeah.
Maybe queen g3. Oh no, queen f4. What do you do?
Queen f4.
Knight e4.
Yeah.
4 takes.
Takes.
Pawn takes.
Pawn takes.
Rook f1.
But do you like this position? Rook
No, I
f8,
don't.
rook f8.
Rook f8.
What is this?
Rook e1,
Two
e3.
postpones.
Game over.
Yeah, this is not.
So what is just
I think
Knight
it's
losing?
losing on the spot.
Maybe he miscalculated somewhere. His
I think
position was not
he
that
missed
bad.
this queen e7.
Queen e7
It's
easy to
easy
miss.
to miss because queen
Rook e1 and
he
you
thought rook
rejected
e1
right away.
and then okay,
Yeah,
but
maybe.
not possible. Knight e4.
Let us still give one more chance. Maybe there is some sacrifice. Maybe on f5 at some point. But I don't see. I don't see how. I don't see anything. I think black is winning.
Yes.
I think black just next move is knight e4.
Yes.
White's attack stopped.
Yeah.
And black wins that pawn on f7. So not
This
a good day for
knight
Germany.
d6 to this e takes f7 was a bad move.
Maybe.
Rook e1 now, and he doesn't have queen
But knight
e7
e4.
option.
But knight e4 again. That's the problem.
But knight e4 now you can take rook takes e4 because f7
Ah.
is hanging.
Still,
No.
let's continue. Your move.
Knight e4, rook takes f7,
King h6.
e7.
e7. Okay, e7 is good. This is still not over.
Will be soon. Knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4.
I don't know. Maybe the queen e5.
Queen e5.
Queen. No.
Queen e5.
Wait a minute. Yeah. You are
Still in the game.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Not knight e4.
Ah, sorry. Rook f1.
Ah.
No defense against knight
Silent
f7.
move.
Wait, I'm still not done. King g7.
Oh. Another silent move.
And the draw. Rook f7, rook
No,
f1.
but I
you know.
take on e4.
With what?
Queen.
With the queen.
And what are you going to do now?
Rook e8.
But now. Wait a minute.
It looks like losing completely,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
somehow.
yeah, losing
And
on
you
the
also
spot.
have back rank problems, so maybe
What about knight e6 check?
knight e6, king h6.
Rook f6. Now I am winning.
Are you sure?
Wait a minute. I am winning. I am winning for sure.
Maybe I'm already winning.
You?
I don't know what. Knight doesn't move, rook doesn't move, queen. Where do you go with the
There
queen?
is no check with the
Queen f5, sir. Somehow.
Ah.
But
You
what's the
found a
threat?
very
Queen
good-
g5, king h7. No, no
And then
threat.
queen rook f7. Ah, you take on.
So, alright, too
Wait,
complicated.
I think.
I think that's too far.
there must be a win. But
Looks
this
like
rook
winning.
e1, you know, should have
Was
been
definitely
played.
an option.
Should have been played, and it was probably
Maybe here
he
queen
missed this
e7 anyway. Take a look.
rook e1. He
Take
missed.
a look. Queen e7.
What is this?
Ah, sorry. Rook on e1 is put. Oh no. Rook e1 knight e4. Queen e7. What do you do?
You play queen e7 now.
And I want to go f6.
Queen
on next
f4.
move. f6. Queen f4, f6, and I'm winning.
So you can transpose this, huh?
Yeah.
There is no difference between queen e1.
Yeah. Because here f6 e7, not clear, but after queen e7, if ef takes knight e4, transposes, any other move f6. I think black is winning here. I think he miscalculated. His position was not desperate. He could have played just go back with the queen, right? Knight e7, knight e4, knight f. Sorry, that one. And knight also has some outposts.
Yeah.
So that would be still close to equal position.
Right.
So, but maybe he thought he has to play for a win, and probably he missed this idea. Indeed, queen e7, and he is thinking he has 2 minutes. I think black is winning. Not a good day for German's team.
You're right.
All right.
Okay. So let's go to another match.
Armenia, Azerbaijan.
Armenia,
we
Azerbaijan. Yeah, you're right.
For a while.
We didn't look for this match for a
So
long
not
time.
much going on in Aronian Mamedov. We left off after knight g4, e3 as we predicted, bishop g7, h3, knight f6.
As we predicted, knight g4, e3.
Yeah.
Aronian played h3.
So
all
very
these-
natural.
all
Bishop,
these-
didn't we have this
Yeah,
position?
we had it, and I said bishop f1 will be the move. He
Yes.
played bishop f1. Yeah.
That's actually a bad sign for Aronian that in express analysis we guess all of his moves.
Yeah, we guessed, but probably he had to.
Maybe.
He didn't like
Maybe.
this position, but
Or
he
maybe
played
we
it.
are that good.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it was not.
So knight h5, king f2, and knight goes back. Oh.
What is this?
Maybe black just has no way of improving his position.
Yeah,
And he just going back and forth.
queen e2. This is also interesting. Queen e2.
Mm,
He wants to go
White
to
would really like to
a6.
exchange queens.
Yeah,
Because white's king is in trouble.
you're right.
Exchanging queens, doubling the rooks on c file, and winning the pawn on c6. That's the plan.
Yeah,
So knight d7, takes. Rook d1. That is the idea. Just put the rooks there. King goes back. Black is just waiting. Queen b2.
Black cannot play
Wow.
c5. I don't understand why.
Here?
Because queen b5.
But yeah, but there was maybe here c5 always
Before
knight
hand.
c3. Knight c3 and
Knight c3. Yes, also attacking this. Knight
but
f6.
g5,
Knight
wow.
f6 still. G5.
can you imagine?
Interesting.
Is he playing for a win or does he not like his position that much? Maybe he does not like his position. Queen comes to d4, knight comes to c5.
He wants to complicate the game.
Yeah, but it's
Also, after g5, f takes g5, maybe knight e5. He didn't take it.
no. No, but I think the opening the g file is in white's favor. For example, I don't know, bishop e2, I suppose.
Why not take it? Let's see why.
Why didn't he?
Why
take?
didn't take? Let me understand this.
Sorry, one second.
He wants to open the f file maybe with f6, g5, e takes g5 and f6,
Takes.
and now f6.
1 second, let me think. Maybe d4,
Why d4?
queen f5, queen f3. If and knight e5, then I don't know.
But rook takes
Takes.
queen
Check.
f5. Yes, the king g1. But I have.
E3 hanging,
But
g3
no, but
hanging.
I.
E3 is hanging.
Rook takes e4, maybe only, but then you win. the
No,
match.
then I'm much better.
Yeah, you're right. So this is the idea.
I guess. I don't know, maybe it's still not over, but looks very dangerous.
Yeah.
This deep. So f takes g5, it's actually, I don't even
Good
think he
move.
considered. I don't think he considered. Knight coming to f3, weakening the
You're
king
right.
and everything. So g5 and now knight c3. He wants to get... But it seems that it is in white favor because white's queen is on big diagonal, bishop e2, rook g1 coming. But he definitely complicated stuff. But I think Aronian, just exchanging queens.
Because I think he didn't like this position.
Maybe he didn't have much time. My
Yeah.
guess is he wanted to keep it safe.
Really?
Takes, knight.
Yeah.
So what do we
Aronian
have?
has 7 minutes and Mamedov 6 minutes now. How many moves?
They one more move left.
Oh, only one move
One
left
move left.
to the 14th move. So this position
I think it's equal.
equal.
Well, but
Because
strange, just the rook was just on. He played rook d1, and now it would appear he has to come back. I think he has to go back to e1.
Yeah,
Any other?
I don't see.
I don't see any other choice.
Maybe they will repeat the moves.
There's also rook g1 move, but just king moves.
Or maybe rook g1, then the other rook. But what is the
But
meaning?
what's
What is
the-
the meaning?
Why is he thinking? What are the options? Maybe he's considering knight a4.
Actually, he
and
played.
takes.
He played. Because now Mamedov is thinking. I see it on the screen.
Maybe he goes for this, but this seems like dangerous for white.
Oh. Are
No,
you
rook e1 seems like the only move.
He didn't play yet? What did he play?
We cannot see for at the moment. But he's
There is
not on the
something on
board.
e1. There is something on e1. I can see. You see from here?
Yes, yes, I do. The
Rook
dark
e1,
square. So
yeah.
rook e1 was definitely
Yeah.
played. And that
he,
is
he
just a
made
draw.
the 14th move, and he left the table. And
That is just
yeah, I
equal.
guess so. This is draw. Let's see Akopyan Mamedov.
But still not over. Still white can maybe put some
Safar
pressure.
Limov
If the,
Sesyan.
by the way, if the knight comes to d4, black
Uh-huh.
could be in trouble. That's why I'm considering. I'm
Knight-
considering.
Knight e4.
Well, I'm not sure about
Exchanging.
maybe white take with the bishop, but the idea is like this: takes,
If
and
rook
if you
takes
take, I go
d4.
d4.
Exactly.
Exchanging.
And this is easy draw probably.
Looks like maybe still not the
But
end.
rook takes e3.
Takes
Rook takes.
back.
Rook takes h3 is. Yeah, but this is.
Should be a draw.
Yeah.
Should be a draw. But it's 40th move. I don't think that on move number 40 he's gonna go knight at e4. That's, I give you 100%. That was 3 minutes on the clock. You want to keep it safe.
Something like h5 or
Or
some move.
king f8 or bishop
King g7 maybe. h5.
It's actually not so easy to find a useful move for black. All black's pieces are well placed, but it's not clear what to do next. So I would still give some edge to white actually. White's gonna improve now. Now will white will improve the knight from c3.
But how do you improve? Because whenever you move the knight on c3,
Knight a4, my next
yes.
move. My next move is knight a4.
Yeah, but I will play knight e4.
Takes.
Bishop takes.
Well, my
You
knight.
cannot take c6.
Not yet, but I
But
can
you will
transfer
see
the knight to
you-
d4.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't give the knight for example. I wouldn't want to. For example, let's say king f8. I don't know. Knight a4. I wouldn't go for this
bishop
position.
e4. Okay, let's play bishop e4.
Bishop e4, but then
Bishop
this
e4.
isn't
You
checkers.
can take it.
this isn't checkers, so I can still play for a win a little bit.
You say that you okay.
It's so
Rook
maybe
e6 and knight c5.
knight, and
You're-
then b4,
you're right.
knight b3. I think white is
Not
still
so
better.
easy.
White is still better, but with the correct play, oh, he already played something. I think unless black manages to force things around, I think he played rook e6. There is nothing on e7. You can see, right?
You're right.
I think he played. Oh yes, rook e6 was played. So the idea is,
Knight a4.
if knight a4, the pawn is protected. And I guess black's gonna go knight d7.
Yeah. The safest way.
Just
He
keep it
doesn't
solid.
want to
But still, white has some edge. I don't know for.
He can double now the rooks.
But now rook c3
But
always
d4
d4.
is coming.
Always
Yeah,
knight needs to
so
come to d4 somehow.
Maybe b4.
Maybe b4, but then always a5 could be an option. Maybe even right away. If it works, it seems to be working. I don't know. So I'm not sure about b4, but I'm pretty sure Aranyan will find a way to put some more problems for black.
But still, I think it will be draw.
With the correct plays, it should
Yeah.
be a draw, but white still is slightly better.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
all right. Safarli Movsisyan.
Safarli Movsisyan, as you were saying,
I was saying that black should be fun.
Yeah,
Fine.
Movsisyan had actually
Knight d4 was
pressure
played.
on Safarli.
Maybe, let's see, I don't know. Knight d4, interesting idea. Knight goes to c6 or b5.
I didn't like this idea.
But it
I
might
told
will-
you the
You
move.
Queen c7. Oh, actually, I didn't like the fact that Movsisyan exchanged the rooks.
Yeah.
Because with the rooks off, white's king is more or less safe,
Yeah.
and white can think about c3.
Yeah.
With the rook, let's say on b8, okay, for now rook b8 is not an option, but I would try to keep the rooks alive.
Yeah.
So because when white's only plan to play for a win is c3 or a3.
Yeah.
But in that way, that opens the file for the rook, and that could be an attack. But maybe it just doesn't work in a practical way. You know, knight c6 is coming. What to do? So
Let's
maybe I think it's good that white managed to exchange the rook,
Uh-huh.
but still black is g5, bishop d3, g4, takes, knight takes e4, queen h1, knight d2. What's going on? Who is better? Who is worse? g5. Why did he give away that pawn? What was threatening?
No, he wanted to check.
Quite a strange sacrifice, g5. Why did he give away the pawn?
He's afraid of queen f2, maybe.
Okay, so there was checkmate threatening, bishop f6. Do you think he's afraid of queen f2?
And also how to protect this. Queen g3. Queen
Well,
G,
g5,
queen
this
h3.
makes black's pieces a little bit not organized, but was that the way to go? But what were the other options? For example, if to take, if white takes, what's going on here?
Knight f3.
Knight f3, queen d2 is coming, queen d1. Now maybe queen takes f3 coming, alright. And now maybe this. Takes, b2 hanging.
No, but I wouldn't play this. There is also this knight, queen e3 instead of knight d4.
No, but I think black is for sure safe here.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
even
black
better.
can win this. Look at queen e3.
Queen e3.
What do you play?
You wanna go knight e1. King b1. But black is playing for a win for sure. That looks very dangerous. That
Yeah,
looks
it
very
looks
dangerous.
dangerous. Maybe
That's why
not-
maybe he
not
wanted
enough.
to make his pieces a little bit discoordinated. Bishop on g5 does not belong.
Yeah,
But now clearly black is playing for a win.
you're right.
Takes. Okay, now it's just a draw. Oh, maybe this way he just forces exchanging the pieces. Why didn't Movsisyan take with the queen? Because now this. And the pawn is not under attack. So now I respect g5 more, because this forces exchanging the
Also,
queens.
if you take with the queen, the knight has no place to go, because queen somewhere, queen attacking the knight somewhere,
Queen
queen
D1.
d1, for example.
Oh, just queen d1 wins the knight.
Yeah,
That is good.
yeah.
That is good. So g5, forcing bishop g5, and now queen d4, forcing exchanges, and that is just a draw.
Yeah.
Just cannot win this position. Well, black would try a little bit, but I'm pretty sure white
this
will
will
always
be
be
good.
able to give one piece for
One
two
piece
pawns.
for 2 pawns, you're right.
And the a pawn's coming, so
Yeah.
this is just
This
a,
is definitely
a
draw.
draw. And even though Safarli caught Movsisyan on his preparation, but as I said, even normal human-looking moves are quite good in this position.
Yeah.
So
Let's check Durar Beyli Sargsyan. This is also interesting.
Akopyan beat Mamedov Nijat actually quite convincingly on
Akopyan
board
has
number
beaten
3.
Mamedov Nejat.
Yeah. Oh, quite convincingly, at least on a pawn, and then realized an exchange. The bishop is very strong. What did he do? How did he realize this? It's not actually that easy. Maybe d6 pawn. Oh, that's it. That's it. The queen is coming.
Yeah.
All right. Very convincing win by Akopyan. And board number 4, Durarbeli Sargsyan. Oh.
This actually, in that game, you know, he played f5, Akopyan Mamedov match. I was in the...
but rook f7 is threatening. Always.
Yeah, but he can find some other plan, you know.
Rook c7 maybe? Oh, he played rook c7.
Rook c7, and then he played f5, weakening all the 7th rank.
But it looks so natural to get rid of weakness on f7. So
but
queen is 3 and
he
f5.
had the queen c7, you know, you can just move the queen somewhere. Why weakening f7, the 7th rank, you know? It's not so easy. Look at this knight on e5.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think so? f5, I think, is a very bad move.
Yeah, there was no necessity to call right now. Still, I think white can force you to do that with doubling the rooks and queen d4 and some pins there, but or the rook coming to f6. The rook is coming to f6. That could be very annoying. Doubling the rooks, maybe tripling, and then rook f6.
So maybe you mean that he had to play in the end?
Not right away.
Not right away.
But very unpleasant position. You are full exchange down. There are two weaknesses: the pawn on f7 and the pawn on d6. By the way, white can double rooks on d file at any moment and move the bishop away.
So you're right. Okay.
It's unpleasant
so maybe
position.
he had to play.
But now Durarbeli Sargsyan, I think white should be just winning here.
Durarbeli Sargsyan. Durarbeli is an exchange up. So, Nakamura is come.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We have a guest.
He just finished his game. Welcome, Mr. Nakamura. Congratulations. Very good game. Please.
Hi. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So we have here Hikaru Nakamura, top American grandmaster, I think number 5 in the world, right?
No, I think number 3 at the moment. But
really? Current
okay,
rating.
Okay. not that important.
even better. So and he won the game against Li Chao, Chinese grandmaster. Why don't you tell us about the game?
Sure. I mean, okay. I had prepared this whole anti-Grunfeld line. I mean, I was kind of expecting this, but then, okay, for some reason, I thought this was considered dubious, but then at the board, I couldn't really figure out what I was doing, so I kind of like used a half hour, I think, or something crazy on this move. And okay, I mean, here I have bishop d2, but I also have bishop e3. But the thing is, I think on bishop e3, queen e5, a4. I think I was a little bit worried about something like queen c7 again, and I couldn't quite figure it out. I mean, also instead of queen c7, there is also maybe just castles in this line. No, castles probably loses, but there was some move here. This is a move. Okay, I think maybe it was, actually there was this move, knight d7,
knight c5.
a5 and knight c5, and okay, I mean, it really feels like there should be something for white, but in this position, I simply couldn't figure out what the correct way to play is. So, okay, so I mean, eventually, even though I couldn't find anything, I just played one of the two, and I decided to play bishop d2.
Mm-hmm.
So queen c5, okay, rook c1, queen e7, a4. Yeah, and now, okay, I was very surprised by this move, knight d7. I actually thought h6 was more or less the only move. For example, okay, if knight a6, a5, knight c8, I think after e5, I mean, it's close to winning for white. Okay, another line also perhaps here is to castle, but I think in this one, actually, I think I go a5, knight c8, now some queen h3 lines, and it's, I mean, very complicated, but I mean, I think, okay, once again after h5, I don't know, maybe g4 even, and it's very, very complicated. I mean, I don't think it's clear, but I mean, it feels to me like white should be better here with this attack on the king side. So okay, but I mean, yeah. So knight d7 really surprised me because now a5, knight c8 takes. I mean, it just seems to me that after castle,
I guess he
knight
really
f3,
considered his position being very unpleasant, so he decided.
Well, actually, I think there's a good chance that he actually just forgot he couldn't take. I think maybe. I mean, but the problem with takes is I just have this just very simply queen c3, and if queen f6 takes, bishop c3, winning material.
And if rook moves, bishop h6.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, I think actually he just missed that because I mean, otherwise there's really no explanation. Because here, I mean, it's already. I think you can almost just resign. I mean, down a pawn, no dark square bishop. But okay, so yeah, so everything. I mean, yeah, I felt like I played good moves, and then yeah, right around here, for some reason, okay, king e8. Yeah, for some reason here I just completely blundered for no reason. I mean, I think almost any move here, you know, like h3 for example, I don't really know what black can do here. I think, I mean, you can almost just resign pretty much. But for some reason I just completely forgot about this move knight b6 because I only saw this move queen d1, and now I just have the very nice knight e1, and I mean, I'm just up a piece. But yeah, so knight b6 was a very unpleasant surprise, and like now, yeah, I mean, originally I thought about doing this, but I think it's very difficult. But the problem being my bishop is on the wrong square. Because here, I mean, okay, if I do something like, okay, rook b1, then after g5, I think it's, I mean, technically it's probably winning, but I think it's very, very difficult. Or actually, maybe not g5, maybe just queen b4 first. And I mean, okay, it's probably still a technical win, but it's tricky because there are always these g5 tricks, and I'm probably going to lose one of the pawns. So even though it's probably winning, I thought this was probably a better try. So b8 takes h4, and yeah, so rook b5, I mean, I think loses, but even rook b2, I mean, I calculated this line, check, rook e7, check, king h2, rook b4, f3, f5, or actually no, I don't go f3, sorry, because f3, f5, and I think there are pretty good drawing chances now, but instead of f3, I just go rook a7.
And isn't bishop f8 winning at the end?
Where?
After f3, f5.
f3, f5.
Bishop f8.
Takes. And what, takes and just some g3 maybe.
Or rook
wait,
h7
no, but
maybe, I don't
no,
know.
but this is 3 against 2. I mean, now it's just a draw.
Even with the cut king rook h7? Maybe.
Yeah, but how am I getting my king
maybe
into the game? This is the other problem. No, I mean, this should just be a draw. But the line I saw just very simply was takes, now just g3. And I think, I mean, okay, if king d6, actually no, king d6 I play bishop f4 because you can't go king c6. So if rook a4, a6, king e6, and now I think just bishop e3. And maybe not bishop e3, maybe, no, yeah, okay, so bishop e3, knight e5, and now king g2. And I think this is just winning because I'm going rook a8 and a7 next move. And okay, if knight g4 for example, I think just simply bishop b6. And it's the same idea, just always rook a8, a7, and black's
maybe there was the idea knight b8
instead
of knight e5.
Yeah, so knight c6, but still rook a8 and.
Oh, I said knight b8 instead of knight e5 earlier, but then I guess we just win.
Knight b8 here.
Maybe rook h7, rook.
Yeah, actually, yeah, okay. I have rook h7. Still very tricky though. It takes. Yeah, but I mean, okay, king f5,
and some
f3, and or not f3, probably king h3, king h3, and yeah, it's probably winning. It's probably winning also because the knight is so bad here. I mean, like if rook a4, for example, I mean, I can even play something like rook c7, and it's with the knight on c7, it's very, very bad. Probably winning, but okay. So I mean, he played rook b5, so rook c8, rook h8, and I mean, okay, I think this. Yeah, I mean, he was trying to get this 4 against 3 with the a pawn versus my 4 over here, but I mean, it never quite works. And okay, so rook g7. Yeah, now I mean, bishop c5 is the only critical variation to see. I mean, okay, here you can also try rook b5, takes, but I mean, still after rook g8. I mean, it should just be technically winning some g3, king g2. I mean, I'll just put the rook on a8, and eventually, I mean, the pawns should be. Actually, since sorry, it's 4 on 2. So even if I trade the e pawn for the a pawn, it's winning. So yeah, at this point, it's just winning. Yeah, okay. I mean, a few more moves, I guess. Yeah, and this just forces the end game I want. I mean, okay. yeah, rook a5, e5. I mean, okay, even if you win that 5 pawn, still three connected. I mean, it's pretty standard. So, yeah, so I'm fairly good, except for the one move.
Which one move that you? The
rook d7. I mean, okay, when you can win a game in one move and suddenly you have to think and figure it out all over again, it's quite unpleasant. But luckily, I mean, the position was so good that even despite this blunder, it's still winning.
Okay, very nice and convincing win.
Thank you. Yeah, but unfortunately, my team's going to lose. So.
Really? Oh, really?
Yeah, it's kind of the same situation as yesterday, I think. I mean, Aronian also beat Li Chao, but then they lost on 2 lower boards, and I think today also we're kind of I mean, Kamsky, I think, is completely lost. Okay, I mean, and here Robson is down, I mean, some 3 pawns, so this also looks over. But, okay, I mean, it's unfortunate, but, I mean, that's how it goes in team tournaments. I mean, you can have a great tournament, but the rest of your team, if someone doesn't have a good tournament, it's very difficult. So, I mean, generally, I'm happy about my results for the most part, but it's a team tournament, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you for coming.
Good
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope to see you here soon too.
Thank you.
So we have some more results, I think.
What else we have?
So Russia versus Germany. Karakin won against Henking. Vitugo won against Najdic, after Queen E7, game.
Yes.
Najdic pushed too hard and lost. So what was the end? Queen E7, Rook F1 was played, but yeah, that's just
also
not
look
good.
at Mayer Grishuk. It's also
So Nepomniachtchi Friedman was a draw earlier, and Mayer Grishuk
also probably a win.
I'm not sure there might be a fortress. Whose move is this? White to move. White can maybe go knight c4, then e4.
But then he can go to the king side. Takes, king
and
e5, king f4.
E4
maybe.
was played right away.
Yeah, takes e4 and f takes e4, king e5. Is it possible?
So, but I thought knight e4 first. But yes, this should be just winning for black. The fight on two sides of the board. No, let's just show what could happen. Takes, king e5. Okay, maybe he wants to go g3 first.
King
but
e4,
then maybe
king c4 maybe. Takes, king e4, king c4, king e5.
No,
king
I think
c4.
g3 first, because if you go king c4, I always have bishop e7, and you cannot do anything.
Bishop e7, yeah.
So g3, I guess, next move. But now black will gonna go bishop e5.
g5, yeah.
Bishop e5, force g4, or maybe go h5 first. This is a technically winning position for black.
Yeah.
How did that happen? Wow, to lose such a position was
exactly
very bad game for Germany today.
Yeah, for Mayer also.
So Grishuk is about to win, and Russia would beat 3.5 probably. All right. Oh, let's see Ukraine-Turkey. The most no games has finished yet in that match.
Ukraine-Turkey, the most exciting match of today. Okay.
So Ivanchuk, Ipatov, we left off Queen h6, knight e5, just as we predicted. This exact position, rook g2, Queen h5. I also propose this move, g4, takes, rook g6, rook g1. Oh, take a look, we missed this idea. Rook coming to h6. But the knight was in the way, that's why black took. And rook g6, g1, and now g takes f, e takes f. Because in this position, g takes f, maybe white would take with g pawn, and that would be a draw, I guess.
Draw.
But now white is forced to take with e pawn.
Now he
goes
has a post
back.
pawn, but he's continuing the attack. h5.
Forcing h4, and now queen has to go away, and king must come to h6.
But white is better, no?
I think it should be a draw.
How?
That pawn is too weak on g3. What to do? Oh, it's past move number 40. So let's say I go queen g6.
Queen d6, rook d6, let's say.
Rook d6, queen e8. And then I go rook g4. Then I put my queen on e7, always threatening some things. I don't think this could be a way
Rook
for
b3,
white.
queen b3.
Queen b3. Rook g6, now I am forced. Still some chances. Clearly now white is playing for a win.
Yes.
Clearly. Black
Clearly,
cannot do
yeah.
any progress. So maybe
Queen
this is
d1,
the way
wait
to
a minute,
go.
queen d1,
Queen d1, rook g4.
rook d7. I'm making
Rook
such
g7.
maneuvers now.
Well,
Karpovian style maneuvers.
yeah, so now actually only Ivanchuk is playing for a win. No
Yeah.
risk for white whatsoever. Only risk for black because of the d file. So Ipatu will have tough time making.
Yeah.
And draw white has some ideas. The e6 pawn is weak, h5 pawn is weak, and b5 always an option.
Yes.
But I guess this should be a draw with the correct play. Board number 2, Solak Moiseyenko. As we predicted, white is suffering. Black is slowly improving. Queen went to e5. White is just doing nothing, just as we predicted. Now we have the rook endgame. King went to e5. But this is just a draw, I think.
Yeah.
This is just
I
a
don't
draw.
know entry.
G5 is the only plan, but then the F. No, this is just a draw. So board number 3, Krivoruchko has made some progress versus Senbaris. So black decided to force G5 to fix a draw. Even the queen got exchanged. Take a look, D6. We should check whether it's a fortress or not. The problem is, take a look, John. If in this case king comes to c6, white is clearly winning.
Yeah.
Because you will have to go bishop c7 and you would be in Zugzwang.
You're right.
So to meet king d5 only with king c7, but now
You can sacrifice d8. No, it's not possible.
very good idea. Let's take a look.
But here's this.
If bishop c7, there's gonna be a Zugzwang
But he
again.
can play, you know.
Ah, no Zugzwang because I'm gonna play h5. For example, what do you do? Bishop g4, h6. What do you do? Ah, just maybe waiting move a3, and black has no moves.
Yeah. No, I don't protect like this. With this, I mean, I can put the bishop
Ah, but
on.
now this is just a draw. I think f5 takes and h5. Next move h4.
Is it true?
Ah, no, it still would be a Zugzwang. Bishop g4 was played.
Why Boris played like this? I don't understand. He had a better
Yeah, I
position.
think
It's such a. I mean, he gave so many chances to.
maybe it was not better. Maybe he was afraid of some g4 coming. h4, h5.
But how come he can? He could.
No,
he
I'm
had
pretty
the chance
sure-
to push to d6.
I'm
and
pretty sure he draw was on the meeting a good result, and I can see why. He's black against
Yeah.
2700. So he decides to force stuff because
Yeah, this
normally
is okay.
different colored bishops are always a draw, especially with even number of pawns. I'm
But
pretty sure
here
this
I
is.
think he made a mistake to
No,
allow
wait a
him
second.
to push to
Everything
d7.
depends on the evaluation of this position.
Well, d8. I don't see any other choice to play d8.
Wait a second. Black has idea of playing a4. Ah, no, there's Zugzwang. There's always Zugzwang. It's not that easy as I thought. What is Black's next move?
Bishop,
So-
bishop c3.
Bishop c3.
I
Now I
would
go
go-
king e6, game over. King e7 threatening, and I am on c6
you are
now.
entering.
I am entering. Maybe this is still
a4.
a4. This is the problem. I take, you wait, and you're again in Zugzwang.
No,
You
but I
are-
have b5. Now I have.
No, I
some-
just
I
wait.
can play king e7.
Ah. don't think so. I can, all right, I can, sorry, I can wait for you. For example, I played bishop c2 here. And if you go king c7, I go here, and I get the passed a pawn. Maybe this is still a draw, but okay, black is suffering.
But black is suffering.
Black is suffering.
I don't like his position.
I'm pretty sure he underestimated white's. He thought I can have a fortress,
Very
but there's
easy
always
draw.
it's
But
not
after
an
the
easy draw.
pawn gets on d7,
It's not that easy.
It's not at all easy. Probably, maybe it's losing.
Maybe I'm pretty sure he would find, if there is a draw, he would find it. That's my estimation. But now white is playing for a win clearly. So Jean-Emre Areshchenko. What did happen here? No, I think this would be a draw.
Draw.
I think white can hold, but again, black is only
Still
playing
black
for a
is
win.
Forcing, yes.
Solak Moisenko, only black is playing for a win, but a draw. So on all the boards, Ukraine has advantage,
Yeah.
but in none of the games it's decisive.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we would go for a short break now
Okay.
and come back for the last part till the end of the games.
With new probably
Maybe some guests will help.
players.
Yeah.
Some guests also to analyze their games.
So a
We will
short
see.
break. We will see you soon.
Okay. Hi everyone. We have here Mr. Vasif Durarbeyli from Azerbaijan team. He just won his game against Akopyan.
No,
Sorry,
Sargsyan Gabriel.
Sargsyan.
On board number
Vasif,
4.
can you show us the game, please?
Yes. Okay, I didn't expect this variation. I thought that he will play knight f6 Berlin, but it was a little bit surprise for me. Okay, d3. This line I didn't play so much before this game. Okay, d3, d6, c3. This idea, knight d2, knight f1, and knight g3. I thought on the game. This was interesting, maybe.
So you try to save a tempo.
Yes, yes, try.
So,
I didn't want to play rook e1
Mhm.
for that. That's why. Okay, here I didn't like move d5. Maybe he should play rook e8, bishop f8, and something like that. Okay, d5, ed, knight d5, knight g3, and maybe f5. It was a little bit mistake because after f5, king side is weakened.
Mhm.
King, rook e1, bishop. Maybe here bishop f6. We should
Better
play.
idea. Maybe he's afraid of knight h5.
Yes, knight h5 and change knight to bishop, but maybe it was good.
Better idea.
Better, yes. Okay, after bishop d6, bishop g5. Now, if he will play queen e8, maybe here have some tactics, knight e5 and d4.
Mhm.
g6. Oh no, rook e5. I'm just thinking if go somewhere with bishop b7. Okay, bishop b7, king h5, and
Mhm.
I pawn up. White is pawn up. Okay, queen d7, bishop b3, knight f6, and knight h4. Here,
a lot of pressure.
yes, here I didn't see a good move for my opponent. Knight e7, knight h5, and here I did maybe mistake. Firstly, should play d4, e4, knight f6, gf, and bishop h6. White is so much better. It is like our game, but now not tactic ideas. after d4 close bishop.
Because, Oh, so he gives you an exchange and you don't take it.
Yes, because next move I will take maybe queen h5 is good. No, sorry. Bishop g8, queen f5. Here maybe he should play queen d8. I want to play rook e4, knight h4, rook h4. Here bishop g2 he couldn't because bishop g5. If rook g2, king f1 and rook g6, bishop e3. White is better, but we not easy this position. He did mistake. He made mistake. Queen f7, queen h5, queen e6, take. I didn't say again move d4. I forgot queen f3. I can take queen g6 and winning. Okay, I calculate early this variation, and when I went to this position, I thought I will play king h1, queen d3, rook d1, c4, 8. I afraid this move from this move, bishop d5. I don't know how to play. Idea is play bishop control.
No, doesn't work.
It doesn't. Okay, bishop f7 and rook g2.
Because white, you can play something for white, then you can play bishop f7. When it's
Okay,
white
maybe
move, play something for white.
something which move.
Yeah, it's not
D2
easy
message,
to
for
make
example,
progress.
rook
with
d2.
white.
Yes, an example rook d2, bishop f7 and threat rook g2. If queen e3, maybe I will play g4, but okay, now my king side is weak. Okay, you played
Queen e6.
queen e6, rook d4. This was a good idea.
move.
Yes, f5, rook h4, king f7, queen f7. Here was set note for that. That's why he played last e4.
Okay.
Last chance. Last chance. Yes. E4. Rook g1. Okay, this position technical winning.
Win.
Just here, last idea. And I want to change bishops, f8. Bishop e7. Now rook g8 and g5 pawns.
And that's it.
That's it. If play bishop g7, I will play first rook c8.
He resigned here?
Yes, her resigned here.
Yeah, very good game actually.
Very good game,
Technically, you
Yeah.
played very well.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
you.
Good luck in
Congratulations.
the tournament.
Thank you.
How is the team doing, by the way?
Okay.
Let's
Well,
check the.
So for now it's a draw. right?
while you are here,
And now
let's
this
check.
is the last game.
Yes,
Finished?
last
Is
game.
it
This
finished?
Aronian Mamedov.
Is it finished this one?
Not
No,
yet.
they are playing rook c1.
Maybe not rook c8. Ralph should play bishop e4 and
Better idea, yes?
bishop e4 and if bishop e4
Knight e4. Knight e4.
knight e4. Oops.
Doesn't work. You just have to.
Okay. D. And it is just draw. But after rook c8 maybe position
So
didn't
but
change
maybe-
so much.
Maybe after bishop e4 there is another move. No, bishop f1. But now c5
No,
is your
c5.
idea. Oh, okay.
Let's see the game now.
This is a position.
What do you
now.
think about this position? You don't like Black's position?
Oh, d4 was played.
Okay, d4
What is the idea? He takes d rook e1, rook e1,
and
c
cb.
takes b, knight takes, and rook c2 with activities. So I guess that is the idea. Takes, and if white takes with the king, then the rook is not protected and black is fine.
Maybe he will play rook.
Rook e1. Or c takes b, knight takes. But rook c2, rook e2.
Knight d5 maybe.
No.
Or maybe bishop d3 first. Or
I
knight
guess bishop
mm,
d3.
Or some
or a6 maybe. Maybe a6.
a6, yeah, knight d6.
d6 and maybe winning
Rook
back
d-
the pawn.
Yeah.
Then not so many pawns probably. Probably it should be a draw. So yeah, this is the position now. Aronian is thinking.
Maybe he will take ed, not a or
Don't seem to be any other option. Or maybe knight moves somewhere, but then d3 could be dangerous.
yeah,
Maybe
or
knight
something.
b1.
Knight e4 move.
Mm-hmm. No, I think this would be played. Yeah, I think black is very close to equalizing.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe d4 is a good move.
Maybe.
We
I
will
hope.
see.
I hope.
You hope, it's a little bit dangerous.
Yes. Yes.
And thank you.
Okay, thank you
coming.
for coming. Good luck.
Good luck.
So, a little summary on what is going on in the matches so far. So, in the match that we just considered, Armenia Azerbaijan, we have a draw, 1.5,
Yeah.
1.5, and the last game, Aronian Mamedov. It seems that Mamedov is able to equalize, as far as we're concerned. So, in the match China USA, even though USA is winning, because Nakamura showed his very convincing victory against Li Chao, but on board, Onishchuk made a draw against Van Gyu, and Ding Kamsky. White is 3 pawns up, and it seems that White should be able to convert, unless some unpredictable happens. 3 pawns is
Also
just
some
more than
very
enough.
strong attack.
So this is technically winning position for Ding. By the way, excellent tournament for Ding Luren. Yesterday he beat Movsesyan in a beautiful
And
style.
Kamsky.
Today beat Kamsky. Well, not yet, but
Almost.
I don't know what could happen here. Not to win. And Bu Robson, also 3 pawns up. Fun. On 2 games they have 6 extra pawns. I suppose that should be enough, unless some blunder was could be for White, but Black has only 5 minutes on the clock till the end of the game, by the way. What is the trick? If Queen takes f4, what is the idea? Why did White... Oh, by the way, maybe he missed this maneuver. What about Queen takes f4? Doubling rooks or
Yes, doubling.
doubling? I give you a check. What do you do? Bishop f1, because if king h2 I go back and you
Yeah,
cannot
yeah.
play g3, and if you go on back rank I give you check again and it's a draw. So maybe bishop f1, knight e2, e2, maybe there is a difference, but now knight g3, oh my.
I don't understand.
So bishop queen takes f4. So for now this is the position on the board. Rook h3 has been played, and Black is thinking. What is he thinking about? Queen takes f4. There is a back rank problem, but can White do anything? Like Queen c7 is could be a move, but it doesn't work. Queen takes e5. Any other way to use back rank problem?
Maybe there is Queen e4.
Rook e4.
Rook e4, sorry.
Rook e4.
Check and then King h2. And how do you protect? Yeah,
Well, at least I won back 1 pawn.
Knight. Where the knight is going? There is a problem with the knight.
To f5.
f4, but then.
And now back rank problem.
Ah.
Queen
Молодец.
Yeah, actually it's quite easy to miss move like Queen c7. Though actually I'm attacking only the bishop. Maybe Black has time to come up with
Well, how do you
something.
protect this bishop?
I don't know.
I don't see a way.
I don't know. So maybe that's the idea. Rook e4. Maybe I go queen f6.
Yeah.
But then knight g4 seems to be winning. And then win the knight. So probably this is winning, just winning for white. Given the time, Bu has 18 minutes on his clock, and Ray Robson, as far as I'm concerned, in few minutes. So I think he just calculated very well.
Yeah, it's a very complicated position, but looks like the pieces are not coordinated for black,
Yeah.
and white is.
And actually, black's king is in kind of trouble now.
Yeah, and also this knight is on.
So actually, China is very close to winning the match,
Yeah.
even though they lost on the first board.
Nakamura is not happy at all. He
Yeah.
was a little bit complaining, but
Yeah.
of course he's happy because he won his game.
Yeah, of course. So China
Okay.
seems to be winning
Let's
versus
check
USA.
The leaders.
Yes, yes, indeed. Turkey, Ukraine, so far all the
Turkey,
games in
Ukraine.
progress.
None of the games. One game has just finished.
A draw.
Solak against Moiseyenko.
Moiseyenko couldn't come up
We
with
predicted
anything.
it
Yeah.
was actually easy draw.
So, but Ivanchuk, Ipatov is struggling for a draw, but my guess is that would be a successful struggle.
He will make draw. Well, this actually pressure on the G file is saving him.
By the way, now Rook F4 could be a threat.
He cannot take on E6 now, Ivanchuk?
I mean, is this the position
What
on
is
the board?
position?
If Rook takes E6, Rook takes F4, check.
Rook takes F4. Okay, this is the.
This is not over. So if you take, it's checkmate in 2 actually.
Yeah.
Queen G1 and Rook G2.
Yes. But
So
now-
if you don't take, if you go King E2 under check, King E1 could be an option.
Yeah.
But then I go Queen G4.
And
Queen
waiting
G4.
now. Yeah.
If you take my rook,
Yeah.
I give you check on G1. You go to D2. I give you
The
check
same
on
thing,
G2. And
Ah,
if
no,
you're,
maybe Queen
if
E2.
take a look, if the rook was on D6, Rook E2 would be probably winning. But now Rook E2 loses to Queen D4.
Queen D4 check. So he calculates.
So wait,
this.
not over yet. King C1.
But the rook is hanging.
Rook is hanging.
But
Rook
you
is
have a
7,
mate here.
and I am mating 2.
King C1.
And
But rook A7, Queen A1 check.
Queen
Maybe
A1
that's
check.
how he's saving the game.
King D2 and Queen D4
Then
back.
D4 is perpetual.
And if Queen B1, then Rook G1. That's a blunder. So all right, that is Ipatov's idea. But let's ask ourselves. For example, White may set dull move A5. I want. Oh no, Rook F4 is threatening. Yes. So what can White do? Maybe White can go King E2.
Yeah, I think if he wants to win, only move. Looks like only move.
But wait, I can I go Rook F4 again? No, I can't. No, but Black just takes here, takes, Rook E6, and that should be at least a draw for Black. At least a draw.
I'm not sure.
Check, yeah.
And then take on B7.
Queen B7, F4,
And
Rook
Queen
B6,
Rook B6.
B6.
It's
H4.
dangerous, no?
For both, actually.
But how many pawns do we have? B5.
5 takes. Check.
Okay, King F somewhere King E1 or F1.
I could be winning.
E6. I think it's winning.
For whom?
I don't know.
If King G1, I have at least a perpetual.
King G1 you have perpetual.
At least a perpetual, but probably that is
Or how perpetual is?
well like this.
King
That's
H4.
And I go. That's very common
King takes
perpetual.
H4.
Oh man, sorry, I forgot. Okay. Yeah, maybe okay.
It's not so
This
easy,
not
actually.
so, but White can also be losing here. So,
Yes,
so
but
wait a minute. King E2. 1 second. Let me think. What to do if King E2 would be played? Maybe I can take here still. And if you take, maybe I have a quiet move.
This is possible.
What
yeah.
do and oh no, King D2 and the rook is on D6. That is the problem. I have no Queen D4.
You have no king.
So okay, I have no time for quiet moves, but then the king just escapes. Then this is lost. So what about king e2? This
Why-
rook.
Are you sure it's escaping?
Yeah, yes, I am.
Okay.
I always will have the rook coming back. What do
about
you do?
check on f1?
Even this works.
Yes, of course.
So I guess the question is, first of all, black can go rook e7 if he doesn't like something about this,
but,
just rook e7. But also black can think about this rook endgame. About this rook endgame. Takes. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I can try to attack your rook all the time.
And withdraw.
And no, but you have this move. That's the problem. And I cannot catch your rook. You know, I wanted to be smart, you know, to nice perpetual for a rook.
Why is this winning? If I take it.
Where? On d6?
Rook takes d6?
No, but the d pawn promotes.
D pawn is
Yeah,
promoting, yeah.
So, but maybe white can do... no, rook e7 is coming. Yeah, maybe this is chances for white for a win. And indeed, this is a variation to calculate now.
I don't think he will go to this because
This highly complicated.
highly complicated, and Ivanchuk, plays this kind of endings very well.
I don't know. So maybe he would just keep it safe with rook e7.
Rook e7, yeah, looks like.
So again, white is playing for a win, and black is struggling for a draw.
If white goes to the queen side, and put the king there, then he is free. He can do whatever he likes.
Well,
can
yes,
take
but
on
always the g3 pawn. I'm gonna
But the
put
GP,
my.
you cannot. What are you going
For
to
example,
do?
I do this, you run away, and I do nothing. What do you do? How do you
Wait a
make
minute,
progress?
I put the king on the a3. Okay, let's do it this. Now b5. Yes. King b4. King is a strong piece.
Yes, I
My
know, but I have queen e8, and I'll go back with the rooks.
Wait a minute. I don't like this. You protect it, huh?
Yeah.
Well, king a5.
Well, why not? So
you give check. But actually, why not?
Oh, we
let's
have
see.
we have a guest,
yeah.
I guess.
Okay, Mr. Boo.
Mr. Boo.
Mr. Boo, we have. Please, Mr. Boo. Welcome, Mr. Boo. Congratulations for the game.
Thank you. Please sit.
Over here.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So we have a guest, Grandmaster Boo from China, who just beaten Ray Robson on board number 4 in one of the key matches of today, USA versus China. Why don't you tell us about the game, about the opening? What happened today? How did you?
It's my first time against Robson. I just want to play. Okay, maybe he didn't prepare. It's my idea.
Mhm.
So I played knife 3. Okay, but he played very quickly in the opening.
Mhm.
Maybe he also prepared this opening. But okay, yeah, this is a normal move. And then yes, queen c7, bishop b2, b6, castle, bishop g5, rook a8. Maybe I didn't see this move. I mean, sometimes black maybe play knight h5, change the black
Mhm.
bishop. Maybe rook a8, maybe it's another idea.
Mhm. Is it a novelty or you don't know?
Maybe I think it's
Mhm.
normal. Yes, queen e8, knight e5. Maybe this is not a good move. Maybe I can play like a bishop f1. Yeah. Maybe yeah, but because knife g4, I can play bishop f4.
Mm-hmm. Knight edge.
Yeah. Maybe looks okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because bishop h4, I didn't say okay, knight g6, yeah, queen, and then queen a8. So if I play knight d2, he can play d5. It's
Mhm.
equal position. So I'm, yeah,
Right.
yes, d5.
Yeah.
Black looks better. so I might play bishop d3. If not, I mean, if not knight h5, if he play d5, maybe now maybe I can take, yes, take, and e5. If you knight e4, queen e2, and take my knight, and b take. Yeah, bishop a3, rook a1, and bishop c5, and then knight d4. I think I have a good composition. Then f4, f5.
Interesting.
Yeah, but okay, he has a very simple move. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, we
I
were
think
we were quite happy with black's
equal position. Yes.
Equal. Maybe not.
I only has to play this.
Yeah.
I don't have another move. Maybe he can play knight e5, change knight.
Yeah.
Maybe. But
Here knight e5.
Yeah. But okay, I want knight. Maybe knight 2 also.
h2.
Yeah. But I think
And then f4.
yes. I must play f4 because I don't have another idea. Because black.
But black should be
two
okay
bishop,
without
yes,
that bishop,
yes.
right? So
D6.
what happened? d6. D1,
Yes.
rook c.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe if I play f4, maybe. Yes, maybe now. Because his knight in g6 is bad place, so I must play f4 maybe.
Yeah.
Rook c2 bad.
What's the idea of rook c2?
Yeah, I just want. I mean, okay,
you
f4
can
in the last move. I just want to play okay because he think too much time in the before, so I want to play some. Yes, queen d7. Yeah, I think he should play b5 now.
No b5.
Yes, and take, and then f3.
Because queen takes bishop.
Yeah, yes, knight f3. Yeah, if you queen b6, must maybe change it. Queen f2. I don't know.
And take with the rook.
Yes, rook. Yeah, maybe a little better, but I don't know.
For whom, right?
Maybe I mean this position I think is better than before because knight d4 his b5 pawn maybe some problem.
So he played bishop.
Yeah, maybe this bad. Yeah, king f1. Maybe
king f1.
Yeah, maybe he should play bishop e7 just back. But you know I can play b4 then f2.
So actually, I think you're a little better right now.
Yeah.
aren't you?
Yes.
Improved your position a lot.
Yeah.
Bishops.
And now I think okay, because he don't have two bishop and then d6 pawn is weakness. Yeah. Maybe h5 is bad move, maybe. But I don't know how.
Was he in time trouble at this point?
Yes. Okay. Maybe he only have maybe 8 minutes.
It's actually probably hard to play a position without any plan.
Yes.
With time trouble,
yes.
You know every move what to do.
Yes. And now I think I can take a pawn. Okay, king g1. He lost pawn. Queen c2 is a bad move. Maybe knight 5.
Knight f5.
Yes. Maybe I can play d6, but then queen c2.
You know queen c2.
Yes. I don't know. Maybe I also better, but it's difficult to win. Maybe bishop b3 and take. Yes. And maybe yes.
Oh jeez.
Yes. But I don't know.
Well, pawn is a pawn.
Yes.
What did he do instead?
Yeah.
Queen c2 right away.
I think
I have
two yes, another pawn.
Maybe he just hoped for complications, you know.
Yes. Maybe I think I have a lot of move to play, but I want to play a simple move because I know maybe 3 pawns is.
So you pushed him back.
Yeah, maybe knight e3 now. Maybe.
Knight e3 now.
Yeah, maybe his only chance. but I want play d6 maybe.
Well, for our viewers, rook e1
And take
takes on c4.
and take
rook takes
maybe
c1.
queen d6 or queen f6 because
Winning maybe back some
yeah,
pawns.
I don't like this.
And bishop is
Yes.
strong, yeah. But you wouldn't.
I want to play
contemplate-
d6 and
D6.
take my bishop. Yeah, take. If you now take, maybe yes, take. I can play queen c7. Okay, change the queen. Yes, I think 2 pawn is enough to win.
Yeah, but still maybe some chances. As
Yeah,
it
but
gets
okay,
activated.
but
Yeah, but that was definitely his
Yes,
chance.
yes.
Yeah.
and
What did
h4,
you
I think okay, and then queen back and okay. Maybe rook e8.
Rook e8 here.
Yeah. Okay, maybe I have okay, queen d2 or rook e5 maybe.
Queen d2. Rook. Which one do you choose?
Okay, queen d2.
Queen d2.
And if I take rook, take and bishop take pawn. Yeah, I can take knight. No, not take bishop
Yeah,
because
just
rook
for-
c1.
Yeah.
And knight d1, rook d1 I lost.
Okay.
Okay, take and take bishop, queen f4 and bishop c4. I think it should be win.
Yeah, the a pawn. Yeah.
Yes. But okay, I think I saw the clear position.
Oh, queen e1. We actually were for a moment thinking that rook e4 was your idea.
I saw queen e1 before. Then I played rook e3.
Oh, you mean here?
Yeah, I saw queen e1 now.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's can defense. If
Yes,
you
checkmate is coming.
yes, if you rook d8, I can play rook e5.
Yeah, queen e1 is
Yeah.
strong.
If you rook h6, I can play just rook e4. I win another. Queen f6 and knight g4.
Yeah.
So okay. Yeah. Now.
Almost a checkmate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe he should play knight 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Joke. Okay, I must take. Okay.
Okay, a very convincing win by Bo against Ray Robson, and it seems your team's gonna win.
Yeah, I think
Let's.
Dingley also win. Yes.
Now this is completely winning.
Yes.
Yeah. So even though they lost on board number 1, your team is going to win.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your win
Congratulations.
and on your
Thank
team.
you.
Thank you.
Great result.
Great result.
Team and yours.
Yes, but okay, if we never lost any game. Okay, everybody can happy. Now maybe Lee Chao doesn't.
He's having a tough tournament, right?
Yeah, because he played board 1. He must. He must know it's very difficult.
Why
Yeah.
Wang Kang is not here?
Maybe he want in the university. Maybe he must study or exam like this.
So you invited him, he didn't want to come.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for
Thank you for
coming.
coming.
Congratulations,
Thank you
and
very
hope
much.
to see you here soon too.
Thank you.
Good luck in there.
Thank you.
So we have Actually, Kamsky just resigned, and China beat USA 2.5 and 1.5. In Armenia, Azerbaijan, they are still fighting on board number 1, but I'm afraid it's going to be a draw. Let's take a quick look. D4, I really like this move, forcing many exchanges, activating pieces. Rook
Very
D1.
courageous move.
Yeah, knight takes and a6 as we predicted.
Yeah.
Knight d6 and rook d8. F5. Takes, rook takes and takes. Even though it's rook and the bishop, shouldn't be enough material for.
Looks like, yeah.
I guess they would agree for a draw very soon. And we have another guest, Dingley Ren, who just beaten Kamsky.
Welcome to the Congratulations.
That's it. Congratulations
Thank
on your win and on your team. So we have Grandmaster Ding Liren from China here, who just, I think, very convincing win against Katakamsky. Can you tell us a little bit about the game and maybe about the opening?
I have played G3 against him in the Brantford games, and he played Bishop F5, and this time he changed the plan to play G6, but I have prepared for it. And Queen B3, I think somebody played CD against him, but I don't want to play CD and Queen B3. Yeah, I think I'm slightly better now.
Yeah, we also like
Because
White's positions.
Yeah, B5 is not good, and take knight E5. I mean bishop A4. Yes. After D3, DC, Queen C4. I think I'm better. And Bishop G4, Queen B3. I think he should play B5. Or if Rook D1, Knight D5. Here I can't play Knight E5. And Queen C8, Bishop 4. My first intention was to play Queen A3, but Knight D5. If take, and Queen E7, Rook E8. If Bishop G5, Knight F6. And I think it's not so good because I can't play E4. So I changed my mind and play Queen C2, Knight D5, take. And G3 I think it's a good move because he's playing Bishop G4
and D5 maybe.
Yeah. And now
very unpleasant position, isn't it, for black? No plan, very
Knight
passive.
is a good move.
Yeah, we also like that.
Yeah, because otherwise he can. My knight didn't so well. And Knight E1. Here, if we take, I think Knight C5, B6. I think I can simply take maybe Knight D7 and take Rook C7 and E5. I think it should be winning for white. Yeah, he allowed me to play Knight C5 and Bishop C8 and B4. He can't take because Rook B1 and take, and so many weakness.
Yeah.
But now his space is very small. And A4, and I think he only maybe he want to play F5. I think next move. So I don't want to F5 and E5. I think maybe he can play F4. If I play A5, he can have 5, E5, maybe E6. I think it's hard for me to break through. So I don't want. So I want to push D5 at some time. But now if I play D5, he can take and then B6. So I play Queen E3 first and D5. Now he can't take because Knight E6. And he can't play Queen B6 because Knight E6 too.
Yes.
Yeah. So he wants to play CD and Knight will go to F5, so I think change it. And if we play Knight E6 and Rook D1 also, and with Bishop F4, I think. And H5, H4.
Very big positional advantage for white.
He wants to counterplay in the king side, but I can play simple.
I thought he wants to go E5 and Knight E6 actually.
No, I thought he wants to play G5 now. So I prepare for it, King G1 and Bishop F3. I think it's very simple. Or E5, Bishop E2. I think now, or maybe
desperation probably.
Yeah. And take. I think it's a good move because I think E5 pawn is more important than A6. And if we Rook D6, D4 and take, or Bishop B7, I can choose between take knight c5. Or maybe this is not so good, but I can play queen c5, and if I take, I can take with pawn. And bishop e4 c6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So rook e8, I think I'm winning now. But he have some counter plays. And now if bishop d7, knight c5, rook c8, queen a7 or queen b7,
Mm-hmm.
and with rook d1,
Mm-hmm.
and queen e5. Yeah, I think maybe he should play knight e6, because on knight e5 didn't work. I think he have king h6.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to play simple king g2. If we take, check, and now we mate follow.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful mate.
And g4, queen d4. I want, if we queen moves, I want to play knight f4, and position very good. So I think everything is winning. Maybe take it much easy, but I think it's winning immediately. But I overlook rook d8
Mm-hmm.
and take. If we take the pawn, and maybe I will play king f5, and I think he should play like this, and the rest I think is easy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very convincing win, I think, in a positional and sometimes tactical style. I think your win brought victory to your team. Congratulations again.
Can I
Thank
ask
you.
Mr.
Oh, yes,
Dingeran one question about yesterday win?
Yeah.
It was a very nice game. Congratulations against Movsesyan. Was it your preparation, or because it's really something dangerous was going on?
This king f1, b5.
Yeah, b5 in my preparation, but didn't for this game, and I prepared this line before, and I remembered.
So b5 was
Your preparation.
your preparation. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And rook
Congratulations.
g5, I think. I remember the computer said black is okay,
Black
so
is
I
okay.
played it.
Yeah. Well, it was actually, we didn't know this, but probably it was not played before, yes?
Yeah, I don't
It
know.
was a novelty.
Maybe.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you
Very
for
good
coming.
game.
So what do we have? So Russia won. So China won against USA, as we know now, 2.5 to 1.5. Russia beat Germany quite badly. Only Nepomniachtchi Friedman game ended in a draw.
3.5 against us.
Yeah, Grishchuk realized his advantage versus Mayer. Kraken beat Henkin, and Vitogo beat Najdic, which Najdic pushed too hard. But that was a tournament situation, I guess.
Yeah.
So very convincing win by Russia. Also convincing win by China. What else do we have? Egypt is already losing to Netherlands. So Giri has beaten Abdelrazik quite convincingly. On board number 2, Shoker Tivekov. It was a draw. Beautiful draw in the end. Take a look. Nice perpetual.
Ah, yes.
Very nice perpetual. What about rook d3 here? Oh, so why didn't he try rook d3? Do you think?
Again, knight e1.
d1 rook b3? Maybe king e2? Rook b3? Now, why didn't he try to play for? There is a reason, definitely. Ah, maybe this is a clear way to a draw.
And then check.
That is just a draw. Yeah. So Shoker managed to make a draw against Tivekov. On board number 3, Sokolov beat Amin Bassam. And they are still playing on board number 4, Labib Ibrahim versus Erwin Lamy. Erwin Lamy is trying to win this rook endgame, but I believe this should be a draw.
You believe so?
Yeah. not so many pawns and they are on one part of the board, this should be a draw. So for example, rook d5, I just keep on attacking the e6 pawn. If you try to go king f4, I always have a check.
So
And
it's
if you go back,
not
it's
easy
just
to make progress here.
it's a draw with the correct play. And if you go back, then well, what you gonna do?
Yeah.
So it should be a draw, but black would try some tricks.
Okay.
So Netherlands is beating Egypt, supposedly 3-1. So now the key match of today. So let's take a quick glance at Aronian Mamedov. Oh, Aron-
has beaten Esen,
yeah.
as we were.
we will
Talking
get
about,
back
yeah.
to that game in a moment. But Aronian managed to convert this seemingly completely equal endgame into rook and bishop versus rook, which is in practical game not that easy to make a draw. I myself lost
Yeah.
an endgame like that. I actually even had 2 pawns, but against Reyev, like 5 years ago. But he ate my pawns one by one, and then on 7th hour of our game, I collapsed on move number 80, somewhere like that. It's very
Yeah.
hard
It's very
at
hard
the
to
end
defend, yeah.
well, if you are fresh, you would defend it. But after a long game, after a long struggle, sometimes unless you studied it very carefully at
You
home.
can see it on the screen. Look.
Yeah, but how did-
Aronian is thinking. No, sorry.
All right.
Mamedov is thinking. How did it go, the game?
Maybe
He made a blunder.
No, he played king f4. Why did he do it? Why not? Well, basically any other move. Maybe he is so confident that he's gonna make a draw. Maybe he studied this endgame very carefully.
So he just willingly gave it up.
It seems that he gave it voluntarily. Now this pawn should fall eventually. This pawn would fall, and black would. I think Mamedov would make a draw, but honestly, unless he's 100% sure, I don't know why did he do it. Take a look this position. Didn't he have any other move? Maybe he's afraid of king coming to b3. I don't know. For example, rook goes to f3, cutting off the king, and goes. So white is still better here. Rook and bishop are better than rook and knight. Knight, take a look, knight is completely cut off from the board, and white has a way to improve the position to go with the king to the king queen side, and if he wins the a pawn, that would be over. So he decides to go for this.
For the simplest way.
Maybe he thought, no, I don't know. Maybe he thought that after rook a6, there would be, let's say, knight d7. Takes. You know, it's simple. If he gives away the knight for the a pawn, that's a draw. But he cannot do it for the moment. Like knight c5, bishop c8, and now king comes. And if black's king, this also should be a draw. Somehow like this, but not an easy one. At some point, white would protect the pawn and run to the king side. So I guess he's very confident of, or maybe he, for some reason, thought that this would be a fortress with the rook on g3. But usually, if one pawn on the board, usually the stronger side could win it back. I myself had a game. My opponent has 2 connected pawns, and I won them both too.
Yeah.
So usually it's inevitable to lose your pawns, even the connected ones, if they are not lined up. So I'm pretty sure. So this is the position now. White would combine mating threats with some other and win this h4 pawn. But then still, of course, it's a theoretical draw. But in practical game, unless you trained it at home very well, there are chances to lose it. So Aronian is trying to bring victory to Armenia. Let's take a look at the central match of today, Ukraine-Turkey. Ivanchuk Ipatov, actually, take a look, we were very close. Ended in a draw. King e2, takes, rook e6, and now rook g2 check instead of what we proposed. Do you know the trick? The king cannot get to f-file because the pawn on f4 would fall with a check.
Yeah.
Take a look.
Why he cannot go.
And if he does not approach the rook, there's no way to improve the position. So it's very risky to do this move. That is very risky. You can just
But I don't understand. Wait a minute. why I cannot play king e3?
You mean
king
here?
e4?
King is 3. But now your king, I would do
Why
this, and my e pawn will promote. Okay, you're coming rook d6.
Rook
All right,
d6.
I'm going doing this. What do you do?
So
Check. Take. I take here. Your king is too far away from my pass pawn. My pawn is quicker. That's very dangerous. You can just lose this one.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am. This is. What do you do? Rook b6,
Yes.
e3, rook e4. Okay, you give check. I go there. King e2, f4.
No, there is rook f6 check. But what is this? You are threatening e2.
King e2, rook
Okay,
e5,
okay. No. First of all, I play king e2.
rook e5. And I just might be faster than you. White can lose. This is not even Chuk's intention. They are winning the match. You can lose this position.
You're right.
f4, f3
You're right.
coming.
This is not very strong.
So that's why
He-
Ipatov deserved a draw in this
Yeah.
game.
Okay.
So on board number 2, Solak Moisenko couldn't break. And on board number 3, Krivoruchko won against Asen Baris after inaccurate play of black.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was convinced that this is a fortress and white cannot do anything about it. But this is still holdable. But now take a look, white rearranged pieces, bishop goes to e6, and now queen is ready to jump to h5. This is already a problematic position. If the pawn was on g6,
But there is always queen e3.
but
then
that's
he
what
played
happened.
He could have played king e7 maybe.
King is 7, no, but what do you do?
Queen e4 check.
I'm hiding, and your king's in trouble. And
Why
my king
play
can
queen g6.
Queen g6. All right, queen g6.
I don't think there's a problem here.
So just king e7, yeah?
Yes, of course. It's. He just miscalculated.
All right, I'm going king h3 first.
King h3 first.
Yeah. Maybe queen e1. But then queen f5. It's a problematic position already. I can even run with the king to h5 over there. So, and maybe this is the final mistake. I believe this position is already lost due to all the Zugzwangs. King e6 and a4. This is a very good move. Very not obvious one, because it does not give black an opportunity to go a4 himself and put the bishop on a5. Now take a look at Zugzwang. The pawns cannot move. The king cannot move. So if the bishop gives away the f6 pawn, for example, bishop c7, then the pawn on h6 would fall and the h pawn would decide. So the only move is to move the bishop along this diagonal. King comes to c6. Doesn't matter what's going on here. Even without that pawn, that is winning. The problem is, if you go bishop g3, king c6, bishop c7, it's a Zugzwang. And you have to give away the b6 pawn. And then there is another Zugzwang. I just give you, king b7. Okay, he made a triangle. And another Zugzwang, bishop has
Actually, a4 is very good.
Because it gives some counter chances.
a4 and then bishop a5.
Maybe still it is winning, but no need to.
Yeah,
Why would white? So a4, very unexpected move. Usually when pawns are on white squares, usually it's a
That's
fortress.
very well, yeah.
But, and now just he eats a pawn on c5.
And now double.
The pawn comes to c6, but what's next? And the a pawn decides. Very convincing.
Good technique.
Very good technique. Asenbaris underestimated white's winning chances in that position. g5 was a mistake. He should have held it.
Definitely.
And on board number, I guess it would be psychologically easier for your team if Areshenko wins too here. Because it wouldn't mean that Asenbaris was fault. Because
especially for Boris.
yeah, for Boris, actually maybe he wants Areshenko to win because it would release
He wants it, but still.
It would be
maybe
much easier
some
for
kind of
him.
Deep inside of
Yeah.
him.
So this is the position now on the board. very interesting what is going on here. I think black is just forcing a draw. Take a look.
Black is forcing a draw.
Take a look. Check, and he keeps checking. Well, black still can play for a win here.
Because they already won, you know, the match.
I think Aryshchenko would try to win this a few moves, but
But now that
but the point is, black is not risking anything at all here. I think he would play a little bit longer if he finds a decent idea to play for a win. If not, draw is also a good result. So Ukraine wins against Turkey, and now the question is whether minimally or 3-1. So what games do we have left? Aronian Mamedov. Let's take a look how many moves made so far. So 50 move rule starting from move 77. So we expecting not more than 127 moves in this game.
23 almost.
Yeah, so
maybe he will just go and say, I will make my 50th move.
So actually there are two main positions that you need to know to defend this. For example, now rook h6 is inevitable. Let's say rook e1, check, like this. This is position number 1. And black is just going back and forth. And actually the only way white can make progress here, white has to unpin the bishop. And for example, white goes king d5. And the idea, all right, so I want just to show those two positions.
Like this from the receiving moves. Click on this.
Okay, so the move order is not that important here. This is one key position, rook h7, one, and go back and forth with the rook. So in order for white to make progress, white needs to move the king back. For example, king d5, and always you should run with the king into the opposite direction. King f8. So if the king goes to f5, we go to d8, and d5 to f8. And now bishop f5. And now I made a blunder in similar position against Dreyev. For some reason, I thought that after bishop e6, he will not be. Actually, this is still not losing, but it is important in this position to go rook e7 right away.
Really?
Yeah, just to get rid of white's rook and getting into second position. This is a second setup to hold this position. For example, the game can go on like this, and we are just going back and forth like this. And the trick is, on king f6, there's always this check, forcing the king to go away. And more or less, these are the two positions you need to know, and you can transpose them back and forth. But it is important to make a move rook e7 in this position, because I think I made some waiting move against Dreyev. And after bishop e6, I think I made another waiting move, and this was a mistake. The last chance was to do this, not to let rook f7. I think I made another waiting move, and suddenly after rook f7, I cannot escape to g8. I have to go there, and no, king d6, there's still rook d1. Maybe this is still a draw, but yes, he played king d6, and I thought he cannot make any progress. But I think this is still a draw, rook f1. But I made another waiting move, and I don't remember exactly what happened, but we transposed to this position. It's a well-known winning position. Still not so easy. You have to make a Zugzwang, give a move to your opponent at some point. But these are the two positions basically you need to know. And now this is what we have in the game. This is a clear position. Now black has to go back and forth with the rook g7, rook e7, and there's always this stalemate idea: king f6, rook f7. So the position is actually now checkmate in one is threatening, so black has to be careful. For example, now rook c7 could be played, and king e7 next move, or rook g7. So and you just keep the king and the rook one square between them on dark squares, and you're fine. So this is still a draw. What else do we have? Egypt, Netherlands. All right, Lamy made some progress. How did that happen? He went back, he played e5, cut off the king, but this is still a draw. This is still a clear. This is still a clear draw. What to do? Rook b5.
Yeah.
There might be a trick, e3. If takes, then e2. Actually, I think this is still a draw.
This is draw.
This pawn is quite far. I recall this must be a draw, but that's not White's intention, of course. On e3, I just do this. Oh, rook g8 was played. Oh yes, and now there is no e3 move.
And there's check, yeah.
Rook g5 is threatening, king f6 is the only way, and my guess is just now rook e8.
Yeah.
And black
How to make it.
cannot make any
This is
progress.
draw, yeah.
This is a clear draw. So, all right. And what else do we have? So 3 games left. Oh no, Areshchenko already made a draw.
They may draw.
They made a draw, so Ukraine won minimally. Unfortunately, to Asenberis is, if not a blunder, but a
Yeah.
bad play. Maybe he got relaxed. Maybe he underestimated the winning potential of the different colored bishop endgame. But on the other hand, we can
has fought well.
very well,
Yeah.
and also we should
Against
note excellent technique by Yuri Krivoruchko.
Yeah, in the
Ex-
champion of Ukraine. This
yeah,
year maybe he showed that he really is a very strong player.
Yeah, especially with White. Actually, he
Yeah.
won 2 games with White yesterday and today. So even though I think that position was equal, but he
How
just
old is he, Krivoruchko?
27, just like myself.
27?
Yeah.
But where was he? He
Well, for
like
a few years he was around 26, 60, 70 rating, and just recently he reached 2700. So he is constantly improving.
Big jump, huh?
Not big, he was always improving little by little, but very confident, you know. You can see his chart,
But
rating chart to go like
you
that.
see him in many tournaments.
He doesn't play that often. He
Uh-huh.
chooses strong tournaments
Really?
usually, yeah. Yeah. He's not like Ivan Chuk that plays very often. He plays very rarely, but very well, as we can see.
Mhm.
So Ukraine won against Turkey, and then we have only 2 games left. This should be a quick draw.
Let's get concentrated on.
Yeah, I think
Aronian.
This is clear draw.
Aronian
So
match.
Aronian versus.
Let's see how it
Mamedov.
will end. He will force
So
Wait,
almost
some-
20 moves is being made.
because it's these kind of games are always interesting for people who are watching. It's not so easy to make draw.
Even though everyone
And also
can look
it's
Nalimov
very
table base or
instructive,
engine.
Also, it's instructive from one point of view. How to defend this kind of positions.
But I don't know if you should listen to me. I lost an endgame like that.
No,
But
still,
after
still
that,
we
I
can
feel-
see a grandmaster.
Yeah.
The first port of Azerbaijan. Let's see. How
I think he would
plays.
just go back and forth with the king. White has to approach,
Uh-huh.
and he would just stand right like that. He doesn't
But this
need
is
to
not
do
the last
anything.
position. I don't know what happened in the game match. Probably we missed some moves. Rook e7.
Now the rook is on f6,
Rook f6.
and it's black to move. Same. Rook
Uh-huh.
e7, rook f6. Yeah. King e8, rook f6.
Mhm.
No, but black doesn't need to do anything. He can go king d8, king c7, king d8, king c7.
No progress for the moment for white.
So white needs to approach with the king.
Uh-huh.
So we it's a theoretical draw, but what I cannot see the time. It says on online
I
that he
think,
has 2
can
minutes,
we
but
see the time? Can we see the time, please?
maybe camera closser to.
Camera closer. Can you make a zoom to the time?
Yes, 2 minutes
2 minutes
versus
for
20 minutes for
Mamedov.
Aronian.
Rauf Mamedov actually has only 2 minutes. But if he
That
knows,
is-
if he knows this position, defense, I don't think there will be a.
But that is the problem, you know, it's already 100 moves made. They are playing for more than 5 hours. he is tired and he has approximately 30 seconds for every move. In this condition, even the best grandmasters make, like, you know, Anand lost
but
to Carlsen.
If he knows the team, you know, it's
Well,
how to defend.
You know, there is a difference between knowing and playing it on the board. You know, there are many good coaches who know what to do for their students, but they cannot do it themselves. You know, so it's like when you're in university, you listen to lectures. Yes, I know it, but then they give you exercises to do. And if
so how many moves they made already?
20 after the pawn.
Still 30 moves to go.
Yeah.
So let's see if they can make 30 more moves.
So king c7, king d8. For now, he should go back and forth. And in order for white to make progress, white needs to move the rook to a7 somehow.
He played somewhere with the king? No, with the rook.
I am pretty sure he played king c7 now. Almost sure.
Yeah. Somewhere.
Oh no, he played rook g7.
Rook g7 and
Rook
then
g7.
king c5. No, king e5 and...
No, I think rook maybe h6 was played and now rook g5. I think this is the
this
position
is
on
the
the board
position.
now.
Nothing is going on.
Oh no, rook on e6. Aronian played rook e6 because the king was about to escape to e6. And now rook g5 was played. Yeah, this is the position now. Rook on g5. So in order for white to make progress, white has to go bishop d5, and then black goes back to e7. So far it's a draw. Let me check if that last game has finished. Egypt, Netherlands.
Still going, but probably
No,
this is draw.
This is definitely a draw. What can you do?
Yeah.
If you give away the g pawn, e3 is not possible.
He's
That's the
thinking,
bottom
but
line.
what is he thinking for? I don't understand.
Well, you play these things till the end. Maybe he'll make a blunder.
But here I don't think there's any chance, you know, because
So king f6 would be played, and now
check.
I
F8.
thought rook e8. I go here. Rook
And then
g8.
again, this one.
I
Maybe some chance, huh?
This is a draw.
Why not going to g2?
I want to give the rook for the e pawn, but king g2 also could be a draw, but
Some.
still some moves required like that. And the g pawn pushes. Yeah, this is a clear draw. He's just trying to give maximum problems to his opponent.
Yeah.
So but this of course is a draw. Much more important situation is right here. The match depends on the result of this game.
Yeah,
More than
actually,
100 moves played.
Let's see this.
Let's see Aronian Mamedov.
Mamedov is thinking, so
Yes.
maybe also he is a little bit nervous.
Rook e7, rook
He
g6.
looks nervous
This is the
from his
position.
body language.
Well, now just going
55 seconds left on his clock.
back.
22 minutes for Aronian.
You can see by his behavior he does not know it firmly. You know.
He does not know it.
Well, of course he knows these things theoretically, but practically, well, you know, the situation in match is one
And
and a half to one
Aronian
and a
is
half.
playing very fast.
Well, for white it's very easy.
Not
to play.
allow him to think.
Yeah. So what happened now? Rook f7, bishop. No, not rook f7. What was played now? Oh, so rook c7 was played. Rook c7, bishop c6, and rook f7. This is the position on the board right now.
And what about rook d6? There again, rook d6, rook d7 check, king d6, rook d7 check.
Yeah, king d6, always rook
Always
d7.
this defense.
Rook e6 was played.
Rook e6.
I think now rook e7 would follow.
But he cannot make any progress now.
No, he can. He's just moving around.
Lately, he cannot make.
He has to transfer the rook to a file to make progress.
To a file.
Yeah.
Rook e7. Rook e7.
Sorry?
What rook e7 now?
Yeah, rook e7 should be played now.
So
But still not necessary. He can go rook g7 too.
yeah.
For example, how does the rook can be transferred? Like this. And for example, if you do this, oh yes, I remembered how to make progress here. So for example, what do? The bishop now needs to go to e6. For example, you do this, I give you check, I do this. Right, now you need to do this, rook e7, and now I play bishop d5. You go, let's say king t7, and I go rook a6. King c7, bishop e6, and this way white can make progress. But now you can go king p7, and then the rook goes to g7, g1, and c1. And just for example, what could happen here? Oh, and the rook needs to be on c1 right now. So this is the way to go. This is the way to give a move back to Europe, and this is a way to make progress. But then the rook comes around, and rook would come on c1, bishop would be on c4, and that is the second position to know. So this is the position on the board. Almost 30 moves is being made.
20 more moves to go.
Yeah.
Maybe we have to remind to our to people who are watching us that in 50 moves, white has to mate in this position.
Or win a rook.
Or win a rook, exactly.
Or give away a bishop. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Otherwise, black can.
Oh, take a look. Exactly. Otherwise, it's black can call an arbiter and say
it's draw. And
take a look. The rook is on a6 and bishop on e6. That's the way to make progress in this position.
The rook on a6.
They play very quickly. We are waiting for the moves to come. For now, Ahmedov is playing very well. You know, in 30 moves, white didn't make a lot of progress. Yeah, so more than 30 moves actually. Oh, now this is the position on the board. This is the position. So rook went to a6, king d8, c7, and now we have. Now the rook is again on the wrong side.
It didn't change anything.
Yeah. And now king e7 is the move to make, or rook g7.
I
also.
don't think he can win this.
No, he can't.
We don't see any progress, you know. He
Yeah.
knows how to defend.
Yeah, he's playing
He
quite
keeps the
confident.
rook on
He's
the
oh
7.
yeah, I know what's going on. He's nervous because you know the team result depends on it. But he's a strong grandmaster.
Of course.
He knows.
He
how to
keeps
make
the
it.
rook on the 7th rank, and he's
White usually can break the setup, but then we get to the first position with rook on c1, king on c8, and this pinned bishop. So usually they go back and forth.
Maybe he has to try to change this setup, Aronian, but he couldn't do it until now. He continues with the same setup, you know.
Yeah, recently I had the game. Also, I had rook and the bishop versus rook, and actually my opponent didn't do any of these two positions that I showed you, and it was still a draw. We had let's say we had
Where
a position.
to go then?
We had a position like this, and I thought it was winning because this is none of the positions we can, but this it's not. It's just if I can give rook d7 check, for example, rook c2, horrible mistake. Rook d7 and king cannot go to c8. This is winning. But he just goes back and forth with the rook. I tried to do something here, but he always escaped.
So you mean the most important thing in this position.
Even this is a draw.
Control the check on d7.
Yes, not to get king.
Yes.
King has to always be trying to escape your opponent's king.
Yeah.
And I thought this should be winning because these are neither of those two positions that we just seen. But this is also a
But
draw.
look what he did.
No, but rook goes back to c7.
Is this normal?
Yes, rook goes back to c7 now. Let's take a look. Refresh.
It didn't change. He gave check and then went back to
Yes, he will.
c7.
He's now gonna go back to
He
c7.
played bishop d5.
But he now has less than 1 minute on the clock.
The moves comes a little bit
With a
slow.
delay.
Yeah.
Played king d7.
King d7.
Also works. Also works. Oh, this is a position now. So far, 23 plus 34 moves is made.
He puts rook on h6. Rook h6. he
Rook
played.
h6, and now it's necessary to go rook c7. He played rook h6, yes? Yes, this is a position on the board. And now, if not rook c7, I think black is lost. Only rook c7, because if
The
white,
only move is rook c7.
because if white gets a rook on 7th rank and king on d6, for example, rook c1,
He didn't play rook c7.
and this, maybe there is another way, but let's. So, but rook c7 was definitely a move to make a draw. Let's see what. Ah, he escapes to another part of the
yeah.
board. Now
So
he's
the
gonna
same.
go king b6. It's not actually exactly the same. If he goes to king b8, I'm pretty sure he's lost. He needs.
King b8 is lost.
Well, yeah, because
You have this check.
no, check king c8. I do this, and then rook b7. This is lost. If white gets this setup and your king is in the 8th rank, game over.
He played king b6.
Yes, of course, king b6 is necessary. King b6.
How many moves?
13 plus 23, 36 moves made after the last
36
exchange.
moves.
So let me check. Let me check. So move number 77 was rook takes h4. 77, rook takes h4. And so far we have 114 moves made.
114.
114, so 13 moves to go. Actually, even
13
now,
moves
to
only.
go.
13 moves.
13
go.
moves left. And
People are wondering how many
yeah.
moves they made, so we are giving them the answer. 13 moves.
and even
is
think I
enough
think
for-
even if he screws up now, it will not be enough moves for white to get to winning position actually.
Ah, yes.
But I think rook b5 was played. Yes, so
Which is a
he
good
just-
move. He is
it's
gunning
always
around.
important to control the 7th or
Uh-huh.
well depends b file 7th rank, g file or 2nd rank
So,
depending
But he's always controlling the 7 from the diagonal,
from
the horizontal or
Or
from the vertical position of the king.
yeah. Now this is the position on the board. Did Tarajan play? He moved the rook somewhere. Maybe h8. He played rook h8.
Yes.
This is a position, but we have just the same.
He will give check again,
symmetrical.
check again.
Check again and go back.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense. That would be a draw. 10, 11 moves. Yes, he gives a check. 1 second, I'm gonna check if Lamy is still playing. No, it ended in a draw. Lamy, a draw. Okay, so the last game. It's the last game, but not the least. It's a decisive game of the match, Armenia-Azerbaijan. Actually, a little surprise, I think. Azerbaijan is playing without 2,700 players, and Armenia has
In the
Very
European
strong
Championship, also in the last round, Azerbaijan couldn't win against. Armenia couldn't win against Azerbaijan.
but they had
They were
Rajabov and
2-2.
Mamedyarov.
But still, it was difficult for them. They made draw, and they became European champion, Azerbaijan. And without, of course, now here Mamedierov and Rajabov they are playing. So a very young team, but still they manage to.
Oh,
to
he made one
draw
second.
this.
He made very strange move, king a7. King c5, checkmate is... Oh, trick. Rook b5, take a look, what a beautiful trick. Otherwise he would be lost.
Yes.
You know, rook b8.
So probably he saw this.
Of course, rook b5. And I think Aronian's gonna take, actually. Just to... Because otherwise I keep on checking you. No, he did not take. He wants to try to win king c4. But what now? Oh, it's still not that easy. Rook is not hanging, but what to do?
Rook b8, is it bad?
Rook b8 should be played. That is being played, rook b8. But you know, not very confident play by Mamedov, you know.
Yeah. He is making some inaccuracies towards the end.
Objectively, they are not inaccuracies, but you know, the nerves and everything.
Yeah.
He does not show exactly
He doesn't find the
position.
best moves, yes.
Maybe. Still, should be a draw. This should be a draw, but you know, he doesn't have this position anymore with king and rook on 7th rank. And it's quite easy to...
Of course, now it's approaching...
43 moves is being made.
40. So only 7 moves will be enough for black
Rook
to
c6
make
was
this
played.
game draw. In 7 moves, if Aronian cannot mate
Or win a rook.
or win the rook of Mamedov, then this game will end in a draw.
Yeah, but you know, he cannot now reach that position that he wants to. Maybe he would go king p7, you know, he is in a mood of moves like that, but it looks a little bit scary to go king p7, don't you
Rook
think?
g8, rook,
Rook,
b1, is it?
b1.
Rook b1, what's wrong with this rook b1? I don't see. Do you see anything wrong?
Maybe check.
Check, so what? b8.
But now you're cut
B1,
off.
b8.
But now you're cut off. If I come to d6, game over. But now rook c1 and rook c7.
Yes, the same idea.
I'm not sure if it's the same because you are on the edge of the board, but still. And your next move is rook e7 and king c7. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's okay.
What happened? People are approaching the board. We cannot see.
No, we still have. I see the rook on 7th rank for black. Oh.
What did he play?
If he has rook on oh my god.
He made some.
It looks very close to losing.
Really?
If he doesn't get rook on e7 and king on c7, he would be lost.
He made a mistake.
Next move is king d6.
Why did he put the rook on b7?
For example, rook c7, king d6, and that is a lost position already. Just next move is king d6. I think this is a winning position already for white.
Really?
But I don't know what to do, where to move. Any move of the rook, I go king d6, and as long as white gets this and the king is cut off,
So rook c7.
rook c7 was played. Now we're expecting king d6 because king
And it's
d6.
lost?
This is. Oh, bishop c6 was played. This is lost.
Really?
Oh no, rook e7 now. Wait a minute. Or rook g7. No, rook e7 was played. King d6. This is a position. No, but he needs 2-3 more moves.
How is he lost this? I really don't see.
Well, now I'm threatening rook h8, and if we had enough moves, I'm gonna go check, king here and king c5. This is winning.
This is winning?
This is winning. This is winning actually, but Aronian does not have enough moves. This is winning position.
Why not enough moves?
Already move number 77.
What he's saying?
exactly 50 moves right now, and this is a losing position already.
Really?
Yeah.
And it's in a
I don't know what
losing position.
So checkmate is threatening. What do you do? Just a few moves before the loss. Rook a8 threatening. If you go king a6,
look at Aronyan's face. He's so disappointed.
This is winning.
He got what he wanted, but but because of 50 moves rule, the game ended in a draw.
Okay, black has to
it's
do.
It's really in a dramatic way. This match has ended. What do you think?
Very dramatic.
Mikhail.
This is lost.
Look at him, Aronyan's face.
Well, yeah.
He is still looking. He cannot believe that this is 50 moves.
He knows it's winning already. But you know,
course
you get nervous till the end. You know, 7 moves, 5 moves to go, and you subconsciously, you know, even if you get to a lost position, he will.
The captain is saying something to Aronyan. Look, you were right. Actually, you were right. Can you imagine? This, he knows how to defend, but still he's making mistake.
Yeah, in the practical, it's 5.5 hour game, 120 moves made. You always have constantly 30 seconds per move. You know, that is the difference between knowing and making it on the board. You know, if you didn't train it at home for
Where
many.
did he make the real mistake? Can we see it?
I don't know. We need to check table
I think
base.
B7. Come back. Somewhere he played.
King a7. I think if
this
it holds,
is the mistake probably.
He just. This is the move to make. This is just the move to make. Go back and forth.
Yeah. Why he's going on the corner? Yes.
Or king a5. Also a move to make.
Look, why he's going by himself. You know, without any threat to king a7. It's such actually bad move he made.
Even if it's still a draw after that.
What's going on there?
No, that's it. That's it.
It's finished?
It's finished, but this is a winning position for white. What a dramatic end.
So it's been declared draw this
because
game,
of 50 move
which finished in a dramatic way for Aronyan because he tried to win for 49 moves, yes? And on the 50th moves...
No, it's still some more moves required, for example...
Maybe 3-4 moves needed.
No, let's even more. King a6... King a6, for example, rook h1, I think. Now you give check. The king escapes and rook h7. This is checkmate. So what else? So still few more moves required, but the final position was winning for white. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's actually, but of course, black made a mistake. It was a draw, theoretical draw. But in a very practical game, to defend in the practical game, as Mikhail showed us, also as he experienced his own experience. So, well, anyway, this match ended in a draw. Let's sum up today's matches. Mikhail.
So Ukraine won against Turkey with a pinch of a luck. On board number 3.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you. Russia beat Germany badly, 3.5 to half. So actually Russia is the only one team that is 3 points behind Ukraine.
Yeah.
The rest are even more far away. So Netherlands beat Egypt 3-1. China beat USA 2.5 to 1.5. And Armenia-Azerbaijan was a slightly unexpected draw because Armenia has his top team, the strongest players.
Now Russia moved to the second place now?
Russia is the clear second now.
Clear second?
Clear second, yes, because...
but still 3 points, three match points behind Ukraine. So I think the match between Russia and Ukraine will be decisive match for the first place. Still, even though Russia wins against Ukraine, Ukraine will be 1 point ahead of Russia.
And actually, I think Ukraine played all the strong teams now. the
except
strongest.
Armenia
Except
and-
Armenia, right?
and,
Armenia.
and Russia.
So yeah, Ukraine needs
the Ukraine
at least
still have two more matches,
yeah.
important matches.
So tomorrow we have a rest day.
Yeah, tomorrow we don't have any games.
So
We
but
are
the day,
resting tomorrow,
yeah.
and after tomorrow at 3 o'clock at the same time we'll be here for the 6th round of this World Chess Team Championship. So until then, goodbye everybody. See you on
See you
the-
day after tomorrow
yes,
on Monday.
On Monday. Bye.
Bye.